What a weekend. Alright, let's see if this works now. Testing something before I hop on the screen here. Ooh, it looks like it actually might work for once. Cool. Okay. All right. You see peppers. Yes, you do. What's up, bud? Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Also, welcome over on Twitch. Man, I had a long-ass weekend. Pretty sure I had the big C, if you know what I mean. I didn't have like any like major symptoms, but I had like I lost my taste for a little bit, and I totally had like the fog, and I just could not get over it. And then yesterday was the fun time where I could not get comfortable for the life of me. It was just all day hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. So how come he was a star when I want a star? Oh, Rome Dog, I'm sorry. He either bought a membership or was gifted a membership. I know that if there's a round of gifted memberships, then you are definitely next on that list. I kind of looked into how like the priority works out on that. It seems like whoever's there, like just in general, like in the chat, gets one. So and like the last one we had, I think 40 gifted subs at one point. And it was really weird because when he did that, or no, it was like, yeah, no, it was 40. We only had like maybe 20 something people in the chat. So like pretty much everybody got one. And then it just kind of like boom, 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 boom. If you guys haven't noticed, I also got the chat up. Here, actually, I gotta, because it keeps disappearing too fast. I need to keep that up for a minute. Live dashboard. Nope. Settings. Where's my settings? Sorry. I did promise I would have the chat up on the screen, so that is a new thing that we'll try. But I think for now I can't really dick with it, can I? Chat box. Here we go. Aha! I can. Here we go. 15 seconds. We'll go minute. There we go. Sorry. I do have to dick with the settings because for some reason it's not actually tied to the Streamlabs app. Which, yeah, you'd think that would be just something they would have where it's like, hey, by the way, this is just in the settings. Yeah, no. All right. Well, how was everybody else's weekend? Holy crap. As I said, like, I'm 99% sure that I was battling the Big C. Still might be today, because, man, no matter what, I cannot get my head right. I had myself a nice sober day, which, yeah. That was a lot of fun until it wasn't. And I kind of decided around 3 o'clock, I'm like, you know what? Screw this. I don't want to do this anymore. So, hold on. Live chat. For some reason, Trump wants to throw a victory rally on the 19th. What the fuck is that about? For real? What? Like, he wants to... Because, nah, he's bored. He's bored and he's starting to feel like he's losing some support, and he's being told by his internal polling or whatever the hell that, the whole Elon thing is definitely not popular, and then he, on top of that, needs to Just, oh, hey, Scott, one gifted membership. Thank you. Bloodstone by Stars was gifted a membership by Scott. Nice. I appreciate that. Also, yeah, see, I hate how you can't choose who it goes to. Like, And I have all the settings, like, pretty much ready for it, so I don't know. But I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for another gifted membership. Holy crap, dude. Like, you're, man, you guys are gonna single-handedly own my channel. Like, holy shit. You guys are trying to you're pulling an Elon on me, huh? It kind of seems like that's what's happening, though. Like, what I was saying about Elon getting under Trump's skin, it really does seem like it's happening, and, I'm kind of speculative about this on my own end, where I just hope this is the case, where he's just that annoying, where he's been there for long enough to where he's just annoying the crap out of Trump, and he's just like, you know what, this guy's a little bit weird, he's been bothering me, he's been going on Twitter, even though I asked him not to go on Twitter. Oh, that's right, it's called X. Wait a minute, does he even call it X? Yeah, hit that like button. Hey, Remy, I made a stream. Whoop. Home early from work and ready to chill. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I am doing very well, and I hope you are also doing well. I miss you guys. I miss you. Oh, man. I was just actually explaining how yesterday, I'm actually glad that we kind of just did our own things this weekend, because it turns out, well, I think that I had, the big C. And I'm just calling it the big C because I don't want a warning on my stream for any just stupid reason. But, yeah, the vid. Ugh. And I'm just, like, I did a test, came back negative, but I've had this before. Like, I had no taste. I had no sense of smell, although this one's coming back a lot faster. Like, it does kind of seem like it's going, like, kind of like a cold, but the fever was the big one, where I was like, what the hell is going on? I feel like crap. So, yesterday was, it was a day. But, yeah, rebounded, and here I am. Got a little bit of the mental fog happening, but well, that's rather lucky. I'm feeling good today. As I said, like, I have that, like, weird mental fog, man. Like, I hate that that's kind of how I can tell that it's, like, vid, but that's the only way. Like, I'm telling you, man, because, like, I can stop smoking for a long period of time, and it still feels like I'm just completely zoned out. I can't, like, latch onto a thought or even just, like, doing an action. Like, I had a scary one yesterday where I was in the middle of, like, making my coffee, and my brain did that thing where it just stopped, like, midway through making my coffee, and like I was reaching for something, and I was like, what was I reaching for? It was, oh yeah, I'm one of those oddballs that can't test positive. It makes work so fun. Yeah, dude. Oh man, that sucks, because my wife has that too, where she's Unimoogle. She's Unimoogle in here. But yeah, she has the same thing. I don't think she's tested positive one time, but I know for a fact that she has had it. Like, I know for a fact. But yeah, it's so weird. But that's what I was saying. Like, what I really hate is the mental fog part of it, where you can start feeling a little bit better, and then all of a sudden it just boom. It's like, you need to lay down right now. I got sick like that last Tuesday, runny nose, and then went to my chest, and now I can't talk without choking. Oh man. Yeah, didn't you say that I'm not sure if it was you. I think on the last stream you mentioned that you might ended up in the hospital, didn't you? I might have you confused with somebody else. I'm sorry. I know somebody ended up in the hospital. She's in the field who needs to stay at home when she's sick. Good thing companies care and look out for the employees and customers. Yeah. Well, yeah, she works for one of those companies, like one of the good ones, which it's still kind of weird saying. Like, it's actually really weird saying that, where it's like, they got their problems. A little bit of corporate greed here and there. Oh yeah, it was before Christmas. Man, that sucks. That really sucks. Oh, that would also explain, like, because I think that I missed you on a few streams, so that actually makes a lot of sense. Dude, I'm sorry that happened. I think I caught it while I was there. The nurses were sick, sniffling, and coughing. Ooh. See, that's one of my biggest fears is, like, going to visit somebody, and then just being like, I just got sick from going to visit this person. Like, that sucks. Give me 1 second. I need to turn this on. I just realized that I didn't do that pre-stream. Why would I not do that? Because I'm an amateur. That's why. Clip it. Just clip it. Yeah, I think can you guys tell? Because I'm definitely like, there's something wrong. There's something up. I'm a little bit like, I was about to burn myself and just be like, I'm a little bit slower than usual. Whatever. Just gotta admit your shortcomings. Alright, where is this? Sorry, I gotta turn something on my stream here. Alright. And the chat's okay. The chat is on. I wanted to make sure that that was happening. And, safe. Cool. Yeah, hit that like button if you haven't already. It really helps push my stream into the algorithm. And also, thank you again for the 2 gifted memberships. There, Scott. I really do appreciate that. All right, so now that I've gotten this whole, I was sick out of the way, which I kind of feel bad because I know for a fact that, like, we had a member of our community that was a little bit sicker than I was, just a little bit. He was giving me a few updates, and I was like, oh, man, you're going through it. So, yeah, if Kirk doesn't show up, he is battling that. Which sucks because he was actually he was gonna make a little clip from last stream where, dude, all right, so Remy, I know that you weren't here for this. It was really, really funny. Somebody in our chat had gotten me so mad where I actually was just like, you're pushing me to the limit, and I just went, push it to the limit, and like, somebody had noticed in my chat, they were like, did you just get so angry that you sang and did a little dance? I was like, yes! That's exactly what happened. But it was so organic. Hey, Bloodstone, what's up? It's good to see you. I'm glad that you could join. Also, did you notice that you have a little star next to your name now? Look at that. You can thank Scott for that. He gifted you a subscription. Or a membership. Membership, whatever. I got followers on Twitch. I got, subs over here. It's just, they're all over the place. But, so how's everybody feeling about losing Trudeau? I mean, number one, he wasn't our guy. So, he is one of those guys that I think kind of made the left look so bad, specifically because he didn't do anything for so long. And the only shit that he did do, had a lot of bad, like, connotations to it, specifically like, the housing crisis. You can almost pin that on one bad decision that he made with his parliament. So, hello, people normally have to pay for that. Yep. yes, you, yes, we have a generous community here, so I do know that we definitely are gaining subs and gain memberships. Yeah, he stepped down, but his party is still in power. Yeah, so the party's still being in power, but like we see the writing on the wall because he was hot though. That's like everybody's go-to with it is that Trudeau was hot. Like, I did think that one of the funniest things to come out of Trudeau's like time in office was specifically when Trump met with him, and you just saw Melania, and it wasn't just the pictures. I saw the video too, where she just couldn't stop. She's like, what's up? What's up? All gifted memberships that I have gotten so far have been when I wasn't watching the stream. Oh, geez. Well, isn't that, man, that seems to be like a thing now because, wait a minute. So you weren't watching the stream. So that kind of flies in the face of how I thought this worked. Because I thought that it was whoever was like on the stream got priority, but I guess I'm wrong about that. Man, all right, now it's all no rhyme or reason. It just happens. So, Yeah, we 100. This is one of the best YouTube communities. I know I've been saying it, and like it's easy to say because it's my show, but I'm not kidding, guys. Like, you guys make me laugh harder than any other community that I've been part of. We really this is a great little spot here. So didn't know how to really articulate that any further than that, where I'm just like, I love you guys. Yeah, Canada is moving right, though. Everywhere is. Like, so I'm not sure if I'm, like, I don't want to insinuate, like, I noticed something that other people haven't noticed. But have you guys noticed that every superpower is moving right? Like, every single superpower is just, they're blatantly moving right. Like, the French election, that one scared me. Because, yes, technically Macron, he won, but did he? Did he? Because when he had the same thing happen. Funny enough, that Trudeau had happened, where Trudeau called, for an election, and then he ended up losing seats, and now he had a minority. So it's kind of like, hey, how do you feel about that? Good job. Hey, Dankley, what's up? I appreciate you stopping by. Also, welcome to the chat. Is everybody else here chatting on YouTube? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, my YouTube chat's usually the main one. I have it all linked up on my my multi-chat here. So if you want to join that fun side here, actually, you know what? I've been meaning to do this at the start of stream. It's the only reason I keep this up now. Here. You can sub to my channel and join the chat there. There we go. And then, yeah, if you want to, I don't have a YouTube account. Let's go with Team Twitch. It's all right. I'm one of those guys, man. I split it. Eventually, I'll have my website up and running because, yeah. Little housekeeping here. It looks like I'm going to have the website Pep Talks TV or peptalks.tv. I was trying to get it. Someone sniped it from me. But it popped up at the beginning of this year for a very fair fee. So, yeah, I'm working on setting up my website. It should be up by next week, hopefully. The rich is making the planet worse off to the point where people are going back and forth on politics. So, see what improves our situation, which wouldn't be neither if the rich gets richer. Well, that's kind of what sucks is... and I'm not trying to kind of sound elitist, as a leftist, but that's what sucks about being a leftist is that we are actually engaged in this stuff. We actually know what's happening as opposed to just going based off vibes and just going, well, I think that, I've heard on the news that this is a lot worse than it is. And I think it is worse than it is because, I only live in the suburbs, so I don't go to the city very much. So my little worldview is just pretty much being told to me. But I do know what the main problem is. Those damn brown people, those immigrants, man, according to half the people that are around me, you would think that the immigrants are the biggest problem ever. Which, spoiler alert, I don't live in that part of Chicago where they're exactly, prevalent. Which is also weird because you have two different class warfare against the literal lowest earners. That's who's pissed off about this. That's who's protesting this. I mean, I've been following this for a while, especially because they're all pissed off at our mayor, Brandon Johnson, who admittingly is not great, but he's no Lori Lightfoot, which is good. Man, you want to talk about a mayor that was just yuck. And before her, and then you had frickin' Rahm Emanuel. Yuck. Dude, I had a situation with Rahm Emanuel that was really funny. I went to a Blackhawks game, and he was sitting in, the VIP section, but it was amongst the people. So he was in the 100 level lower deck, right by the glass. But because he was down there, he had his security detail right at the freaking gate, so anybody that was sitting in that section had to be checked every single time that we went down. Oh man, I was pissed. I was so freaking pissed. I do remember at one point you look back and I was just like, so that felt good. Also, yeah, he sucks. He's just like, I hate the fact that the Democrats, the Democrats own him in any way, shape, or form. He is the worst. The public education system sucks for a reason. Capitalists don't want workers who think critically. Yes, absolutely. Dankley, I actually started my my streams by kind of talking about the ODD diagnoses I had when I was in like middle school and how that's kind of permeated, through my adulthood. And I had just gotten back into therapy, so we were talking specifically about, ODD, which is oppositional defiance disorder, which is usually diagnosed in children with ADHD or kids that have like hyperactive disorders. But it's usually diagnosed to people who are thinking outside the box, like who don't conform to the norms. And like, you would think, maybe that's a little just on the nose type of stuff where it's just like, maybe you guys shouldn't be so blatant with it but nope. Go figure. Nobody cares. And everybody's kind of like, huh? And then when they finally like wake up and realize that, they're just like, what? It's just like, it's insane. It's insane. It's also insane how many people like legitimately think that they are smart. Like, when I think about the Republicans who, especially the ones that think that they're up on politics, it is kind of crazy when you're just like, and you have these conversations, and I'm talking about specifically the ones that only get like the Fox News, talking points or any of that crap. I'm not talking about the ones that actually read news and are, I'd call them Republican classics and voting for Trump just for it's their version of voting for the lesser of two evils, because they're like, I hate Democrats that much, which I would like to actually kind of say, like, what the hell have Democrats done lately to make, the normies go, yeah, that's good, and that like actually ran on it. Because I keep talking about like the child tax credit. That was a big one. Like, I still can't believe that Biden let that one go, because that was just so easy. That was so easy. Like, all he had to do was just extend that. But again, that Congress being what it is. And then did you see that Trump he wanted a beautiful bill, one reconciliation bill. But it's not going to work out, so maybe two. We'll do two fantastic bills. Like, already pivoting. At least that, you know what, I have noticed with this one that, man, he pivots so quickly. And then on top of it, like the thing with Elon, when he gave his definitive answer, that was shocking to me, because for real, I thought that he was going to kind of pivot away from Elon and just be like, I already made what my point about H1B. Well, he said it in 2016. It's almost like we shouldn't have these, or it sucks to have these, recordings of us. I mean, even I've had that. I had one moment, funny enough, where I said something, totally forgot about it, and then had one of my viewers just be like, hey, run this one back. I was like, no way. Oh, cool. Good thing that the only people with a worse attention span than Trump are the people who vote for him. Yeah. Well, good thing. I don't know about that, because, again, the people who vote, well, okay, hold on. If you're talking about Trump voters, I differentiate between Trump voters and supporters. So, because I see what you're saying there. Yes, it's the people who literally, they do not pay attention to politics, kind of like I was saying, but they still vote, and they still, like, they think that it's their whole, it's my duty to vote. So every November, they just kind of maybe watch the news for like 10 minutes, read, or like Google stuff. Like, dude, I still can't get over the fact that it was like the top Google search on the day of the election was, is Biden still running? I was like, that kind of made me wake up to just how uneducated on this stuff our electorate is. And also the problem with having the cult of 45 or now 47 doing their thing, where you can't break through to them. Like, the Elon stuff, all of this, you just cannot break through to him. No matter what he does, they will always just go, yeah, good. Yeah, Trump good. Everything else bad. Like, do you guys just like throw your hands up the way I do with that? Because in my real life, I've just done that, where I have a few people that I just kind of gave up and said, listen, we are not discussing politics anymore. I'm telling you right now, I'm done discussing politics with you. It's like, if you want to maintain this friendship, then that's my line. Because, and he kind of tried to pull the, oh, of course, it's only when Trump is in office. I'm like, no, it's the fact that you're an asshole who doesn't understand facts. Because, like, everything that you're saying is like well, I feel like Trump is going to do good on this and this and this and this. And then when you have the economists coming out and saying, well, if he does this and this, then your prices go up. And he's like, no, eggs go down. And he's one of those guys, like, following the news so closely, doesn't mention bird flu at all. But it's just like, oh, well, goodbye $5 eggs, January whatever, or January 20th. I was like, what? Like, you really think that? Okay. A good education system is the basis for a mass leftist movement. If people can think critically, they can't reasonably question systematic issues. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that makes sense, because that also makes sense why, like, there's that perceived notion of when you send somebody to college that it's a leftist institution, because it's not, the state system. It's not the education system pushed by, the capitalist state that is whatever one you're living in. Some of them are better than others. Like, again, I live in a state that has a pretty decent civics portion of high school. They do actually value that kind of education, so I don't know. I can't speak to that as much. Especially because I went to a private school, so I have to be very careful about that, because I don't actually have that experience, so I don't know. I can only speak to my experience, where yes, I went to a private school that was built on a college prep system, but it was also dude, they pick and choose what you learn about history, and they do it in a way that's uncanny. Like, for instance, the Crusades. I learned about the Crusades in what I thought was a super historical manner, where everything was accurate. And when I got out of my high school and I started talking to somebody about the Crusades, they were talking about the death toll, and I was visibly confused. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, I know that there was war, but yeah, what are you talking about? They didn't kill those people. And they were like, excuse me? I was like, yeah, no, it was just like a battle. There wasn't mass genocide or anything. They were like, excuse me? And then I got an unbiased view of history that day, and that woke me up a lot to the to the realization that my school and many other schools, any school that uses a Texas Instruments history book, they are teaching an extremely biased and Cliff Notes version of history, if not just an entirely false version of history in some cases, because the war, oh my god, the Spanish Inquisition. I had learned the completely wrong version of the Spanish Inquisition. Again, it was all about liberation and spreading God's word. They were making it it was yeah, we were the heroes in that situation. I'm like, and it was always in the context of we, because they would always teach the history to us in the context of historical Christendom and stuff like that. Guess what happened today at the Capitol? The same thing that happened. Yeah, man. That was another funny thing. I had a person in one of my local Facebook groups that, I don't know, man. He was one of those douchebags that we got into a political discussion. This had to be almost a year ago, and he's been trolling me, and I the thing is, I find it funny because he has that much commitment to somebody that he trolled like a year ago. So whatever, I let it go. And he messaged me today where he's just like, "Oh, so are you guys preparing for your riot? Or because Kamala's not going to certify?" I was like, half of the time I have to wonder if you're just trolling me, and it's just for lulz, which it has to be. I mean, that has to be fake. Like, it has to be one of I don't know. Like in Peru, the leftist candidate in the 2021 election, Pedro Castillo, was very much criticized by American leftists for not being pro-LGBT, but how can you expect him to be in the vast population if the vast population is not educated about LGBT issues due to the unfortunate education system, something Castillo tried to fix? Yeah. Great point. Also, but that is where I try to kind of like, when speaking, to our comrades, I try to say, guys, let's try and keep it realistic, and also try to get these. I don't want to call them simpletons because that's mean, but I guess I already did, so let's just go there. Let's try and get them on our side. I don't know, but I've also had enough conversations lately where they're like, is there any, like, should we really be trying to court these people? It's a good question. I really don't know anymore. I think that honestly, bringing back the coalition that voted for Biden in 2020, that would be good. But at the same time, they're the ones who voted for Biden. Like, I think Trump is going to fire his follower up on the 19th. So when he comes in on the 20th, he can declare martial law. And then under martial law, he will have his version of a night long. Nah. Again, there's only so much that the American electorate will take, and that's not one of them. Like his most diehard supporters will, but yeah. That's also what scares me about the election numbers that came out and how many people actually didn't vote, like just in general, because he didn't really pick up a lot of new voters at all. Dankly, not sure if American military is pro-Trump enough for that. No, they're not. They're not, and they also respect the separations. So, I do know enough people in the military that are right-wing that actually respect the, law of posse comitatus, and they're not going to break that. But if he tries to go for the National Guard, that's where it's a bit murky. I did read up on that a little bit, and apparently the National Guard is the one, if he wanted to, could theoretically get them involved. But that's all theory. I don't know. If he really goes through with this deportation thing, it's gonna change the landscape. And it's not good for Republicans. You're gonna have a lot of pissed off, because you have to remember, Trump won based on a referendum on the economy. If he keeps tanking the economy, and like you said, people have short-term memories, dude, all it takes is getting to June for people to go, I am broke and it's getting worse. What is he doing? Excuse me. South Korea would like to show the world how martial law can go in this day and age. There you go. Perfect example. Or he could use right-wing parent. No, he's not going to. That is one. I'm sorry, Rome. That's one of the dumber things that or Dankley. Sorry, I blame the wrong person. No, dude, because they're not organized. That's the whole point. And then if he tries to if he actually mobilizes them, then that's actually the case for a civil war, because that's mobilizing an army that isn't actually part of your country. At that point, you are declaring a civil war. So, again, man, I'm not trying to be too hyperbolic. I get it. I expected this on today too, on January 6th, for people to. This was the day that I expected people to finally go, oh yeah, Trump is about to become president. Ah, interesting. Crap. The first Lotus in history was at the I need to know. Wait, Lotus? Like, are you talking about the car? Leader. Oh, leader of the United States. Got it. I was like, wait, what? Took a turn all of a sudden. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really... I'm not looking to be that scared until it's actually happening. And that's why that's where I was going with the deportations. God, I can't talk today. Which is great for my frickin' my job. Not my president. Whatever. I remember yes. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say it and then again, clip it. Technically, the man is my president, and it sucks, and I have to accept it. I'm not going to play this stupid game, man. Like, no, that's not how electoral politics work in America. You guys can, everybody can think that way, but that is so childish. That is such a childish way of thinking. Like I didn't win. He's not the leader. I'm just gonna sit here for 4 years and just complain. Like, I'm sick of that, man. We already did that, and it got us Joe Biden. Let's not fucking do this again. Fuck. Sorry. Not necessarily mobilize the right-wing paramilitary groups, but just let them know or let them do what they want without having anybody step in. Again, he doesn't have that power because local municipalities would have the power to step in and shut them down right away. Again, there's no legality there. Yeah, live in reality. There's living in reality, and then there's living in the hyperbolic land of shit that he could do. Because, everybody talks about how short the Republicans' memory is. Ours is too. Because, listen, we survived it. Let's not, I'm not trying to also play that game where we can just ignore it because, we've already been through it. And no, I'm not going to not bring up everything he is doing. But again, sitting here doomering because of it, or doomering about it is not the thing. I'm sorry, that's not my president because I'm not American. LOL, get wrecked. Enjoy your country collapsing. Oh my God, Dankley. My bad. All right, well, I hate to say. You're right. You're 100% right then on that one. My bad. See, I do have a problem with that, with Chad occasionally, where I'm just like, oh yeah, not everybody's from the United States. Quintessentially American right there, Just forgetting about every other country. It's all about us. You know what? Maybe I've been listening to Trump a little too much. I'm just starting to realize it's about me. It's all about me, not you. Although, Dankley, you got an awesome name, by the way. If you're not from here, if you don't mind, where are you from? Because you just made me a little jealous that he is not your president. Although if you say Canada, then I will chuckle just a little bit. Are on the news that they took out a whole Russian battalion today on Ukraine. We are actually covering that. So, did you guys hear about the guy who infiltrated a Utah chapter of a white supremacist military group and managed to take a shit ton of data and give it to the feds? Yep. Yeah, I did hear about that. Oh, you're from Norway. Yeah, okay. Holy crap, yeah. You literally live in the country that's like the proto, version of what we are striving for, at least in the Bernie sector of our politics, where we're just like, can we at least just get the free, the healthcare? Because, again, I also have this weird thing where I do genuinely think that we can change the things that we want to see changed. From the perspective of, I've already seen gay marriage, become law. I've also seen, marijuana become legal. So there are tentative things that if we keep pushing, that healthcare, it could happen. but we really do have to keep pushing because the way that they just squashed the Luigi stuff, it was very, very quick. John Williams. Oh yeah, that was yeah. Hey, what's up, Kirk? It's not done, might be. This COVID's been killing me, but I just sent a sample. Oh, cool. Yeah, dude. I'm not sure if you caught the beginning of this, but man, I think I had it too. Funny enough. I was already kind of feeling like crap on Friday. I think I told all you guys that, and I got through it. You know, I think I did 10 hours on Friday, which maybe contributed a little. But man, yes, yesterday, I don't know what the hell was like. I wasn't like sick. I had the hot, cold. But the big thing I had was like I could not focus on anything, and it scared me. I was worried that it was going to last like 2 weeks here. Free healthcare has been declining here since 1980s, like the rest of Europe because of austerity, but it's still a lot better than the U.S. though, which I'm grateful for. Oh yeah. I got it from you through chat, dude. That'd be that would be wild. Nah, I know where. Like I think I know where I got it. It was just I was out and about and we had the party on New Year's, so it could be anything, but all I can say is it sucked. Free healthcare has been declined. Oh yeah, okay, I just got that. Yeah, I mean, you still have it better, regardless. Although we have a chatter here from Ontario, Canada. And he, you're loving the chat integration? All right, cool. Yeah, all right, fine. I'll keep it on. But yeah, he's from Ontario, and he was talking specifically about how his country is not only moving rightward, but they also are having problems where they have now private insurance companies trying to come in and convince people, that they don't need the socialized medicine. But then it all falls apart the second that they start seeing our bills for like pregnancy and just basic shit where they're just like, wait. Because again, nothing more elitist than talking about like elective surgeries. Like for instance, mine's not a cosmetic elective, but mine it would be considered an elective in Canada, where I have a rotator that I messed up playing hockey. And I never got it fixed. And now I just kind of live with it. And because I live with it, they would just say, yeah, you can continue to live with it, but we'll take care of it. Yo, you're in Ontario. Oh, see. Yeah. Okay, so he's spitting truth. I appreciate that. That means that I am now spitting facts. Woohoo! No, that's, it gives me a little bit of hope, though, that we can get it done. Even because even if it's starting to kind of like dwindle in your country, hearing about like your mixed system there made me go like maybe, just maybe, because it's for everybody saying it's too hard. There's nothing to expand on that would help that. I'm like, bullshit. Just expand the Medicare system and the Medicaid, like Medicare and Medicaid. Like we just pay. Like, we get that much more money going into it. So, lots of spitting tonight. Ugh, yeah. Tours. Funny part is, I have nothing to talk about with her. Even though I'm genuinely, wow. I am genuinely interested in, what's going on with her. Because apparently her podcast is doing horribly. And her 15 minutes is just up now. So, that's kind of fun. Because I'll be honest, that one was annoying to me. We don't have a mixed system. Yeah, we do. Yes, we do. No, and to say that we don't, because we don't have a mixed system in healthcare. But we have a mixed system of social, oh my God, socialism. Had a major brain fart right there. But yeah, dude, our cops, our frickin', our mail, all that stuff. Like, no. We technically do. Cut out the middlemen. I don't get why people don't see that with the healthcare. It's insane. And the fact that now Joe Rogan actually just had it where he got convinced by this shill from the insurance companies that insurance companies are needed because we don't know. Doctors don't know what's best for us, and we don't know what's best for us. The insurance people know what's best for us. Hey, Genie Bottle, what's up? Thank you for stopping by. In the 1980s... Oh. She made her money and ran. Yep. In the 1980s, we just started privatizing lots of stuff at the same time as we started to let in more immigrants. So that became an easy scapegoat instead of looking at the actual economic changes, which explains the rise of the far right in Europe. Yeah, that does. Also, actually, that kind of plays into your situation, Tree, in Ontario there. So, am I saying that right? Because I feel like I'm saying it the Canadian way, but if you want it to say the Chicago way, we call it Ontario. But no, because I know that they're trying to scapegoat the immigrants there. And they're also trying to, the cost of housing. All right, I'm going to just focus for a second. The cost of housing is a big one, and that's the reason that Trudeau is even stepping down in the first place, is because Ontario. Okay. You're not from there. Shut up, West Coast. You're from the West Coast. What are you talking about, Brian? Stop it. No, you don't. I don't know. I'm from America. I don't pronounce anything right. Oh. What? Oh, you're just there is what you're saying. Oh, okay. Ontario. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. I got Toronto down, though. Toronto. I mean, everything has to be said with a Midwest accent for me, so yeah. America, beer, 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 truck, truck, truck. Oh, God. Is it weird that I don't identify with any of that? Like, except for the beer. Sorry. The America part and the truck part. Yeah, maybe. Nah, I hate trucks. I think trucks are... Dude... I hate them as, like, a consumer, and I hate them as just somebody that has to drive on the roads with these idiots. Grew up in America. I've been living in Canada for a few years. Oh, cool. Congrats on getting out, Tree. Man. I am jealous. I am very jealous of that. You got family up in Minnesota. Did you know that Jesse Ventura back there, he was the governor of Minnesota? Actually, Remy in chat here is the one who got me that Jesse Ventura. One of my favorite gifts I've ever been given. For real. I was so happy to get that. Although now I can do this. Hold on. That's right. Just see the body, yeah. Didn't know what he was doing in politics, yeah. Tried to unionize wrestlers a little too soon, yeah. Writing was on the wall that he was going to politics, yeah. Dude. God damn it. Material's not on today. This is the part of COVID that I just know it. I just know it. It sucks. I hate it. I hope that this goes away soon. Kirk, for real, are you starting to feel like you're getting a little bit better? Because, man, I just feel like it comes and goes too, where like I'll feel fine, just completely fine, and then just boom. That's kind of how this stream has been going, and right there, actually. I think maybe it's because I thought about it, or thought about shit too much, where I was just like, uh-oh. I can't fucking keep my brain going. Oh, no. Jesse is my grandmother's sister's husband. All right. When I went to Indiana for college, people were confused by why I didn't sound like the Jersey Shore people from the show. Oh, you're telling me you don't have a little of that Harley Quinn in you? No, that is weird. Although, you know what? As somebody like who thought that didn't exist, because like every time I do business with like a New Yorker or something, they'd have just a little bit of the from New York. But I don't know, man. You meet a few of those the Brooklyn guys. Hey, you gonna come down to Brooklyn, get yourself a nice slice, eh? I met one of those guys where I was like, oh my god, you are a caricature. To be fair though, we have those. Like I think I mentioned this to I think it was you, Rome Dog, where at one of my very first streams you told me about your uncle, and I was just like, let me describe this guy. It's like this guy has got a old Cubs windbreaker that has stains on it from mostly mustard. You got the either the Cubs or the Blackhawks hat. You got a bunch of bent cigarettes because they refuse to buy anything but the the soft pack cigarettes. God. Yo, you can't do that voice. Italian Americans are POC. Oh, shit. Hey, wait a minute. I'm from Chicago. If you've never seen The Bear, I'm what do you go? I'm an honorary. That's just how it goes here. It doesn't matter. Oh. Don't encourage him. Come on now. Oh my god, Nancy Pelosi. Ugh. Is there anybody that's just more hateable? Like, left, right, at this point? Like, I actually hate to say this. I think that I do not like Nancy Pelosi more than Donald Trump at this point. She's hit Donald Rumsfeld level for me, which I'm not. I don't think I've ever made this perfectly clear, but Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are two of my most hated politicians of all time. When I was first coming up in politics, they were making a name for themselves, and it wasn't just the weapons of mass destruction crap. It was the we're just gonna keep doubling down on this and then pushing this weird ass agenda that turned into Citizens United. And also Dick Cheney literally shooting his friend in the face and then getting his friend to apologize was one of the funniest things to ever happen in politics. It's like, I'm sorry I was in the way. What just happened? You know what? We're gonna keep it going. 100. There we go. Yeah, just show messages. There we go. Sorry, Chad, I had to reset. There we go. The Turtle Man. Oh, yeah, Mitch McConnell was my number one for a while, especially during the last year of Obama, when he pulled that shit. Oh, we can't in good conscience be voting during an election year for such an important position to be held. But I have no principles. So, a few years later, we need to confirm this justice as soon as possible. And it was literally the month before the fucking election. Dude, you realize that Merrick Garland, that was like in March, right? Like, we had that long to go before the actual election. Yeah. That was wild. And yes, I hate that guy so freaking much. Why is this happening? Stop it. I knew I could make you do a Kermit the Frog impression. That was not my Kermit the Frog impression. How the hell are you going to call that a Kermit the Frog? That's nowhere near. Aww. Although, yeah, Mitch McConnell is No, he's I don't know. Now you got me thinking too hard about, like, who the hell he sounds like. Why does Mitch McConnell sound so much like Kermit the Frog? Garden is a POS. He could have done so much more. Yeah, dude. I mean, honestly, I hate to say, like, he kind of got what he deserved on that one. And then on top of it, like, being the AG, he's just such an ineffective douche. Where, yeah, he's done nothing. He's literally done nothing. So, oh my God, are you telling me that I? No, Biggie. No, dude. I'm changing his voice because he wants nothing to do with that. I do not sound like Jordan Peterson. He does not sound like me. Oh my God. I know Duke does a pretty good Jordan Peterson according to him, so hopefully coming up here we're actually going to have the bit of Jordan Peterson and Alex Jones battling. Oh my God, we need to do a rap battle. I think that just made it. Yeah, okay. Brian, you got your damn impression, all right? Oh, are you happy that you didn't have to pay me? Or is that... See, no. I still win this one. Ha! I did not sing the song. Actually, that's how I'll get you to pay. You have to donate $5 to my stream in order to get me to sing the Rainbow song. That's how that goes. I have to get better about this. I also, that's why I'm not, I hate to say, priority chat is going to start becoming a thing coming up here. I'm starting to learn how to do this from other creators, so you can blame them. I don't want to say too much right now, but had a nice conversation with somebody, and they're going to be a guest on my stream. Just working out the finer details of that, but just in case it doesn't work out, I don't want to say. What's up? Like Candyman, if you mention JP too often, he buns. Oh my God, that's funny. Wait, where the hell is JP? Yeah, I haven't seen him yet. Does that mean that no one will see my comments? No. Like, no. Everybody will see the comments on chat. No, I'm talking about, like, me reading out stuff and also starting to, like, pull topics and discussions from chat. I don't know, man. I like how I was doing it, and I'm going to continue doing it that way, but I'm kind of just letting you guys know. I'm trying to be completely honest. I have to start integrating this stuff a little bit because, yeah, I didn't know how this worked before, and now I do. So, no, Kirk, no one wants to see your comments. Hey, be nice. Come on now. Keep it friendly. We can all play I Spy. Oh, you can actually. That is kind of funny. You know what? Yeah, if things start going down or like getting boring at any point. Hey. Oh, wait a minute. You guys actually have an activity that you can do when I go piss. I've always been worried about that. It was funny. I actually made like a little screen for that, thinking, oh, we'll be super professional about this. And I was dicking with one that had graphics and all that kind of crap. But I took one poll and everybody was just like, no, we prefer seeing the pup and just, doing the chair stream. I'm like, okay, that works for me. Hence why, if I have to piss, chair stream. Although, you know what? It was funny. My wife was watching the last stream live, and I went up and she's just like, you have to see this. Apparently my dog was just staring at you, like the camera at you, and it was the cutest thing. Please don't share your opinions about Star Trek. Why? I I actually have a lot of nuanced opinions on Star Trek. And it depends. I could make this whole stream about Star Trek. I could. Easily. Trust me. I'm a Voyager guy, though. Star Trek Voyager. I know that the first 2-3 seasons are a little rough, but I still like it a lot. Because you gotta be fair. Next Generation also had rough first 2 seasons. Deep Space Nine's just a rough watch in general. It's not my favorite. And I know a lot of people love Deep Space Nine. And I like the station. I love like when Worf joined the cast. That was awesome. The Defiant's one of my favorite ships in the entire franchise. But I'm sorry, I don't like Sisko. He's too weird for me, man. He was a weird ass captain. Also, I didn't like his arc with his son, and then the whole him becoming it was odd. Nerd. Yeah, shut up. TNG is amazing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, especially like the Locutus arc is some of the best like storytelling ever. The introduction of the Borg, but that's why I would argue I like Voyager so much, but I loved Picard season 1 and 3. Season 2 was there. It was there. It was a little bit of television that I wish I had never watched. God, I just watched something weird that was actually really good. Oh, crap. Well, yeah, it's got Q, LeVar Burton, Dune, bitch. Okay, I love Dune. All right, I'll talk Dune with you. What's up? I've read Dune. I haven't read all of the Dune series. I stopped at Chapter House because I didn't care. I'll be honest, even getting through God Emperor, God Emperor, I think that's what it was. The 4th book. God, why am I blanking? But yeah, the one where he's the big sandworm. It was weird. I also don't like the time jump. Once the time jump happens, it becomes so impersonal because you get so used to the Atreides family and the lineage of it, and then all of a sudden it's about, Duncan's 50th Gola and Leto in Duke Leto the second in 10,000 years into the future. I was I'm out. Well, I can't say I was out. Okay, I finished. I wanted to finish that book because I was like, this is the end. And then they announced Chapter House. I'm like, I don't want to read this. I don't care. So, and I haven't read any of Brian Herbert's stuff. So, Butterflies in the Sky. I didn't even know there was more than 2, you nerd. Okay. Man, back in high school right now. Everybody's just like, nerd. Yeah, dude. Whatever. I'm a nerd. Yes, I like sci-fi. I love sci-fi. Which is funny because there's been a few chatters that I know Remy in here would be very fond of because they were telling me how I need to read Brandon Sanderson, and I was just like, okay, trust me, you're like the 500th person to say that to me, and there's one prominent person in my life that I'm just like, yeah, I almost feel like I'm betraying you by not reading this. So I'm getting to that point where I think I have to read the Mistborn trilogy. So is that what it's called? Mistborn? Either way, take a look. It was in a book reading Rainbow. Oh my god. Oh, you're doing the thing. Battleground Earth was by far the saddest. You mean Battlefield Earth? Or are you talking about the L. Ron Hubbard book? Nerds are cool. Jocks are jerks. No, they're not. See, this is the weird part. I was technically in the world of both. Like, I Mistborn. That's it. Yeah, no, I played hockey, but I was also like, I was way too nerdy, so I'm just, oh. Jocks rock. I've never understood that shit. Like, listen, even like on our hockey team, we all had different interests. There was one, guy on our team that he was part of like the prep squad or like the preppy kids. And those were the kids that we were all just like, fuck them. The Abercrombie kids. Oh my God, they were annoying. Ugh. I thought they were, models. Actually, one of them was. I have to give him that credit. Dude was actually like in Abercrombie, so and he trust me, he let everybody know about that. Was dating one of the hottest girls in the school, and then turned out to be gay. That's kind of funny. Y'all need to read The Fourth Turning by Neil Howe. Oh, I will put that on my list. Hold on, I actually have a book list. I am in the middle of reading Hail Mary. So, give me a second. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Project Hail Mary, that was it. Yeah. And I started reading that before it was going to be a movie, so I will take that credit. Thank you. Travolta was serious about that with his Scientology. I mean, dude, the fact that he made that movie was kind of crazy, and like it was the fact it was as bad as it was. Me and my buddies, we love watching bad movies. So we got high, watched Battlefield Earth, and holy crap, I was not prepared for just how bad it was. It's not funny bad either. Like, you could not riff on it. It was just bad. Boring. God, so boring. I also remember like Barry Peppers in that movie. So, us sharing a last name, I was kind of like, hey, look at that. Is it a good book? See, that's the thing. I never got it. I never actually like read Hubbard's like books because, at least that's the one good thing to come from, being in a cult is at least they shielded me from other cults. So, and it was so funny because they were like, that's a cult. They didn't make any, bones about it, which I'm not sure if you guys followed like that whole, like any of you guys followed any of that with Leia Remini and her whole thing and Mike Rinder. But I'm into following that kind of stuff. Just, because I definitely identify with it a little bit. Mike Rinder actually just died. You're right. It probably is boring. I haven't watched it in years. Yeah. Thistle for Eyes, Scientology is bad. Yeah, no. Well, see, that's the thing, Thistles for Eyes. I have... when I got out of my stuff, I started realizing how much I had in common with people that had left Scientology. And it also kind of scared me because I was like, nobody took me seriously because I would always talk about like the stuff that I came out of and they're just like, oh, that's evangelical stuff. I'm like, yeah, but it was the hardcore fundamentalist parts of the evangelical stuff. And again, it didn't help that everybody just normalized it. They looked at it like it was completely fucking normal. And to this day, that's why I get so upset when I see people normalize this crap. I'm just like, nah, we can't do this, guys. No. Check out Somewhere Underneath podcast episodes about it. Ooh, okay. Here, also I got a little notepad here that I'm putting all these recommendations in. That just shut down. God damn it. Screw it, I'll just put it on my phone. Alright. Somewhere. Is it spelled like that? Somewhere underneath? Like, is that like a name or is that just... Because underneath is E-A-T-H. I'm not trying to, like, correct your spelling. I'm just legitimately, like, I don't know anymore when it comes to podcasts. It's like, same with pep talks. Like, I could have spelled that wrong. Then you said the book. Fourth Ring. Sorry. I know. Just gonna... Neath is a god as part of the joke. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. You have a bot on you to pretend to... You just type I love Trump on Twitch right now. Why do I not believe you? And if that's the case, if he is botting you, then that means that your account's been compromised. I'd assume. I don't know. Yeah, no. Okay, cool. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Got distracted by that, because... No, I've, like I was saying, I have a lot more in common with the Scientologists that, like, although, one thing that does, like, get to me specifically about the Scientologists is how many of them went from Scientology and just ran to Catholicism or ran to, like, the evangelical Christian church. It's insane. Like, they didn't recognize that they were literally bouncing from one cult to another. Like, what? Like, I understand the need for spirituality. Trust me, I do. When I got out, I did Rastafarianism. I practiced Buddhism for a little bit. There was just so much that I was, like, trying to hold on to this idea of an idea of faith because I felt like I needed it. And then I slowly kind of got out of that idea. But that's where I'm just like, I don't understand these people that just dove head first into the cult-like freaking nature, especially the Catholic Church. How the hell they go in there and not just going, hey, because that's kind of what happened to me. Honestly, the military, the worst thing for the military for me, like, or when they were trying to recruit me, was specifically when, at that age, I was just getting out of my religion, so I was seeing, you know, the cult, like, structure of the military, even, where I'm like, wait a minute, you're telling me that you want to recruit me to something where you're telling me I'm not good enough, that I can only be rebuilt through this to be a better citizen and a better person, essentially. How is that any different than religion? Like, I don't know. Tree, where are you at? Both my parents had to escape Scientology camp decades ago. What? Oh, man, so they're SPs? Are they, Tree, were they, like, hunted down at all? Or were they, like, were they excommunicado? Like, how, I love using that term now because of John Wick. Sorry. But, like, what happened with that, if you don't, if it's not asking too much, because I do know that sometimes it's like, which is weird. Like, I do understand when I ask that in chat. I'm well aware that I'm like, they put it out there, so that's why I'm going to ask. But religion is the butthole of humanity. Yeah. It really, dude. Because, like, I also hate that disingenuous shit that people, like, tell me, where it's like, well, you wouldn't know how to love without, you know, your religion and Jesus, and you wouldn't know how to do any of this. It's just like, I hate you. Like, I can't stand that argument because number one, some of the most like knowledgeable people in religion are atheists, and I'm not just saying that because of me. Like I'm just, yeah, that's what it is. My grandparents had to pick them up after they snuck out at night in a car and they like fled the religion. Jeez, dude. That's crazy. Here, hold on. I gotta fix this. There we go. Adding this chat box is, it's got me a little distracted, so. But you guys wanted it, so here it is. Oh, crap. I feel like I need to fuck with the fonting, though. Yeah. I'll take care of it later. I'm glad they got out. Yeah, I'm glad they got out, because that's not good. It's just scary how much, like, the Nexium, I'm not sure if you guys watched that one, about Keith Raniere and the girl from Smallville, like Chloe from Smallville. It's one of the wildest stories, and the fact that it's not over yet. Like the fact that they had the second part to it where they went through all the court stuff, and then you find out that the billionaire backing it, who was part of the Procter and Gamble, I think. I might be wrong about that, but I know that she's the daughter of a billionaire from one of those companies. It's either Procter and Gamble or Johnson & Johnson. I know it's one of those. I think it might be Johnson & Johnson now that I'm saying that. Yeah, she all of a sudden turned on it too. So, but I think it's because she's trying to save face, in my opinion. We study hard for proof. Glad they got out. I've been watching the Tarot Moms on YouTube, mostly just for good vibes, but lately it's gotten so sad. The Tarot Moms, please enlighten me. Shit, I might have to look this one up. Also, Corvin, do you know if they're if I'm able to view them? Because I know that's not something that your average YouTuber really picks up on, but if they got a check mark by that name, then there's a good chance that I might have some problems. The wife of the leader, Miskovich, fled by hiding in a visitor's trunk within 5 minutes. That guy drove hours away without knowing. With her in the trunk, he opened it. There she was. Wait, is that true? That's how that happened? Because, like, I thought that Shelly was missing for... I thought she was, like, kind of still missing, but I thought she just popped... Like, she just came out and had her, like, first public appearance, like, in years. I only know that because of the stuff that I still follow. Actually, you guys can follow it with me, and you guys could probably catch me in the chat or in their group. I'm on the SPTV Facebook group. So, yeah, I chat as pep talks in there occasionally. Oh snap, Mush turned on Nigel Farage, says that the UK Reform Party needs new leadership. What? UK could go after Elon for election interference. Oh, she was missing after that. Oh, so that was her first escape attempt. Oh. Yeah, I know. I do know, like, a lot about that. I also know a lot about the drama that ensued. Like, so anybody that was on that Escaping Scientology with Leah Remini, they all hate each other now. Like, before Rinder died, I know that he had a falling out with Leah Remini and Aaron Johnson. And yeah, now they're all kind of vying for, like, whoa, I'm the top Scientologist, anti-Scientologist SP. It's like, you guys are so weird. They do readings daily on political stuff, but they've been predicting a huge Kamala revolution that just keeps not happening. I hope I don't sound sarcastic or anything, but legit bummer. Yeah, I know some people like that just in general. Oh man, that would actually explain a little bit of like the stuff that I was seeing on like some of these like Facebook groups, because that's pretty much all I use Facebook for anymore, is just following groups of a bunch of disillusioned, people at this point. There's a bunch of different ones though. Okay, let's turn on Farage. Oh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la. Every time I, ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la. Frickin' Back to the Future 2. Here, let me update this then. Trump loses bid to delay sentencing in hush money case. Where's this thing about Farage? Here. Oh, he did. Okay. This was yesterday. Musk stated that the Reform UK party needs a new leader, saying Farage doesn't have what it takes. Musk criticized Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips, calling them complicit in the... Really? Wow. Not keeping it TOS there, Musk. The grape of Britain and the grape genocide grape genocide apologist, respectively. Farage distanced himself from Musk's support for jailed activist Tommy Robinson, saying he's not what we need. Farage defended Musk's criticism of the UK government, saying that in public life, tough things get said. So does that mean... Okay. Because I don't necessarily know what's going on fully in the UK outside of, the new PM being not that popular. And that they were kind of leaning rightward. So, here. What's going on in the UK and why does he want you to cry? Here. We're gonna do this one together. I didn't even get to start. Ooh, that's still my opening screen. My bad. Here we go. Day one shit, dude. Day one shit. UK is having a rise in the right-wing BS too. So it's all over the world. See, this is what's scaring me, guys. Like, it's so prevalent all over. So... like, it's happening in Germany, it's happening in Canada, it's happening in South America. The only place it's really not happening is Mexico. Elon Musk went from supporting Nigel Farage and his Reform UK party to calling for Farage to be replaced. He doesn't have what it takes. One reason could be that Musk supports Tommy Robinson. I do know that Tommy Robinson's that really crazy dude that, like, he kind of makes Trump look, not racist. So, many of Robinson's followers are Reform UK party, and Farage has backed off deportations of Islamists. Man, dude, what the hell happened here where they're starting to, like, you guys all saw it, right? Like, you have heard it within the last, 2 weeks, that they're just, like, amping up the word terror. Like, it's everywhere on Fox News. They keep, like, Janine Pirro is just so, like, gung-ho now about it. She's just like, oh, I was waiting for this. I missed this. How I longed for the days where I could just use the word terror and be, and use it for coded racism and calling anybody that I disagree with a terrorist. Because, dude, this is literally what it, like, got me going, like, politically. This shit. Like, this is the... And a bunch of people into the 9/11 truth movement. Hey, IVOA, what's up? If you guys have not noticed, I actually finally have chat up. So, Musk likes the troublemaker Tommy, currently in prison for contempt of court for repeating lies about certain folk. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Does it mean to hope that Elon chokes on air? No. No, that would be objectively funny, too. Just to see it happen. You hope that it, like, happens in one of his Twitter spaces. Oh, if you'll excuse me. God, I don't even know. What'd that sound like? Mass carnage. Yeah. Kind of heard a bunch of stuff before I came in. I agree. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely getting a right-wing shift, like in general, like everywhere. Which is hilarious because this is exactly what Alex Jones used to talk about. Globalists. Like, they've been so busy calling the left globalists. The globalists. They're literally doing it. They're literally doing the billionaire one world order. Like, that frickin' they were all afraid of the Rockefellers for some reason because they're just like, cold money, instead of just looking at, this guy Elon Musk coming out and doing the same exact thing. But they're like, but he likes my guy. I'm okay with it. He likes my guy. It's like, yeah, but he's a billionaire doing the thing, right? The right tech scares me. Yeah, man. Like, it's insane. Again, just the fact that so many people are buying into it and just going with it. What? Whatever. I mean, you want to talk about powerlessness? This is it. And this is what I look like when I am completely powerless with it. Like, what am I supposed to do now? Like, am I supposed to... It is literally January 6th, like... Am I supposed to be like, we missed our chance? Even though there was never any shot with that shit. There was never any shot with any of this, man. Like, they fooled us. They fooled the right people into voting, which, again, I love the fact that they still do need us. That was always my favorite part about, like, the conspiracy stuff, where I was like, all right, this all makes sense up until the point where they do still follow the fact. It's like, kind of need them to vote for this to happen. I almost can't even care anymore. It's so hard. Dude, my empathy definitely has taken a shot. Because I used to be a lot more empathetic to even Trump supporters that were living, in the poverty range, and who just, I would sit there going, they know not what they do, trying to be very Christ-like about it, ironically. Where I'm just like, they don't know what they're doing, and honestly, they're misinformed, and what are we gonna do? Well, you know what we can do? Stop wasting our time with those nudniks. Like, yes, do we need the Republican lights or the Republican classics the way that Kamala Harris was going after them? Maybe. Not more than we need the people that actually, care to vote for the Democrats when they show some backbone and show that they actually care about getting some shit done. The fact that they can still just so blatantly go, do we need to do, like, populism? Do we need to, Bernie Sanders, he's popular, but he's calling for things that will make us less money. And I know I'm not breaking any news here. I'm just saying, like, this is it, and that's why I lose my my faith in the whole, like, we're going to change the system. It's also why I have my weird thing about, like, no, let's focus on the incremental change that we can actually, move in our lifetime. As much as I'm all for changing the system, like, right now, I'm realistic when I know that's just not going to happen. What goes on in America with MAGA, others use the same rhetoric and script, immigrants. I mean, dude, Genie, we saw it with the, God, what's his name? The opponent to Trudeau, Pierre something. But he came out and he was using literally, like, the script where he's just like, yeah, these these liberals, they had their shot over 10 years. They destroyed the housing market. We have so much immigration, blah, blah, blah. But somebody had brought it up where they're like, hey, you can't really do that. Like, you don't get to do that as Canada. Like, you don't get to do the whole, no, it's actually not Ford, Rome Dog. It's, God, Pierre. Shit, what the hell is his name? I guarantee he's like this top Pierre being Pierre Poilievre. Right? Yeah. His name's Pierre Poilievre. Poilievre, I say? Yeah. I did it. I'm not proud of it. I did it. It was low-hanging fruit. It was rotten. I ate it. I spat it out. Alright. Poilievre is in election mode. Yes. And notice how, like, and that's exactly it. We're just hearing about the right-wing candidate because that's exactly what we're now expected to have happen, where it's just like, nah, like, why even have a progressive candidate at this point? They showed how weak their party is. We know for a fact that the Canadian people are going to vote for a right-winger. It's just going to happen. So, calls Josh Hawley a populist. I sort of have to take a step back. Cenk is wrong here for sure. That's insane. Actually, you know what? That can take me into the whole Krystal versus Cenk thing. Because, man, I'll tell you what. I was kind of getting done with watching Cenk on anything anymore. Because we've kind of gotten it. You know, he's made his points, especially with Francesca. I thought that was the one that really did it. Where I was like, okay. This one's not good. Because he's just proving all of us right. You know, his shift is, it's amazing how he can't see it for what it is too. Like, the right is using him as ammunition to go, see, even the left is disagreeing with us. See, even the left has some sensible people. And then he's like, yo, and he makes it even worse when he disassociates, where he's just like, I'm not the left. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's really great for us, you know? Yeah, I'm fucking sick of Cenk's bullshit. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Yeah. I got this one piece of hair that's literally just like, it's so small. But it's just long enough to be a pain in my ass. Ugh. No, it sucks. I know exactly what happened to it too. This piece of hair got caught in my glasses and just like snapped when I took my glasses off the other day. So inadvertently gave one hair a haircut. It just happens to be the one that's just like, I'm not gonna pull it. Oh, Smoke Tap Out, what's up, dude? I'm glad that you can join us. Now we're just getting things kicked off. Hour and a half into stream. We were just talking about Cenk Uygur doing his thing. Am I alone in thinking we're not alone? You mean like X-Files version of We're Not Alone? Because not necessarily, but I don't think that it's like that. I don't know, man. I used to think it was as cut and dry as little gray men who are interested in our stuff, but now, after I've read enough about, like, you know, wait, cheers, I'll be back when I can breathe. Okay. Yeah, dude, hope you can catch my pep news. Nice. Schmookin'. No, IVOA, I'm actually kind of curious what you mean by this, because, I mean, if you want to talk about aliens, I'll talk about some aliens. But I'm also probably going to disappoint you a little bit, because, like I was saying, I don't think so. I don't think it's like that. Like, the universe is way too vast. But then again, weirder things have happened, apparently. So, like, we're here. Having this conversation. Literally just us be nice to people on the left bit. On the left a bit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, we are very, very rare. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm not sure if it's matching energy, which it could be, because I just recently had a moment like that in my real life. I talked about it on stream last week, where usually I'm very good about not matching energy because, yeah, it's that eye for an eye mentality kind of shit. And also just, yeah, sometimes it does feel legitimately better to just like kill with kindness, where it's just like, if someone's being mean to you, you're like, okay, have a good day. But that, yeah, I matched some energy last week, wasn't proud of it, but then I had that realization as I was walking out where I'm like, is this what's happening? Is this like why everybody's just so miserable and like why everything seems just so off lately? Is everybody's just like, you know, matching the energy that's out there, and then on top of it, like online, we're doing the same thing, which that's where I'm saying that with the left, where we are a little bit worse about going after our own, that's for sure. And I think it's because we are in this state of I'll just say dishevelment. Yeah, we're disheveled for sure. But we're all over the place, like, and think about this though, it's that divided, the divided they fall mentality, which we're too dumb to get outside of arguing about, Marxist theory, or not knowing, oh, you don't know this, you don't know that, blah, blah, blah. Well, you're not leftist kind of bullshit. We're just playing right into it. Meanwhile, they don't do that necessarily. Like, yes, they do it on, like, with the Elon versus Trump bullshit, but they're not having ideological discussions and then having these disagreements that splits the party based on those. Like, that's not happening, man. And that only happens, that hardcore happens in the left. I won't say it only happens. So I'll walk that back a little bit. But come on, let's not pretend that this is not something that is very freaking prevalent in our communities. Like, dude, I was seeing it in MR chat today. Like, on the Majority Report Live, it was the same shit. And for some, I don't know what the hell is up with their, specifically MIDI Doctor. I do not understand why they do what they do in chat, but Autumn Leaves and MIDI Doctor, like, man, they go after people, like, quickly. And it's not just doing the mod stuff. It's like, they go after people who say something that's slightly disagreeable, and they're like, nope. It's like, okay, that's power trip. They do it after the election, which is why they win. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. No, and that's a great point. But also the fact that we're taking our, like, the retrospective. We almost had the class consciousness moment with Luigi, and almost had a unilateral fucking message on the left, but then we broke it up again. Here we are arguing semantical bullshit. I honestly think that it mostly happens on the left, at least in terms of lasting effects. Well, yeah, because again, I'm not even trying to sound like a fucking uneducated douchebag, but I'm gonna go full Joe Rogan on this one. It really is those people that like got their poli-sci degrees, that read so much theory, and then condescendingly come up to people. Like, I've had problems with this with me, where they're just like, oh, you don't know this theory, blah, 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 you're not a true leftist. It's just like, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Like, I hate that shit. And you know what? Everybody else does too. Like, nobody interacting with our communities is going to take that shit. And then we're sitting here, like, wondering, why are we so unpopular out in the real world? It's like, that's why. And then on top of it, like, you can call him stupid all you want, but look at what Elon did. He called the base electorate retarded, and literally said, this is the reason you can't do STEM. Look at what happened. And the thing is he necessarily wrong? No. Oddly enough, he's not. We aren't educated enough to be, the top in, like, the top graduates in STEM. But again, that's for a reason. Somebody also said it at the very beginning of chat here, where they were like, no, they don't want an educated populace because having an educated worker is bad for them. Well, now they let the genie out of the bottle, but now they're like, oh shit, they can see that genie. And now that you got enough people that Funny enough, I think I just had that mix thing, Genie Bottle, where I was like, saw your name and it was like imprinted right away. Many Americans getting angry seeing what Trump is going to try and do. It's already happening amongst his own base. Like, you have people that, as much as we want to sit here and make fun of them, they do kind of, like, some of them do follow this stuff. And the ones that, you know, do engage, like, I have to say, the funniest ones are the ones that follow, like, Charlie Kirk and those guys, because, like, reading their comment sections been just so much fun. Because that's how I know. That's how I know this is more than just anecdotal. Where it's like, no, there's enough people in that comments thread for this to kind of pass that test, where it's like, nah, dude, I think that you're missing this, and I think that you are now, you're a representative of these same elite that they're talking about, because they were talking about leftist elitism, and then they were talking about, well, Ben is literally sitting here talking about the same stuff. Then you have a few people that are like, oh, what's going on with housing now? What's going on with homelessness? You're telling me that I could lose my house and then become homeless? So maybe I should start advocating for homeless rights. Like, I had that happen in my own life with somebody where they had that complete 180. I'm glad it happened, and it happened fast too. But yeah, I was kind of shocked. So maybe gave me a little bit of faith that some people's minds can be changed. Is it that the 1, 2, 3 bell curve meme? Not saying we need to ignore that, but it's just a starting position. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to educate people that already have leftist views when you attack them for not being left enough. And I see it happening in the most disturbing way, where it's like in Discord. It happened in the MR Discord with me. That's why I brought up those 2 mods from the chat, because I'll be honest, man, like, that community is kind of part of the problem. And I love MR. I absolutely love MR. I love that show. I love Sam Cedar. I love Emma. I even love Matt. Like, even though I disagree with him on a bunch of stuff. Lek. And other Matt, you know what? He's just, Matt Bender's cool. But realistically, man, like, look at the way that Sam engages with people, and then you can say what you will about all of, like, the Tim Pool shit, where it's like, this is why nobody invites you on shows. Well, you know, when he got called smug, immediately I went, yeah, I can see it. Because, like, he's very smug. And you don't win anybody over with that shit, man. And that's, like, unfortunate with Sam, because Sam is in a position where he could totally be, like, honestly, this is, I think the reason that I'm disappointed in Sam on this one is the same reason I'm disappointed in Cenk, where it's like, you're watching all the elders of the leftist movement, and then you see them communicating in such a disappointing way, where you're like, this is totally this is not effective. Like, this is doing the opposite. This is pushing people away. This is pushing people towards being dumber. Because, like, look at the way that, I know I've said this a bunch of times, so I might be repeating myself to a few of you, but the way that Matt Lett gets condescending about nerd culture, and, like, just liking anything too much, like, in nerd culture, where he's just like, yeah, that type of escapism, that's why people aren't engaged, and not seeing how condescending he is, not seeing the fact that he is a hypocrite too, because he, like, dude, he participates in capitalism the same way we all do. You know, he makes more money than all of us here. So when he buys his Jordans and his shoes that he likes, he's participating. And then what sucks is he is a hypocrite in the way that he refuses. He refuses to capitulate to that. He'll make up every excuse in the book without just admitting, yeah, I'm participating in capitalism. This sucks. Can never do that. It's actually FD Signifier just had something about that, talking about Hassan and the Lamborghini leftists. So those folks who complain about the deep state oligarchs that are in charge voted for the deep dark state of oligarchy. Then they complained about it. Yep. Well, yeah, they didn't understand it. They didn't understand, like, they don't understand oligarchy at all. Again, you have so many people that they don't even understand the term billion. Like, all these idiots think that they're going to win the fucking Powerball and be in that tax bracket at some point. Do you understand how many Americans think that way? It is disgusting. FD Signifier is great. Yeah. No, I love his stuff. I liked the whole him versus Vosh arc. That's how I got into him. Even though I like Vosh, I just thought that was one of the rare ones where I'm like, he's got some good points. I just think he's completely wrong about the Lamborghini leftist thing, because even on his own podcast, he then went on to talk about how his brother offered him a second house, where it's like, wait a minute. Like, he let it slip that it's just like, yeah, you got a lot of shit. What are you ranting about? I'm late. Oh, just the left attacking the left, and how being condescending to people is not the way to win people over to your argument. Which the left is uniquely tuned to doing. And I don't like unilaterally using that term, the left, without including myself in it, because I have been accused of that, which rightfully so. But I just think, yeah. Oh, dang, house number 2. I would just like house number 1. Exactly. That's my point. Like, that's my point. He recognizes that, and he recognizes, like, when he says it too, you see him walk it back, or he's just like, no. So, like, I told him no, but I do get it. And, like, if I do get a second house, then it's going to be for my friends and family kind of thing. It's like, so you get it. What the fuck, man? Because that's also part of what is going, like, that's another thing that's going to suck, is like our morals and our ideals are eventually going to crush us, because we won't be able to participate in capitalism because morally it's not right. But then we're not going to be able to actually support any grassroots movement, because we need to do that within the confines of capitalism. That is a problem. And the fact that it takes a stoner in his fucking basement streaming to go that, hey, that's a problem. Like, I'm not hearing this from the Sam Cedars. I'm not hearing this from the right people who, you know, as much as they begrudge even being called, like, the leaders of this movement, they are. And the fact that I just watched Hassan talking about that. I mean, oh, sorry, I missed somebody talking to me. I kind of understand Cenk's talking about what he says, Josh Hawley being a populist, but I don't agree with it on a different level. Well, he couldn't identify what a right-wing populist really was, and when he used Josh Hawley, I was like, really? Like, okay, because that's acknowledging that, like, the whole anti-immigrant thing is technically populist, like, based on that thought. But yeah. Hey, smoke a Tide Pod. Or Squishmallow. Oh, yeah, I could totally shout out Smoke a Tide Pod. Yeah, I didn't know you were streaming last night. That is awesome. I'm glad that you had a based-ass stream. Yeah, I feel like this one's not going to be called based-ass because I'm criticizing. Which, hey, we can't move on without critiquing a little bit. And I'm coming at it from a good place, like I really am. Like, I want us to be able to grow this movement. Like, badly. Like, that is something that I would love, and I'm running into this wall because we just had an election where we couldn't win over the centrists. We couldn't win over the center-right the way that, you know, Kamala was trying. Now it's even harder because we had the few things that we could agree on and that we could, you know, vote on together, but now we're right back to arguing, you know, both stuff, so, or like, the most extreme on both sides again. That's so kind, by the way, thank you. Oh, okay. No, I definitely don't support Josh Hawley or any of his points. Guy is such a dickhead, yeah. Oh, yes. Smoke. Yeah, Smoke was here, Squish. That's funny. Oh, okay, so you just wanted me to do a shout-out. Okay, yeah, here. How the fuck do I do that? Sorry, I'm still getting used to that. Shout out. Do I just type shout out Squishmallow? Listen. Please take care of that. I appreciate it. Because honestly, I'm not as versed in the... There we go. Okay, well, here, I wanted to get to this too. Krystal and Cenk. This is the last one. I swear, this is the last one. Because I'm so done with Cenk. I need to take a nice long break from Cenk Uygur. Which is weird because I did actually go back. And I'm at least following the damage report, where I can just catch it live, but I'm still unsubbed from TYT. I wish that he wasn't on the main TYT network the way that TYT Sports and Rebel HQ are. That would make it so much easier for me, but alas. Wait, can I? No. No, it still says TYT network. Damn it. Well, if you guys know a way that I can follow John Adirola and just his show, let me know that. Because he deserves some support, man. He seems like he's going through it. Oh, jeez. IVOA. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Brian. Thank you. Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. IVOA. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm not sure if it like comes across every time that you guys do that. I blush just a little bit. I get like the anime, the woo. For a sub. That's funny. Hey, be nice. Actually, Brian, you know what? Brian, you've been cool, man. I don't know why we're still giving you shit. Like you had one wacky, well, two. You had 2 wacky streams. And now all of a sudden it's just like, nah. We're going to just bust your balls for it. All right. So Krystal had on Cenk Uygur, and apparently it was a heated debate. So I wanted to cover that with you guys specifically. Did not pre-watch. Let's go for it.
So Cenk Uygur and I just started sort of talking about the they-them ad that Trump ran and a bunch of other stuff, and the conversation just sort of unfolded. So you're going to pick up here kind of midstream with Cenk and I already engaged in a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. So I hope you enjoy.
I don't want progressivism to be known as Bane from you know, Batman series. Yeah. Where we're known as the guys who let all the criminals go. Right. I'm like, where's the justice in that?
What do you mean? I was based as fuck, Cenk. You don't understand.
So my view, which is probably similar to yours,
I was just trying to seize the means of production.
Is like, right now, all the litmus tests, and this largely comes out of like actually the Hillary Clinton and the neoliberal approach to politics. All the litmus.
Actually, now that I think about it, Bane technically was the one.
Tests are around social issues in the Democratic Party. You can be pretty right wing on economic policy. It's not really a problem. You know, you can be very pro corporate. Yeah. I think it should be the exact reverse. I think the litmus test should be around economic issues.
Goddamn right.
And then, you know, personally, I'm like pretty left on almost every issue. But I have no problem with having people in the tent who are pro-life, who are pro-gun, who have different views on the border crime than I do. But the litmus test has to be like, fuck the billionaires. That's basically my view of the party.
Cool. Totally.
So where I get frustrated in the conversation is when like the South Moultons of the world are instantly like, well, it's trans people. You know, it's like, well.
Bane kind of failed his revolution when he wanted to detonate a nuke.
You know, if you're...
But wait a minute, was that technically Bane or was that Talia al Ghul at that point? Still, worst death scene in any movie ever.
From this is to like throw trans people under the bus. And you don't have, that's very convenient for the donor class. That's very convenient for the powers that be in the Democratic Party. That doesn't require anything of them. So I'm not saying those issues aren't challenging for the Democratic Party to deal with. But if your only instinct is to blame the left yet again when the left had nothing to do with this campaign, I'm very suspicious of that.
So I actually 100% agree with you. Thank you so much, Mac.
Thank you.
But I don't want us to live in non-reality.
So they actually were not really recording this. Wow, that's kind of crazy that this was one of their green room discussions almost.
And that ad didn't hurt us. When both sides said definitively, according to our internal numbers, it was fucking devastating, right? So,
it was both of them that both did it for Ra's al Ghul in the League of Shadows. Oh.
So
okay. I thought that Talia kind of manipulated him.
That's not the number one reason, as I said
right,
there.
But I think the thing for me is you have to ask the deeper question of okay, why did that ad hurt? Because why did that ad hurt? Because Bernie has the same position on transgender issues. Mm-hmm. But that ad would not work against Bernie. Mm-hmm. Okay. And the reason is because he actually, people are not going to be confused that Bernie Sanders' top priority is fighting against rich people, fighting for you. Yeah. They're not going to be confused about that. So you're right. If you're running a Kamala Harris, that ad's going to be a fucking problem for her because she doesn't really stand for anything.
Yeah,
and so people can be very easily convinced that oh, she cares about a bunch of bullshit that I don't support and I don't care about. But if you have a candidate who has a story that can compete with the Trump, the left populist story and narrative and credibility of actually fighting for those things, then you can carry some cultural issues that, may not be that popular.
So you could do the Hassan strategy if you, and I agreed with him, and that's what I would have done.
Yeah.
If you have actual policies, like you're saying.
That's right.
So you could, because then you could say, hey, this is a distraction from $15 minimum wage and universal health care, et cetera. But Kamala couldn't say it's a distraction from anything because she doesn't believe in anything.
That's right.
Right? So that's why I was saying the ad was a perfect combination of what was wrong with the corporate Democrats and the extreme left. Because the corporate Democrats stripped her of any real substance to run on, right?
Yeah.
So then all that was left was the extreme left positions that she took on into 2020. Right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
he really
that's
is doing this.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with it. I don't think you can say the ad didn't matter at all. But I think it's important to understand why she was vulnerable to that ad.
And but it's also not so this is excluding why we didn't play the same game with Trump. Trump does the same shit. Look at what he did with the HB1 thing, where he's just, no, I think HB1 visas are they're bullshit. I've used them, but I think that I've gotten away with it too much. We need to get rid of them. They're taking jobs away from good Americans. And then just flip-flops on it right here. I'm so sick of how we this is kind of what I was saying about the left. We micromanage our own, but then literally Trump can say anything, and they're just whatever, he's just Trump. He just talks.
Bernie Sanders or an Andy Bashir
I'll tell you, so I agree with all that. I will say that I think Bernie 2020 was more susceptible to it than Bernie 2016.
Agreed. Yeah. So we've been talking here to Cenk Uygur, obviously, of TYT and many other wonderful distinctions as well. But lucky to have you in studio today. And we, started talking and recording, so we'll just include that front part in the conversation as well. Great to have you.
All right. Great to be here, Krystal.
I'll give you the official welcome now. So you've been making a lot of waves.
I love to make waves.
You've been stirring the pot, sir.
That's what I am. I'm a pot stirrer.
Yes. And I was telling you, Kyle and I both enjoyed Jinxgiving.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We were listening to it on the way back from New York.
You either carry you either carry a cause for everyone being equal or you don't. It might be a losing platform. That's okay. The other side is playing by a different set of rules. My only disagreement there is that you need to start playing on the same playing field. I hate to equate this to hockey, but you can't win a hockey game just by constantly playing defense. You know what I mean?
One thing I wanted to talk to you about is I want to get into the stuff with you and Elon, and Bernie's chimed in there, and your sort of general approach.
Trust me, I'm a Bears fan. I know about this.
To the Trump administration, which, tell me if I'm wrong, feels different than how you approach things in 2016. We can talk a little bit more about that. And kind of emblematic of that, if you guys could put Cenk's tweet up on the screen, and we can use this as a jumping off point. So you said, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy who won. I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So there's a few pieces of this that I have some questions about. But I guess just off the top,
actually, I just read your comment about how Biden was he let out a bunch of people, but they weren't like murderers or anything. No. I don't think that was what he was talking about. I think he was talking about the Democratic cities, like specifically, I hate to say Chicago and then San Diego or San Francisco.
I think you and I both think that Trump is a fascist. In fact, I think we both argued with our co-hosts about this rather memorably. What makes you optimistic now that we have the fascist headed?
I wouldn't say that it's like it's like we're trying to complain to the refs when there are no refs. I wouldn't say that it's like that. I would say that the refs are it's the joke that's been there for the last 3 seasons. It's like, no, the refs just secretly are wearing Chiefs jerseys underneath.
Back to the White House.
Yeah, it's a couple of things. So number one, why did I call him a fascist? I'm very clear on this, right? Because he did a fake elector plot to overthrow.
Cenk is arguing that that trans people are the reason we lost, and that is such horseshit. Dems lost because they tried to figure out the cultural war stuff and didn't focus on pro labor more. Yeah, I hate to agree with like the mainstream take on it, but it is because they abandoned the working class. Like that's pro labor or whatever. Because like, you can argue that technically they didn't because they had they had most of the union backing except for the Teamsters, which, who cares about them anymore? Like, honestly, the Teamsters are the reason that they make unions look bad. They are hard to stand up for, especially like when you know the history of them too. Okay, here. I will take care of that.
The Democratic elections in 2020, right? And he said to terminate the Constitution afterwards. A lot of right-wingers don't know that. Like when I read him that quote, they're like, don't. No, really? And then they read it and they can't believe it. That's because he doesn't care about democracy, doesn't care about the Constitution, et cetera, right? So I have those same exact concerns. Those concerns have not left. But the one thing that happened in this election was that he won the popular vote. Mm-hmm. And I noticed right-wingers switching from, we're not a democracy, we're a republic, right?
Yeah.
To like, let's go democracy.
Suddenly free and fair elections exist, right?
Yeah. And suddenly they're in favor of democratic elections. So great, wonderful. Because my number one concern is that he's not going to leave office. I'm less concerned about that now. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong about that, and if I'm naive about that, then I'll own up to it, etc.
Let me just say though, so for me personally, yes, I continue to be somewhat concerned he won't leave office, but my issue with the fake electors plot and all of the things that he tried to pull during that time is that it was indicative of an attitude, an authoritarian approach to government.
Yes.
That doesn't just apply when he's trying to leave office. So, for example, he wanted to shoot protesters famously in the leg during the Black Lives Matter protests. And he, at that time, had some, institutions around him. And I think it was Mark Milley in particular was like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
My fear this time is he doesn't have those people around him anymore. And each of the institutions that held him back last time, Supreme Court, the Senate, the Department of Justice, the Pentagon, all of those, there's been a concerted effort to make sure that this time he is able to indulge his worst and most fascistic impulses. So that's why I almost feel like I've traveled like the opposite journey as you, where in 2016 I was more like, maybe who knows what we're going to get out of this. This time I'm actually more concerned, especially because you have that Supreme Court immunity decision, which really does kind of give him carte blanche.
Okay, so I'm going to get to the irony here, right?
Okay.
So why am I thinking the other way?
Yeah.
But first let me double down on what you're saying. Kash Patel's a disaster. Pete Hegseth is a disaster. I actually thought Matt Gaetz was a mixed bag because he is actually anti-war and anti-corruption, but of course he has a terrible personal life.
Yeah,
right.
But him being a mess might have actually been a good thing because he probably wouldn't have been that effective. But anyway.
Right. So the labor secretary is great given the Trump administration possibilities.
Given the limitations,
right.
yeah.
And then you've got the Team Israel, Marco Rubio, Stefanik. So I'm not in. other than the labor secretary, I'm not interested in any of this, right? So, and you're right, the Supreme Court has allowed him to be above the law, but on top of that, he has no accountability left. What are they going to do, impeach him? What are they going to do, arrest him? Right? No accountability, the brakes are all, and I agree with you, the establishment was a brake in the car, now that brake has been taken out. So what in the world am I thinking, being slightly optimistic? Well, there's two parts to it. One is the establishment being defeated. We got to come back to that because that's so important.
Okay.
But on Trump, the new brake in the car, and this is me out on a limb.
Bet right now? No, I don't gamble.
Okay.
Okay.
Is right-wing populists. So, okay, I can see you're grimacing. Okay.
Listen, I am, the show I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I love soccer. Mm-hmm. And, but I am also very skeptical that movement has significant sway or influence with Trump. But go ahead, make your case.
Okay, so I think that's wrong. So, number one, this is a different MAGA base than in 2016. The 2016 MAGA base was Trump is demigod. Whatever Trump says is by definition brought down to us from the heavens and will never be challenged. So I had no interest in that base, right? And it was filled with old school Republicans, some establishment guys, but not that many, but still they were hanging in there. Then they had the religious guys who were like, yeah, let's go kill everyone in the Middle East so Jesus can come back and stuff.
Like Mike Huckabee.
Yeah, but those guys have lost a lot of power within
placeholder
that base.
That's what I call that. It's the placeholder, where they a bunch of evangelicals have even come out and said it recently, where they're just like, yeah, you know what, we kind of think of the Jews as placeholders for the evangelical Christians because we're the real children of God.
So now,
guess what I was taught?
Within the right-wing base.
Pete Heggs, I'll let you finish. But Pete Heggs said Mike Huckabee,
no, I know.
Mike Waltz.
I really appreciate
Krystal,
that.
Huckabee is Team Miriam, right? So she's the one.
He's Team End Times.
Okay, yeah, I know. So Miriam Adelson got Marco Rubio, Stefanik, Huckabee, and Walz in.
Yeah.
Those are all neocons, war hawks.
Hegseth, too.
Yeah, and Hegseth with kill all the Muslims. I mean, I'm not unclear about that.
Yeah.
And I know that in a lot of ways, I'm in the crosshairs, right? But don't discount.
Wait a minute, is that the reason that he's going on these tours, is so he isn't?
The bros, okay? So the bros have brought in a huge new part of his base. And don't discount the moderates that are so sick of the Democratic Party that they flipped over moderates independents to Trump. And they're not looking to deport every human being in America that isn't, evangelical Christian. They're not looking. The bros don't even agree on abortion with the Republican Party, right? So, when you talk about Joe Rogan and Portnoy and all those guys, we have our disagreements with them, no question, right?
Yeah.
But those guys are breaking the car. If let's say they do what one of Trump's potential picks was threatening to do, which is deport and denaturalize and arrest Mehdi Hasan, right? That's a specific threat that one of the potential appointees had, right?
Who said that?
I think Mike Davis.
Okay.
So he was being considered for attorney general. And so, by the way, good news, he didn't pick him, but Kash Patel says things like that, Hegseth says things like that. I think if they go to do that, and this is where people you got me on tape, you'll say, ha, Cenk was so naive. That's when I think the Rogans of the world will come out and go, what are you doing? Really? I thought we were against cancel culture. I thought we were for freedom. You don't agree with Mehdi Hasan's position on Israel, so we're going to denaturalize him, a thing that doesn't even exist? No. I think they're going to say no, okay? And here's the absolute litmus test.
Okay.
On Israel, so Team Israel, Team Miriam will drive him towards war. Today, Donald Trump said that he's going in that direction.
Yeah.
He said that there's going to be hell to pay for the Palestinians and for the entire Middle East if the hostages aren't returned. I don't know what more hell they could live in, right?
Exactly.
But that's Trump saying, I will murder anyone on behalf of Israel, okay? And I will start any war on behalf of Israel. So am I right or am I wrong? We might find out instantly. Because for the moment being, they're saying, the right-wing populists, oh, no, Trump would never do a war in the Middle East. No way. But he's a tough guy, and he's going to threaten them, and he's going to get the hostages back. But what I'm trying to explain to them is, and I had this conversation with Rudy Giuliani at the RNC. Brother, when you say, oh, he's threatening them, so that's good negotiation. But what if somebody calls his bluff? And in the case of the Palestinians, they don't have a choice Because what Trump is saying is, in order to get the hostages back, Israel wants to ethnically cleanse and take half of Gaza. No Palestinian will ever agree to that, right? So Trump is threatening a giant war in the Middle East. If he does it, we're gonna find out if I'm right or wrong. Because at that point, I think the right-wing populists and the bros go, no, brother, I didn't elect you to be a worse neocon than Biden.
Fair enough, and we'll see. But I'll tell you why I'm very skeptical. Because we already knew Trump's record from his first term. Like, he was not anti-war, and he was extremely hawkish towards Iran.
But his base is anti-war.
He was very, pro-Israel. And so this was already out there, right? And yet you still had people like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard who were claiming he was anti-war, even though they had said, both of them, totally contradictory things previously. And also claiming that he's anti-censorship and pro-free speech. I mean, to me, that's just utterly preposterous. This is someone who wants to tighten the libel laws, who wants to criminalize flag burning. The Republican Party has launched a wave of bills across the country to crack down protests, et cetera. And so even in spite of all of that, they still continue to hold him out as some, beacon of free speech and beacon of anti-war dovishness. And so when I see that, and I see there's already been this, ability to erase all of the things that he's done in the past and pretend he is something that he's not, it's hard for me to imagine that dynamic changing. But we can put a pin in that, because we are going to see, soon enough what the reaction is going to be. Because I do want to get to this piece about the establishment. Because the other part that I have a question about here is you say the establishment has been defeated. And I have to say, even in the Democratic Party, I think they have been dealt a blow. I think you see that in MSNBC's cratering ratings. I think that creates an opportunity, a possibility, but I don't think they've been defeated. I think it's very possible we end up with Pete and Gavin, next time around in the Democratic primary. These people are very resilient. I think you have a lot of, affluent liberals who will think that they could be the answer.
So many people that literally think he looks like he could be president.
The problems, et cetera.
Oh my God.
They still have a lot of money power.
We not do vibes based anymore.
On the Republican side too, for me, the ultimate final boss establishment is the billionaires who rig the rules for their own benefit. And the billionaires have basically never been more blatantly in control than right now.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is a perfect example of this, but we can actually put this next element up on the screen, guys. Trump has the wealthiest cabinet in history. I think there are 6 billionaires so far that he's picked to be part of his administration. And so, to me...
But Trump's going to take care of me.
Again, this is the ultimate establishment, and they are fully in control of what's going to happen in the Trump administration.
Okay, one more, going back to Trump's problems and then the establishment.
Yeah, okay.
So I agree with you on all that. He's been hypocritical on every one of those issues, censorship. And he said about in his first term, I don't want poor people in my cabinet.
That's right.
He said, I like rich people.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So he's been trying to get into that elite club his whole life. So the idea that he's against the elites is kind of funny. He is, but only because he's jealous.
He's against cultural elites. Hollywood, academia.
No,
he's not against the rich.
True. That's not even true. He'd love to be in Hollywood.
Oh, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
And
that's
he
how
started
he
a fake university, right?
Yeah.
So, was he perceived as against the establishment? Yes, right?
Yeah.
So that's when
originally.
Is the establishment annihilated? No, of course not. Are they going to make a comeback? Of course. The empire is going to strike back in 2028.
Yeah.
But the empire struck back so many times. It struck back in 2016, 2020, 2024. And so maybe 2028 is, to extend this needless analogy, is the return of the Jedi, right? And so I'm not under any illusion that the establishment is gone, right? But was Kamala Harris the more establishment candidate? Yes, of course she was.
Sure.
Right? And so did she lose? Yes. And as I explained in another tweet in that thread, it's not just that Kamala Harris lost. Some Hillary Clinton lost, right? Joe Biden nearly lost. Mm-hmm. So it's not that. It's that mainstream media, which is the main weapon of.
Those pardoned Thursday range in age from 36 to 75. About half are men and half are women, and they had been convicted of nonviolent crimes such as drug offenses, fraud, or theft.
The establishment is now greatly reduced in its influence. Before, we could not get past them in a Democratic primary. Yeah. Bernie almost had it in 2016, but certainly in 2020 when he won the first 3 states, and mainstream media defeated him with their lies and propaganda, right? Oh, he's going to execute people in Central Park, he's a Nazi, et cetera.
Yeah.
So the mainstream media guys are the worst liars in the world, They lie way worse than even right-wing media.
I don't know about that.
Okay, we can have that discussion. I think you cannot find two bigger liars in America than Joe Scarborough and Whoopi Goldberg.
I mean,
okay?
but I hear you. But I also have been kind of blackpilled on a lot of independent media because that tenant media situation where, Tim Pool and whoever else were taking random sketchy money to put out whatever propaganda they were told to put out. I just, I don't see what has grown up on the right in the independent media space as actually being better than the mainstream press.
I totally disagree with you.
While
I'll tell you why.
While I feel like what I agree with you on is there is a possibility that exists now that didn't before. And so I feel I guess what I relate to in your tweet is I would say I feel energized.
Undead Banana. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Because there is a possibility that wasn't there, that is there now. I think the most likely outcome is that things continue to get worse. That's why I don't feel like optimistic because what
you have my deepest condolences. Undead Banana's doggo passed away.
What I see over the next 4 years is you're probably going to have, a lot of cruelty towards immigrants. You're likely to have, another inflationary spiral if he does, half of the tariffs he's talking about. You could very easily have more chaos in the Middle East. We're already seeing it. More brutality in the Middle East. That's almost certainly going to happen. Sad, you could have some giant crypto bubble as possible, avian flu. There's all kinds of things that I think could be horrible and brutal over the next 4 years. And I can't look at that. I would love to feel optimistic that, there's going to be a light at the end of the rainbow. And like I said, I do feel energized, but optimistic is just not, I would love to be there, but I'm not.
So let me agree and disagree in part.
Okay.
So first of all, I agree with your facts. So when we're talking about online media, are the Russians involved? Are there fracking billionaires that are financing shows?
Yeah.
Billionaire X and Billionaire Y, and do some of those shows totally serve those interests?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're reading the ads themselves.
Yeah.
So there's not even the appearance of an arm's length distance from the advertisers and the money.
I get all that and I grant all that. Okay, so why then, given those facts and more?
I'm really sorry, Banana. When somebody loses a dog, that hits.
Optimistic about online media than
you got my deepest sympathies.
Because mainstream media,
I hope that I can entertain you today.
And it's a prison you can't. In the past, you could not break out of. There's guardrails.
Cenk is a GOP Trojan horse. I don't necessarily disagree with you, Les.
You are not allowed to say things outside those guardrails. You cannot talk about how the donors obviously control all the politicians. Obviously, you cannot talk about how Israel obviously controls Washington and Washington's occupied territory. Right. It's so obvious. But if you say you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. I hate that prison. I despise that prison of lies that is establishment media. Okay? So now in online media, you got the Russians, you got this, you got wild and woolly, crazy stuff. You got people I disagree with on the extreme left, on the extreme right. It's a mess in online media, and I love it. Okay? That's the jungle. But Krystal, that's our jungle. Okay? So we started this jungle at the Young Turks, and breaking points in the Young Turks are in those same woods.
Right.
Oh, in the woods, we have to fight off the
real quick. It's really cute. He fell asleep with his bone just tucked under his
right, the left, the middle, the Russians, the Israelis, the Saudis, etc. Yeah, that's the woods, baby.
Right.
But we were born in those woods.
I mean, I hear
that's freedom.
I hear you, Cenk. I've seen too much. I mean, you know what the incentives are. The incentives are to feed the algorithm. The incentives are to feed your audience whatever they want to hear. The incentives are to be, ever more in your own bubble. And a lot of the incentives are the same,
Actually, no, I'll let this one go. The incentive is to be a shit stirrer.
Access-driven one.
The more that you have opinions that people disagree with, the more the algorithm pushes you. And that's why I think that, Cenk has made it as far as he has, number one, but that's why he's never pivoted.
And corruption-driven ones as the mainstream press. There's a reason why you and I didn't get interviews with Kamala Harris. Because she knows we would have asked her some tough questions.
Of course.
Right? There's a reason.
Who gives it?
That was the most tame, of course, I've heard from him ever. Of course.
About getting interviewed with Kamala Harris.
I'm just saying.
I am Kamala Harris.
A lot of people,
I'm not interested in interviewing a corporate robot anyway.
But Cenk, my point is that a lot of people do care about that, which is why, so much of right-wing media is just
Which is crazy. They were the first YouTube partner before even Philip DeFranco.
Basically sucking off Trump and whatever he says and towing the line. because they want to maintain that access. They want to maintain, their funding and their money, and they want to feed their audience whatever they want to be fed. And so, again, there's a possibility here, and I don't want to quash that. I think it's really important, and it excites me. In the same respect, like I'm clear-eyed about what a cesspool a lot of independent media, frankly, is at this point.
Happy West Coast 420.
And so there's, I guess, a caution that I have about it as well.
Krystal, nobody knows that better than me, right? We've been doing this for 22 years.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
So we started when the internet was a nice place. That's how old we are, okay? So longest running show in internet history, first YouTube.
This guy didn't spend any time in chat rooms.
You know all that.
Yeah.
So my point is that I have gone through all of those different things. It was not
a nice place even then.
I'm perfectly aware of that. I'm not at all naive about it.
I know.
Right.
Yeah.
But you let me ask you a question back.
Okay.
You and I both work at MSNBC.
Yeah.
So we've worked in establishment media.
Yeah.
We've worked online media.
Yeah.
What do you prefer?
Oh, definitely online media.
See?
But I'll tell you, Cenk, we've made some very specific decisions here. Which is, we don't do that.
We'll participate in this game. I canceled my TYT membership, and that was, it was like one of the first paid memberships I ever had on YouTube.
We'll never talk to an advertiser. We don't do ad reads. We, have tried to intentionally
Although
create
I need to go back to MR. I let my original sub lapse, and then I got YouTube Premium, so I started getting the fun half, and I just never went and got another sub or a membership from them. But I want to call into the show, so I got to do that again.
Business to avoid as much as possible, and we're still human beings, but as much as possible, some of the, the pressures, the incentives, et cetera, that I think have led to, most of the media ecosystem being not that great. Yeah. And I think, that's, I know you guys have made some of those choices in your own ways, not exactly the same ones that we have, but most people, the money's green, and, they want me to read this ad for, the ball coddlers or whatever it is, and I'm going to do it, and I'm not going to look into that product, and if later down the road there's some problem with the product.
Ball coddlers, they give you nice, soft, squishy.
I'm not going to cover it, because then I'm going to
little bit firm.
Have a problem with my funders. I think because we've made some
talking about beds here, people,
specific decisions here, it has given us a lot of freedom. But I don't necessarily see those same incentives, playing out across all of independent media, which has created, as much as I would love for us to be the model for everyone, that's not the reality of most of what exists out there.
Yeah, but so, Krystal.
If ball coddlers were like an object, would they be that spinning thing that cleans bowling balls?
I agree with you on all of that. Again, stipulate to all the facts.
I'm legit asking.
But at least we've got a fighter's chance in online media. Yeah. And what has our perseverance shown? TYT as a network, right?
Yeah.
It's shown that when you buck all the tides and you don't take the obvious money, you don't serve those corporate interests, and you get attacked by every side imaginable, right? Establishment, right wing, left wing, everyone has attacked us.
Yeah.
And yet we're still the largest. So now that's not to just to brag or anything. There's a real point in there, which is, yes, but the audience values the truth. And so as difficult as it is day to day, somebody lied about you, you lost a part of your audience. So someone else lied about you, you lost a part of your audience. But you still keep going and going and going. And those guys, they all fall off. They all fall off.
Daily Wire is way bigger than us. And they're, they're propagandists.
Yeah, but Daily Wire has gotten an enormous amount of money from corporate interests.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
So, but Krystal, that's in the short run. No, that's in the short run.
I mean, that's just,
Krystal,
that's just like new
person.
Establishment media. They're not bucking the system, right? They're just a new version on a different platform of effectively Fox News.
I know, but Krystal, I'm a business person, and I can see that those models are unworkable in the long run. They basically, what the right-wing billionaires are doing is they have a marketing budget, right? And their marketing budget goes to things like other right-wing media, right? Online right-wing media.
Mean, that's kind of that's the takeaway I've had from his media tour is everyone else is a liar, everyone else is bad faith, everyone else doesn't know what they're talking about. Only Cenk is right. How does he not play back some of this and go, maybe I am coming across as wrong.
I get it, and that's a big reservoir of money to the left.
But I sort of really don't agree with the vision anymore. That's the problem. Exactly. No, see, and he refuses to acknowledge that, which I know that it's easy for us to, like, especially in this group, to be like, oh, the disillusioned TYT viewers. But the fact that he just refuses to acknowledge how many memberships they lost, how many mods they lost, how many actual, like, staff members they lost, it's insane. Like, if anybody else was doing that, come on.
Doesn't
like any other right-wing platform, Turning Points USA. If they did that, they would they would go after that. So
at all.
Right.
How are we just supposed to
it's so
ignore
ironic
this? Chicago AF.
when they're like, Soros controls everything. Have you guys checked into how right-wing media gets financed? Okay. Let alone the fact that Soros hasn't helped us a dime, right? As far as I don't know about you guys, but not us.
Definitely.
Right? And so I get all that.
Squishball for the gifted sub.
They don't have margins. It's not a real business, okay? It's not a real business if you have to rely on, as Dennis Prager does, $23 million a year from right-wing billionaires, right? That's just a short-term marketing operation. Whereas building a real business where people actually value what you're doing, value the truth, that is sustainable in the long run, and we've proven that.
Yeah.
So look, the last thing on Trump, in terms of why,
and then I want to talk, I want to talk some about Elon. If you don't,
no, I don't mind at all. But like
minutes, right?
on why I'm not despondent as I was in 2016. Okay. So there's the right wing base, but there's one other thing with Trump. He loves being popular. So you got to get one decent person in the room to show him how to be popular, because I don't think he knows how. He's just grasping at straws. He's blind, right? He keeps doing it.
That is kind of true, and that is kind of true that the people he has around him are definitely like poised to make sure that, a Bernie doesn't talk to him. That's actually all right. I got to give him all the credit there. That's a good point.
A/B testing. He's like, okay, what's more popular, being pro-immigrant or anti-immigrant?
Basically,
he did that back in 2015.
Everyone is the asshole,
went on a radio
it's really
tour,
who is the
he's
asshole.
Like, pro-immigrant? Yep. No, that's not. Oh, okay, anti-immigrant. Oh, yeah,
Trust
okay,
me,
people like that, right?
I've had that awakening moment in my own life about me, where I was just like, oh, I'm the problem.
Yeah.
So, but paid family leave is popular. Healthcare is popular. Higher wages is popular. And the right-wing populists like all that. Anti-war, anti-corruption. Those are all popular.
Also, welcome to the program.
And the right-wing populists agree with the left-wing populists. So there is an area of possible agreement there that could get something done that the establishment would never do. The establishment would never be anti-war. They would never be anti-corruption. They would be never anything positive. So like, we've broken out of that prison, and that prison was the worst place in the world, and it was filled with nothing but gaslighting about the American people suck and the donors are the greatest, the politicians are honest.
I just don't know who is going to be that voice, number one, because his administration has largely been filled with, almost, with a few exclusions, I think the labor secretary is a notable one, but with almost all sort of right-wing ideologues.
Oh, trust me, we're going to actually cover Elon's midnight meltdown, because it was, I think he really is having a mental breakdown.
And number two, I guess part of what I'm grappling with as well is, if you go down the list of issues, I'm all for a horseshoe, and I think there are some areas there, to work with Josh Hawley or work with, it used to be Marco Rubio, actually was kind of interesting on some of the economic stuff, like Matt Gaetz also was interesting on some of the economics. All for horseshoe, working with elected representatives, et cetera. But if you go down the list, I think you and I are mostly ideologically in the same place. I'm sure we have some differences, but I think we're by and large ideologically in the same place.
Yep.
If I go down a list, I am on almost every issue closer to the Kamala Harris Democrat than I am to the Donald Trump Republican. Whether it's healthcare or wages or labor or any of these things. And so that's what's that's what's a little bit dissonant for me is, if we're caring about
Robin,
the policy,
you didn't miss too much.
Outcomes, I think I'm much more likely to get improvement, not the things we would want, like Medicare for all, but much more likely to get improvement on the policy outcomes that I would want to see from a Kamala Harris. So react to that, but also, are you saying that you're actively...
I did say that this is probably the last Cenk interview I'm going to do for a little bit, because I'm getting burnt out on watching him, and it's not that he's saying the same things, because honestly, even if he does, it's only maybe for one or two topics, because at least the interviewers like Krystal and also Franny, they really hammer him. So I kind of enjoy the fact that he's getting called on the carpet as much as he is, but it's getting frustrating just hearing how he's blaming everybody else except for himself.
Happy that Trump beat her at this point?
No, but
okay.
what I was going to say is, since I agree with you ideologically that I'm closer to the theoretical Kamala Harris positions, that's why I voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump. And I'm worried that Donald Trump, again, never called him a Nazi, never called him Hitler, but fascist is another word for authoritarian, right? And so, I'm worried that Donald Trump's an authoritarian, so that's why I voted, and he said to terminate the Constitution. That's why I voted for Kamala Harris. Okay. So now, having said that, now that he has won, I would have preferred an actual populist instead of what I view to be a fake populist, right? But now that he has won, there is a tiny ray of hope that did not exist in the establishment prison.
Okay. I hear that.
So last thing on that is, I'll give you a specific example. Paid family leave. Is Trump likely to do it? No, of course not, right? So, and was Kamala Harris going to do it? No, of course not. Okay. No, there's.
I think you had a better chance with her.
This really is a gross, like, playing both sides and not really like this is fence sitting, like.
No, I totally disagree. That's what I disagree.
Style.
The establishment never wavers. They will do what corporate donors tell them. Not 99% of the time, 100% of the time.
That's not true.
It is one.
My biggest problem with all these Cenk interviews is that with every interview that passes, he seems to lose me a little bit. Oh yeah, I mean he's already completely lost me on all of this. Anna too. As I said, I'm trying to support the network, the people on the network that aren't them. So I won't watch the main show. I used to be a paying member, not anymore.
100%.
But Cenk, I can give you some specific. I'll give you some specific examples from the Biden.
I'm at the let the American people have all the rope they want to hang themselves with Trump vision, but I do appreciate all the pokes in the eye Biden has given Trump, the like the $200 billion he sent to Ukraine and the EO base in the Continental Shelf Act that Trump cannot overturn. Yeah. No, I thought that was kind of funny. The stuff that
administration,
which is jabs on the way out were kind of funny. He already compared the extreme left to the extreme right. He's definitely going the both sides right. Well, okay.
Right.
Listen, I'm careful with that because comparing extremes, you have to be able to do that in order to have good faith discussions sometimes, because sometimes they do line up. Unfortunately, as far as like their tactics.
Antitrust, Lena Khan.
So. I'm careful.
The Wall Street Journal hated him for that. The billionaires hated him for that. I mean, that was a big pressure campaign they put on Kamala Harris to make sure she got rid of Lena Khan, etc. So that he was the most pro-labor president we have had in our lifetimes.
There's a song called that.
That is the lowest bar there is.
Of course, but.
Yeah, Cenk lost me years ago.
These are two areas where the donors did not want this, right? And his National Labor Relations Board, the general counsel, Jennifer Abruzzo, genuinely sort of revolutionary in her approach. They ended captive audience meetings, for one example. A lot of the decisions she made helped to enable this grassroots labor organizing surge. And so, that was a break from neoliberalism. Now he has destroyed any possible positive legacy with genocide in Gaza and all kinds of other things besides, and being so arrogant and not getting out of the way, et cetera. But he did break with what the billionaires wanted and what the donors wanted in a few key areas. And I think we are very, that is not going to happen with Trump. Trump has already handed so much government power, and this will help us transition into Elon, to Elon Musk with this Doge thing. I mean, Elon is not only the richest man on the planet, but he also has massive, multi-billions of dollars in government contracts. He's one of the Pentagon's largest contractors. And whether it's Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates or whoever, I, as a matter of principle, object to rule by billionaires, rule by unelected billionaires. And this is like the most clear manifestation of that I've ever seen.
So for Biden and Obama, what they do is a release valve, right? Mm-hmm. So they'll give you 5 to 10% change.
Sure.
And I would argue that Biden at his height actually did 15% of his agenda. So for Democrats, that's like record breaking. We're only lying 85% of the time.
Did you help on that? Did you help with that messaging? You really didn't. You focused on the union stuff, and that was pretty much it. Everything else was about doing the fucking we have to play the game of is he too old? Which, all right, hold on. I just realized what I was doing. I'm like, no, that's not fair, because he and that was the obvious thing. And honestly, like Cenk too, we should have been more on point with hey, you promised you weren't going to do this. You promised you weren't going to run anymore. You need to resign, or not resign, but you need to pass the torch. And we should have had a primary.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, so they say, well, look, we gave you a little release valve so you don't do a revolution. We gave you Lena Khan. We gave you a decent national labor relations.
Audience captured in hindsight. Oh, absolutely. I have no idea. I would love to know exactly who decided to make the pivot towards Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney in the last month there, because that kneecapped the crap out of them.
Board. Now, of course, we didn't give you the PRO Act. Don't be ridiculous. We're not going to actually promise.
But how many Democrats supported the PRO Act, and how many Republicans?
No, but that's my point. That's my point, Krystal. Those Democrats are liars. Right. They don't actually support the PRO Act. They don't actually support any of those policy positions. Giant, enormous liars.
Well, the thing that I'm actually getting bothered by is how we have this oligarchical crap happening where these billionaires are in power now, and he's still focusing on the Dems. He's still focusing on just how, like, I don't understand that. And then he's like, why would you say that I've had a rightward shift? What are you talking about?
So you saw it on $15 minimum wage. Oh, we're for $15 minimum wage. And Joe Biden's like, get it out of the goddamn bill, right? He said it in the first interview in the Super Bowl. He said, oh, no, we can't do $15 minimum wage. Why? And I remember talking to people in Congress saying, oh, Cenk, what are you worried about? It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed. Nancy Pelosi told us it's guaranteed, right? And what did we do? We forced a vote on it. And what happened? 8 sellout Democratic senators voted against the $15 minimum wage, including the 2 Biden senators.
And how many Republicans voted against it?
No, but Krystal, I stipulate that the Republicans are totally corrupt.
But are you? Because it seems like you're saying that you're more likely to get like something real out of them than you are out of the Democrats. And look, I'm clear-eyed about the Democrats. You know, I've been plenty critical of them in their many failings, but I just don't think that's true. And
is the blue check mod status still too much for you to handle?
Part of it is that Democrats get significant funding from labor unions, and that's a part of their coalition. And so that's part of why they're. That's part of why. That's part of why they have been more. I mean, they have just. The Biden administration in particular was pretty consistently pro-labor, and I think they deserve. I think they deserve some credit for that. And
we had to drag him to the picket line, and he finally makes it to a picket line. Everybody's like, "Oh my God!" A Democrat didn't lie 100% of the time. I'm not trying to say the Democrats
are perfect, but Donald Trump is a strikebreaker. Like he bragged, he went to Elon Musk and was like, "Isn't that awesome how you fired these striking workers?"
But Krystal,
he has been a union buster his entire cair. His first NLRB and labor secretary were horrendous. But it kind of feels like you are.
No. Look, let's be super clear about it.
Yeah.
Right? So if you say to me, establishment Republicans suck, I agree 200%. But the Republican populist base that elected Trump did a revolution against Mitch McConnell. Did a revolution against that establishment.
Because he was anti-Trump, not because of his corporate whatever. Trump passed the biggest tax cut for people ever.
Nevertheless, the establishment Republicans are defeated and humiliated, and I love it. Okay,
I don't think they are, Cenk. Marco Rubio is Secretary of State.
But let's see what happens with the right-wing base when he goes to start that war. We're going to find out.
Yeah.
So here I'll give you 2 specific examples.
Okay.
Number 1, on paid family leave. Mm-hmm. Neither one of them is likely to do it. And no, I'm not thinking that everything is rainbows and sunshine and, oh my God, Trump's going to be amazing. No, he is more likely to do what he has done in the past. And what he has done in the past is bad to terrible. Okay?
Correct. Yes.
So I've got that at about 75%. Everyone else has it at 99 or 100% that is on our side, right? And I think that is wrong. I think there's a 25% chance that right-wing base and his desire for popularity makes a difference. I think with corporate Democrats, you would have never, ever gotten paid family leave, even though it polls at 84%. They're enormous liars. All they have to do is introduce it and it passes, right? So the fact that they know that they can just introduce it and have it pass, and they won't do it anyway, shows you they are hopeless. They are 100% donor-driven, and every once in a while, release valve. Okay, so on the pressure, but on the Republican side, If you convince Donald Trump that paid family leave will make him more popular, he'll do it overnight. Because he doesn't care about Mitch McConnell. There's a bunch of
right-wing ideologues around him. I mean, this is the thing. It's
I know there's ideologues, but then what are you going to do? Give up hope?
You just can't. You just can't. No, but you have to be.
And then let's talk about the Pentagon.
No, but let's talk about the Pentagon, because I do think that's an interesting point of conversation. If I look at how many Democrats support the PRO Act and how many Republicans, if I look at how many Democrats support paid family leave and how many Republicans, I'm not saying the Democrats are great, but I am saying that release valve is vastly superior to, with Trump, you're going to get some level of extremely cruel border policy, which is going to cause unbelievable pain to a number of people. You are going to probably get West Bank annexation and more brutality in the Middle East. And so I just can't sort of, I'll have a hope and a prayer that maybe something positive will come out somewhere. Like, I'm just clear-eyed about, I think there's going to be a lot of pain and cruelty and unnecessary suffering caused by this administration.
I mean, dude, I just used Gaza for that one, where I was just like, no, his policies on Gaza are so much worse that this is going to create so much of a worse situation.
That's why it's hard for me to relate to like a sense of optimism about the possibility. Even as, again, I'm all for a good horseshoe. If there's an issue, Bernie Sanders has done this also, working with, I think, Josh Hawley on stimulus checks. Like, do it, great, get what you can. But also, like I said before, I think what's likely to happen, the most likely outcome is just things are going to get overall worse. And that's kind of where I am.
Look, I don't know how many times I can repeat it before people believe me. I know.
You're great point here. Honestly, I feel like Cenk is trying to be the bigger guy and he's missing a bunch of points doing that. Exactly. His Charlie Kirk debate, or his Charlie Kirk appearance, I can't even call it a debate, that was the perfect encapsulation of that.
Donald Trump has done terrible things in the past. That's why I fought tooth and nail against him in all of the elections. Right?
Yeah.
I know what is more likely. I know how awful the Republicans have been in the past.
Right.
Okay, the only point of disagreement is I think some of those right-wing voters are not as horrific as you think they are.
Oh, I don't think the voters are horrific. I don't think that at all. I think that there is no track record of them, constraining Donald Trump, holding him to account. He has become the central figure in the Republican Party. And, however he wants to spin things, whatever case he wants to make, what I have seen is people consistently, even in this era, even with new parts of the coalition, et cetera, I have seen them fall in line. And that's where the RFK Jr. and the Tulsi example comes in.
I get it. So if I said to you, who is more likely to cut the Pentagon? Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump?
None.
Okay.
I mean, Donald Trump increased the defense budget every year that he was in office.
Of course, and he bragged about it.
Yes.
Okay. So I agree that none of them are likely to cut it. But with Trump, because of his right-wing base and his desire for popularity, I have it at possible. With Biden and Harris, it had a 0% chance because they work for the goddamn donors. They would never.
Okay. What the fuck is he? How can you say that when Donald Trump, with the Elon Musk angle, with the knowing that he was going to do this, we're still, like, I understand it. Trust me. I understand wanting to get the donor class out of the Democratic Party, but that's just not going to happen. Not with Citizens United being a thing. This is what I was talking about with playing the game within the and actually playing. Like, you can't do this, dude. You can't play half of a game and expect to win.
The military.
But so does Trump.
Yeah.
Cenk,
so look,
he went to oil.
Thank you, Krystal, for fuck's sake.
And was like, give me $1 billion and I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Honestly, he's also kind of stepping on his own arguments from before, where, like, how we need to kind of open up to the right and how we need to.
You don't have to convince me of that.
So that would just close off to the fucking Democrats? No, this sounds like, honestly, this does sound like it's you trying to get people more disaffected with the fucking left, more disaffected with the Democrats, and then maybe see some sensibility in some things that Trump does. Because honestly, what's the other play here? I'm very confused.
What's on crypto?
Crypto's going to be a disaster. You don't have to convince me of that. But here's, let me see if I can break through one last time.
Okay.
So if Biden said, if Kamala Harris had won and she developed a conscience, which is nearly impossible, and said, you know what, this Pentagon is bloated. Look at all this fraud and abuse. They can't find $400 billion. That's it. I'm cutting $200 billion from the Pentagon. even if she had done that, which had a 0% chance, the Democrats would have stopped her. Not just the Republicans, but the Democrats would have found a way to stop her and not allow her to cut the Pentagon. So there was no hope at all.
I just need a wealthy benefactor. Let's get Sake Tanuki into this chat.
Black hole of hope, okay?
That's my big goal. Get Tokyo Hans or Sake Tanuki.
If the Republicans go to stop him, if he goes to cut the Pentagon, they won't be able to. If Mitch McConnell goes and Rick Scott goes, you won't cut the Pentagon. Trump, like, what did you say, bitch? Okay? I mean, Mitch. Okay, right? And Mitch McConnell will be like, oh, I'm so sorry. We're cutting the Pentagon. Everybody, we're cutting the Pentagon. Because Trump has them bullied. That is another advantage of Trump, that he could bully the establishment,
so
the grotesque establishment.
So
that
his
has led
sort of
to all
authoritarian
of
tendencies, jiu-jitsu move,
jiu-jitsu,
end up being a benefit. Is your position. We will see. I do want to just quickly, because we've already gone on a long time. I don't want to keep you too long.
I don't know, Les. I mean, they keep saying that the money is missing.
But I do want to.
I mean, I think it was as simple as it was spent.
I talk a little bit about the Elon thing, and we can put up the Bernie Sanders tweet.
This isn't
you
like
had done
the missing money with Jill Stein.
You would like reach out to Elon, like, hey, I'll help you cut the Pentagon budget if you're serious about this. Bernie Sanders says something similar. Elon Musk is right. The Pentagon just failed its 7th audit. That must change. Blah blah blah. Obviously, I would like to see the Pentagon's budget cut. I will tell you, like I said, I am all for working with the elected representatives, as Bernie has done in the past with Josh Hawley and others on areas of agreement. Totally fine with. Maybe my core litmus test, and you and I were talking about this before, like if I was to design the Democratic Party
Trump can also say that we were going to fund the Pentagon more and bully to get it through.
The litmus test would all be around economics, and there would.
I don't know, because honestly, the Pentagon thing. You know that Elon is like pissed off because like I kind of thought about this. I think he's mad because like they have a budget of trillions of dollars, way more than he is worth. So he sees that and he's just like, are you telling me that there is somebody that has more power than I do because they control a pocketbook that is more extensive than my own?
Would be a larger tent around cultural.
That just will not do.
Issues, even as I, personally have mostly lefty issues on positions on cultural issues.
Yeah, okay, Cenk, but the world's richest mother effer is now a whisper away from being the U.S. president.
Pretty core litmus test for me is we shouldn't be allowing unelected billionaires to effectively run the government. And so on this particular issue, I do come down in a different place than you, because I think this project
I didn't realize that like his first stop was her.
Elon Musk, richest man on the planet, one of the Pentagon's largest contractors, who's embroiled in all sorts of regulatory disputes around labor violations and environmental degradation and SEC violations, giving him carte blanche to remake the government however he wants to. Like, just out of principle, I think that's a project overall that should be opposed.
Yeah, so totally agree, but that's not where we are. So let's talk about the agreement, and then let's talk about what to do going forward.
Okay.
So this is what I told the Republicans and the right-wing voters and the independents before the election. Look, Donald Trump openly brags about his corruption. He goes, I used to be against electric vehicles, but then Elon gave me a very strong endorsement.
Right,
so now I'm
so here we are, yeah.
I'm like, you just admitted that you are the swamp, right? And so, and he brags about, Sheldon Adelson gave me a strong endorsement back in 2016 and 2020.
Okay, you can say this now,
million.
but then you're somehow going to pivot and like make it seem okay. Like that's what you've been doing. That's why we're all mad at you.
$1 million in both races, right?
Yep.
So he said, so I moved the embassy for him. You just admitted that you gave U.S. foreign policy to a donor. And he's now done that with Miriam Adelson. He's saying, I'll start any war Israel wants because Miriam gave me $137 million.
Yep.
On TikTok, he was even more brazen. He was like, I was against TikTok, tried to get a ban, but Jeff Yass gave me a strong endorsement.
That's right. Crypto, same deal.
Yeah, and so now I'm for TikTok, right? So he admits his corruption in spectacular fashion. It's unbelievable. Would I allow Elon Musk in an ideal world to basically have power over at least half the government just because he's one of the top donors to Donald Trump? No, I don't want billionaire donors in charge of the government, right? So that is clear and obvious. And I hope one day right-wing populists finally realize, maybe billionaire donors aren't our friends. Maybe that they're rigging the rules not to our benefit, but to their benefit, right? So I understand and stipulate to all, but nevertheless, Trump won, and here's Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are going to be in charge of this.
Billionaires,
who are going to be in charge of this department, whatever the hell this department is, which is really the whole government, right?
Right, that's right.
And so I say half the government, but it's not. It's the whole government. And so how do I make the best of it? Well, we've always wanted to cut the Pentagon, right? So if they're looking to make cuts, I suggest the idea of cutting the Pentagon. Now, normally that's where it would end.
Fast forward not even a month, and he's courting Elon on Twitter because Elon liked one of his tweets.
Especially if I said that to Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
That's another problem, is he really is a whore for that attention, where it's just like the second that he got that, attention from the billionaire, and then you can go back to any like past show where he was making fun of that shit, where he's just like, somebody added Elon, and that's how we have cat turd.
So he'd be like, get out of here, you loser online media.
But then he's just like, did you see I was platformed by the world's richest man?
Populist loser.
They wouldn't
no
even
way.
notice.
No way, right?
Joe Biden doesn't know how to log into Twitter.
Yeah, so they'd be like, no way. They'd go and give a general a handy. That's and be like, oh no, don't worry, General, don't worry. Joe Biden's here to protect you, right? And so would Mitch McConnell, so would every dirtbag Republican, right? So, but here, Elon Musk and Donald Trump Jr. said, maybe we do that, right? Maybe
Genie Bottle, I think the problem with that is a lot of them are under government contracts. Like I don't think they have to disclose every government contract that they have, but I think most of them do. Because when you're saying, I would cut all tax funding that goes to companies who have private ownership, Musk would lose a lot of funding, and many tech companies and fuel producers not under government contract.
Then I suggested a conflict of interest rule where the
private ownership
generals
part.
can't be
Sorry, I kind of read the back half.
Go work for defense contractors afterwards, right? And why did Elon? This is the important part I'm trying to get through to you guys.
Yeah.
Why did Elon and Donald Trump Jr. go, all right, Cenk, attaboy? Not a thing they would.
The military budget's the easiest one, where it's just like trillions of dollars, and dude, we're missing billions, hundreds of billions of dollars has just gone missing. We don't know where it went.
Because
and they don't have to really tell us, which is messed up. And here we are arguing about like the entitlement program that costs maybe $150 million, which is legitimately a fraction of the billions that are like, it's insane. And then Elon legit could fund this country. He could. Like, it's insane that he doesn't.
They like saying even lefty Cenk Uygur agrees with the Department of Government Efficiency. That's why.
And so, Krystal, I totally get that.
Yeah.
And I understand that that's part of their motivation.
Yeah.
But the main motivation was not that. The main motivation is because on X, they could see all of their base going, yes.
Whatever happened to the ethics new admin transition stuff they were supposed to sign? Well, the word ethics is in it, so.
Yes.
Because their base also likes even lefty Cenk Uygur is on board with the Department of Government Efficiency. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where Bernie's coming from of like, listen, this is the world and we have to deal with it and we're going to get what we can get. If you're talking about an elected representative, I am 100% on board with all of that. With this specific project, I think it's dangerous to normalize giving billionaires this level of control over the government. And
thank you.
Your willingness to engage with it, which again, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not saying like you're bad or evil or like whatever for doing it. But I think this level of engagement gives this project of total billionaire control over the federal government a sense of bipartisan legitimacy and creates the appearance that genuinely beneficial things are going to come out of it, when I do not think that genuinely beneficial things are going to come out of it overall, even if there are things that they cut that you and I would both be like, okay, that's fine that they cut that. Because look, Elon Musk, he is himself one of the largest Pentagon contractors. He has all of these massive conflicts of interest. This is a project like any, normal like Koch brothers type right-wing project to strip the capability of the government so that it's less able to regulate and constrain robber barons like Elon Musk or any other of the billionaire class that has rigged the economy. And so that's why in this specific instance, I think it's more important to just oppose the project outright and try to explain to people why this is a really pernicious development in our nation's history, versus giving it some credibility by being like, oh, look, they might do some good things and they might work with me on this or that proposal.
So totally agree, totally disagree.
Okay.
The part I agree.
Yeah, if I had to tier this one, so far I would actually put her as number 2 with Franny being number 1.
It's a pernicious project. I don't want to validate billionaires running the government, donors running the government. That was the problem with the establishment in the first place.
I have to admit, I only hear the TYT stuff here, but his baloney makes me think of how CNN panicked because of low ratings and tried to pivot right. Yeah, Yeah, and guess who was the first one to report on that? And I mean, be like ardent about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And yes, Elon Musk has enormous conflicts of interest, not just with the Pentagon.
We're circulating that Justin Trudeau can be heard in his office. Locked himself in his office and can be heard crying.
He wants to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Why? Because they're the cops on Wall Street.
And the NLRB.
And why do they
Welcome
want
to
to
the
get rid of
stream.
that? Because it serves
Because it
his
constrains
billionaire
him.
interests,
Yeah.
right? So I hope to God, I know it's a tough task,
Yeah.
but get the right-wing populists to realize he's another donor. Wake up, he's a donor.
Populists like
and he
they
wants to
are
get
the same thing as our left-wing populists, and we will all magically come together on these things that are the populist ideas. When you ask them what right-wing populism is, and they're just like, immigration bad.
rid of the cops that are
You are
regulating
just so far
him,
off with that
right?
shit, Jake.
And so some
He
people,
wants to defund the police.
Yeah.
Just the white-collar police.
That's literally the analogy I use. He wants to defund the police on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Right? And so and some people online think, oh, Cenk, are you going to call him out on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Of course! Consumer Financial Protection Bureau saves $20 for every dollar we spend on it. They get back $20 billion for every $1 billion we spend. But not only that, the $20 billion is money that the bankers stole from us, right? And they admit that they stole it, and that's why they pay those fines, et cetera. So it's actually the best part of the government. I agree with all of that. But they are in charge. We did lose. So, like, on immigration, I agree with you. They're going to do some awful things on immigration that I don't agree with.
Yeah.
But the voters did kind of vote for that. Okay?
Oh, no,
and we
you
have
got
to be
rotting wood problems. Oh, that sucks.
Isn't
Yeah, I've been dealing with that with a deck outside that I thought I took care of it, but I found more rotting wood like right after I just paid to have all of my stuff fixed.
No,
right?
I know.
But the voters didn't vote for a giant war in the Middle East. They didn't. They voted against that. Not
I hope it's not in your house, and I hope it's in no like major areas
for that. Right? The voters did vote against corruption at large. Yeah, maybe they got misdirected by Trump, right? But they still hate corruption at their core. So,
by the way, guys, I don't know who here needs to hear this, but Monday Night Raw on Netflix starts in 3 minutes.
You can make them see the corruption. Now, in the midst of all of that, though, if you say me, Ro Khanna, and Bernie Sanders shouldn't legitimize this and instead should go, hey, you know what? Cut Medicare and Medicaid first. Don't worry about the Pentagon. Don't worry about the conflicts of interest. Don't worry about cutting the Pentagon. Cut the best parts of the budget first. No.
I guess where you and I disagree
really?
is I just do not believe that they actually are serious about like any positive like I don't believe they're going to cut the Pentagon, period. And so that I think that may be partly why I come down in a different place, but also my position really is that with this particular project, because it is so pernicious to just give carte blanche to a group of billionaires with massive conflicts of interest, like some of the largest conflicts of interest you can imagine, I think to me the most important approach to that is just to oppose it. But I understand where I get.
Yeah, landlords suck.
Where you're
I don't watch wrestling since the 90s. Well, hey, today's a good day to get in.
coming from.
And I want to address
We got CM Punk versus Seth Rollins. We got two of my favorites.
something to do with
Yeah,
this. Can I?
sure.
Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists.
Oh,
it
you
is
like
now
Hulk. See, this is the thing. I never liked Hulk Hogan.
your
I was always a Macho Man guy.
job to prove Krystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So she doesn't believe you. And by the way,
do the
almost
impression,
no
but,
one on the left,
do
other
this.
than me and Anna, believe you guys that you actually want to cut the Pentagon and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So are you going to prove the left wrong, or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Krystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist and say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys were liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption, and they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't really believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. They
The fact you said and Virgil, I love it.
said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it.
Hexa.
We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years,
KYD.
4 years,
Hell yeah, man.
and we're going to keep doing a check. So if right-wing populists are frauds, I'm going to say, Krystal, you were right. There were frauds all along, okay?
Well,
but I don't think so. I think they actually mean it.
Let me just say, we already have some examples. So I'll give you one, and then we can
mankind.
wrap things. I'll give you the final word, and we can wrap things up here.
Yes, I'm a huge McFoley fan. So the Three Faces of Foley.
But RFK Jr. put in at HHS or nominated to be put in at HHS, talking a big game about getting bad stuff out of the food system. I agree with you, agree with that, taking on big ag, et cetera. Trump just put in at the FDA for the USDA and at the FDA a Brooke Rollins, who's a total corporate, big ag. She'll be ag.
I don't know about that. If they cut the military budget, they at least have to put the military to work on infrastructure and conservation corp type projects. I mean, the tollway system in the United States was pretty much built by the military, so you're not wrong there. But again, I don't know how that works.
Secretary, big ag shill. Now, RFK had come with a list of here's who I want to help me in my project. And he's like, nah, I'm going to go with the lady who's going to be friendly to big ag interests. Have you heard a word? Have you heard RFK Jr. come out? Have you heard any of his followers come out and be like, oh my God, they're going back on Maha already? No.
Genie bottle. Sorry, I got to read this one. Wrestling is fixed. Yeah. It is entertainment only. Yeah. Good guy versus bad guy. Yeah. Who wins? We don't know. That's the nice part, because it could, one of my favorite things ever explained about wrestling was just my favorite part about wrestling is that you can have a match that has been built for over 2 years, and then at the very end, somebody runs in and wins the match who wasn't even on the card.
And so that's why I am highly skeptical that you're going to see any level of
Plus, it's a thing. I always say, go to if you have the chance, go to a live show. It's very fun. Even an indie show, it's so much fun. It's dumb fun. People need to allow themselves to have more dumb fun in life.
Consistent adherence to principle and holding of account of Donald Trump, because I just have never seen that before. Remember, before he ran in 2016, he said he was going to give everybody health care, and then he didn't, and everyone was just like, yeah, that's fine. So I see no indication that it will be at all different this time around. And I see a lot of indications that it will actually be worse, because he will be more unchained and given more freedom to pursue his absolute worst and most authoritarian instincts, thanks to the Supreme Court's decision and the effort that was engaged in the offseason to get the most ideological sycophants put into positions.
Squishmallow Dragon, thank you for subbing.
Positions of power, and to bring everybody to heel this time around.
Yeah. I see the same indications you do of the bad impulses.
Yeah.
But I see an indication of good impulses from the right-wing voters that you do not see. So, for example, on Team Israel, Rubio, Stefanik, etc.
Nefarious. I just think they're busy. They're busy, and they've decided to trust this guy, and they're just going to trust this guy.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I think you're wrong. What I have seen is they don't like Team Israel, because Team Israel is Team War, Team Neocon, etc.
That's just not what the polling suggests.
And so
most Republicans are Team Israel.
Okay, all right, let's find out.
Republican base.
We're going to find out.
If you look at the polling, Democrats overwhelmingly were in favor of a ceasefire and in favor of an arms embargo.
Yes.
Republicans are, I think, in favor.
No, and that's where again, Biden it's going to go down in history as his biggest screw up, and the fact that that's what really pissed me off about that report coming out, about the fact that they knew since 2019 that he was just not there, that he was having these spouts of just cognitive defect or the cognitive slips like I'm having right now. But ironically, I'm not the president.
Fire. But they are.
That's why I'm just so mad about this. And then they took advantage of it. So, as much as I want to be mad at Biden, it's he was being used with that one.
They're not in favor of an arms embargo. They are much more favorable as a group. There are some exceptions, but as a group towards Israel. And so, I don't want to belabor that point in particular, because I know you're making a broader.
My favorite wrestler is from Hungary, Ozzy Spencer. He looks like Obelisk in Hungary.
About a variety of issues.
And on Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, I've seen pushback on that. I've seen pushback on some candidate, on some nominee.
Right now, I like Stephen Flo.
That I've never seen among Republicans before. So, and maybe that pushback is a mirage. And I'm not expecting it right out of the gate. Don't get me wrong. I'm not expecting right-wing populists to rise up and go, Kash Patel is a lunatic and we're not in favor of him.
No, they love him.
Yeah, they love him. I get it. I get that. So those are the bad impulses. I see it. I'm not unaware of it. But I'm also seeing actual anti-corruption, anti-war impulses. And I would rather feed those good impulses than to say, we hate you all. I never want to talk to you guys. I don't trust you. And I think you're only going to do evil in the world. I don't think that's productive.
I just want to say,
and I also don't think it's true.
I just want to say, just to make it really clear, when I'm being critical of the elites, the Trumps, the Elon Musk, the Vivek Ramaswamis. This is not meant to slime, everybody who voted for it. And that's something I've really tried to be consistent about throughout the Trump era. And, something Sagar and I have really tried to engage with. I'm just, I think what we've seen in the past is likely to be what we see in the future.
So let's see if the right-wing bros, the right-wing populists, the Rogans of the world, if they have any integrity at all, we're going to find out, right? And are they going to hold Trump accountable? Or are you right and the rest of the left right that they're not going to hold him accountable at all and they're going to let him be a runaway freight train of disaster?
Rogan is supposedly going to go do some shows in Mar-a-Lago, so we'll see if he asks any challenging questions about the principles there. So but we may find out pretty quickly here, Cenk.
Okay, so last thing I'll say on Democrats.
Asterisks and obelix, my bad.
So you're right, the establishment's going to strike back, right? So if there's one takeaway from this, it's not from this whole conversation. It's not about Trump. It's not about the right-wing populists. It's that for Democrats, do not let your guard down. They're going to bring back Gavin Newsom and Pete Buttigieg and all the corporate robots.
Absolutely.
Okay. We need the only thing that could defeat right-wing populism is left-wing populism. Okay. Or we join forces on some issues. Great, wonderful, right? But if you go back the establishment route, that is a dead end. It has forget whether you're progressive or you're more conservative Democrat or more corporate Democrat. Put that aside. They have no chance of winning. It's over. It's over. They're going to run into that brick wall 100 times. Yep. And Scarborough and the View are going to lie to you every time. Oh, you got to pick the corporate guy. The corporate guy is the one who's the only one who can win, right?
No, and that's kind of what's bothering me, Dave, under duress. They will never hold Trump accountable if they haven't at this point. No, and that's why not holding Trump accountable, but going after everybody else that is... you could even argue they're not even a problem right now. He's claiming corporate Democrats are the problem, and I'm like, nah.
Do not let them lie to you in that 2028 primary.
It are a problem.
Imperative that we pick a populist left-winger in 2028. Otherwise, we have no chance of retaking the White House.
Yeah, well, and not even just no chance of retaking the White House, but no chance of really delivering for people. And 100%. Ultimately, I don't give a shit whether the Democratic Party wins or loses. That's, I think what you and I, where we find common ground is I actually want to make life easier and better for people in this country. So, Cenk, love you, brother. Always great to see you. Glad to see you in town here.
Thank you,
Although
Krystal.
I do feel bad for you. What is LA? It's probably like in the 70s right now. And it's fucking cold as hell here right now. So I don't know what you're thinking about.
Well, I'm going to Florida next to do Patrick Bet-David.
All right. There you go.
I'm going to relax for 2 days
about that. Yeah,
before heading back to LA. But it's freezing out here.
I can't stand
but I'm
PBD.
warmed by our conversation and the love in this room.
All right. Thank you, Cenk. And thank
Krystal.
you guys so much for watching. And I will see you. Counterpoints will be in tomorrow, and we'll see you back here on Thursday.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
Yeah, dude, surely. I was about to say, hey, if you enjoyed this, please sub to the channel if you haven't already, and leave a like on the stream. It really does help me out. So, alrighty, thank you for all the gifted subs there, Squish. Throughout that segment, that was awesome. Oh, PBD. I mean, PBD is not just a grifter. I mean, that guy, he's one of the worst types because, allegedly. He got his money from doing essentially pyramid scheme stuff. So, smoke a Tide Pod, squish it in. Oh, you're sharing his awesome. Yes, keep sharing Smoke a Tide Pod and Kirk's stuff. I really appreciate you guys doing that. I love you guys for helping out the community. This is awesome. You guys are awesome. I really love you guys. But enough with that mushy crap. Oh, geez. Ivy Oi. Oh, my God. Thank you for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? 6? 5. The 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Kirk is absurdly good. I adore everything. I adore what he's doing. Yes. His music is the amount that he produces, so just unbelievably fast too, is nuts. So, this too shall pass. Yeah, I mean, listen. I know that like where we're at right now as a party. I know that this is going to, well, as a party, as a movement, because, like, that's the thing that makes me so angry about this. It's like, okay, so we have to work within the Democratic Party, right? But then we're just like, okay, but I feel like every time that we do something like this, we always lose, our perspective of the actual enemy. I don't like doing that. I don't like calling, the other people in our country enemies, because that crap did get to me where I'm just like, all right. Where they're just like, oh, rhetoric this, rhetoric that. Yeah. All right. Might have a point there. Oh, boy. I'm glad Cenk is off now. Wish to see less of him in the future. Genie Bottle, don't worry about it. As I said, that was like one of the last ones that I was going to do. I saw it. I didn't know that he was on Krystal, and somebody had when I brought it up, somebody had just tipped it. They kind of tipped me. They were like, "No, this is a good one. You should really watch this on stream." So, I really appreciate that suggestion. I think I want to get the member right here. I think it was distracting. Let me just make sure. Yes, it was distracting. Okay. Where's my trusty thing here? There we go. There's a break from the usual politics and news. Oh, wait, I really enjoyed last night's stream. I didn't. Are you talking to Smoke a Tide Pod? I was just like, I did not stream last night. Well, no. I'll have to check out your stream there, dude. Yeah, because honestly, I toyed with getting on Saturday and then possibly yesterday too, and I have to be better about taking my time off and actually doing it. Sorry to all in the chat. There's more alcohol in my veins than blood in my veins. Oh, it's okay. You're being fine, Undead Banana, and we certainly understand, man. I losing a pup is not easy, and honestly, I already feel I'm kind of devastated for you, man. Like, and there. But hang in there. Unfortunately, and I know this is like the same thing that a lot of people say, but it is true. What sucks about animals is that they're only here for such a short amount of time. But we try our best. As long as you can give them the best life that you can. Yeah. Gonna make me cry. Damn. Alrighty. Well, I'm sorry. I'm going to kind of move on from that to a new segment, which is quite the segue. Shouted you out several times. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Man, you guys are awesome. Oh, you gave out 5 community gifted subs, and you shouted me out. Man, Twitch holding it down. Thank you. Also, I mean, let's not forget my my YouTube community either. The OGs, because that's where I got my start. So I'm not going to ever forget you guys. Okay, there was actually a news segment that I really wanted to cover. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I feel like not so much. Sometimes I'm like today, where I'm like, oh, my brain can't focus. Which, for me, I'm like, oh, that'll be a passive thing. I'll get over it, right? And then, boom. Thanks for the stream. Catch you later. IVOI, thank you. I really appreciate it. But yes, we're going to go into a quick news segment here. I had 2 news stories that I wanted to cover. I have to pee. Let me play Tide Pod while I go. No, I'm sorry. Like when I have to pee, I will do that. So, but I appreciate it. Oh, because you don't want to miss the segment. All right, fine. Yeah, we can do I can play a music. I can play a music while we do that. Oh God, now I gotta find Somnium. Shit. Why does it not? Is it Somnium just music? No. It's not the channel. No. It's not an interruption. It's fine. Because honestly, I kind of got to pee too, so... Yes, stay hydrated. I'm not kidding about that. I always advocate for staying hydrated. That's when the water bottle ad or whatever like became a thing. I was like, hey, that's one I can get behind. Or it's just like, yes. That's a good one because that teaches people a good habit of always being hydrated. Man, that's one thing I'll give for like, what is it? Is it even Gen Z or is it Gen Alpha at this point where like they're the ones rocking water bottles all the time and also saying like, oh, if you stay hydrated, that's what, keeps your skin nice and all. I'm like, yeah, that is very true. I think, you know what? I have to thank one of my coworkers from one of my days at the Radio Shack. I know I'm dating myself with that one. Yes, I know The Rock is on. But yeah, my buddy when I worked at Radio Shack, he told me that I was too ashy, and he like scratched my arm. He's just like, "Dude, you need to use lotion." And yeah, ever since then, I've been using lotion like a lot. One of my recommendations to keep your skin nice and healthy is obviously lotion. Oh, I can't pee if you're talking. Oh, sorry. You're one of those people. It's like I can't pee when people are talking next to me. Yeah. All right. I don't want to watch The Rock. So, who's he even shouting out right now? Okay, so here, I'm gonna play. Where is he? No, I got it here. Something. Why can't I just look through my pages? Make more sense if I could. Aha, here we go. Formless. All right. I can stare at that while I go pee. I should use lotion, but I find it hard to get used to looking like and feeling wet. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of, you have to rub it in. What's wrong with you? Are you putting it on like just lotion? I am. This is Tide Pod, Somnium. All right, I'll be right back. go back to streaming. That was a nice break. All right. I've got the next segment loaded up, so once this is done, we'll move on to that. Sorry if you guys are picking that up through my microphone a little bit too much. Okay. Just realized that my audio was all like messed up because I didn't turn that down. I was like, oh crap. Ooh, Gosier, whiskey to review. Oh, I had to grab a cup of tea while I was up there. It was one of those things where I was like, it's tea time. All right. Starting to go into the back end fade here. Thanks for sharing this with the community. It really does mean a lot. Music that sounds like this from documentaries from Wales upbringing isn't always received with this kind of love. I mean, hey. Don't worry about it. I needed a pee break anyway, so, and I didn't want to, honestly, this is one of those segments that I didn't want to be peeing through, so. All right, guys, let's do it. Crap. I just realized that I recorded all the way up through that segment. Cool. Well, all right, have to edit that out. Okay. All right, so there, here. All right, so some major stuff went down in Ukraine that we need to talk about. Apparently, they launched a attack on an already contested battlefield, and yeah, Ukraine is making some pretty large strides, and apparently Russia lost an entire battalion in this. So let's take a look at what they have to say about that.
Ukraine is right now launching a counterattack against Russian forces in the border region of Kursk, while one top Ukrainian official says Russia is getting, quote, what it deserves. Ukraine first moved in on the Russian territory in a surprise incursion in August, managing to hold much of the area despite Russian efforts aided by North Korea to drive forces back over the border. Joining us now to discuss, Cedric Leighton, retired U.S. Air Force colonel and CNN military analyst. Great to have you here. Good to see you. Let's just start first generally with your take on the situation as it stands today between Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, Jessica, well, good to be with you. There are a lot of different aspects to this, but the main thing is that the Ukrainians are still consistently moving forward in certain areas, but in other areas, they're kind of giving ground in the east, especially to the Russians. So a lot of the gains that the Russians are making in the east are incremental, but when it comes to what's happening in Kursk, the Russians have not dislodged the Ukrainians from there. And in fact, as you noted, the Ukrainians are engaging in a counteroffensive, which is basically aimed at cleaning out some of the Russian areas and the North Korean areas around the area of Sucha, which is the town that they occupy in that district in Russia, right across the border from them. And
Ukrainian President Zelensky says the Russian army lost up to a battalion of North Korean soldiers who've now joined Moscow's fight, and some Russian,
which we know that there were probably more than that.
Paratroopers. If that's in fact accurate, how impactful is that sort of defeat?
Ukraine's developing their military industry, which kind of turns me on. I'll be honest.
Well, it could be up to 1,000 soldiers.
What I like about it is the fact that it's just your average people. There's a documentary. I'm not sure if it's already out, but I know that it's coming up on Netflix about battalions in Ukraine and how they're dealing with it, and how they're made up of like artists and, you know, teachers.
Would be lost in a situation like that. Normal battalion size in the Russian military is somewhere between 600 and 800 soldiers, depending on the type of battalion.
I don't think that less. Again, dude, just because it's the mainstream media doesn't mean that everything that they say is a fucking lie. Like I hate that shit, because that's what leads to Alex Jones' brain.
So let's cut it in half.
Take it with a grain of salt.
That's still somewhat significant in a specific operation. Now, it's not going to change the course of the war by itself. It's also not going to change exactly what the Russian goals are, but it could have a momentum of its own. And actions like this, if the Russians were in fact, and the North Koreans were in fact in a situation where they lost that many people, that could have a significant impact on their ability to carry forth operations in the Kursk area.
And of course, President-elect Trump returning to the White House in just about 2 weeks. He said many times he plans to end the war on day one. I think it's becoming pretty clear that that's going to be almost impossible. But President Zelensky says that Trump's, quote, strength and unpredictability could help bring an end to the war.
I mean, he's already passed his deadline, because he didn't even say day one of his presidency. This idiot was like, I'm going to make a phone call. It's going to be another perfect phone call. And then I'm just going to say, hey, Putin, can you do me a little favor? I need you to just back off. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to get you some of that sweet, sweet land that you wanted.
Where do you think this is going to go?
Well, I think what will happen, Jessica, is that there are going to be efforts made by the new Trump administration to actually end the conflict, at least the hot phase of the conflict. Now, whether or not Russia plays ball is another question. If Russia does not agree to some kind of a ceasefire, or at least a cessation of hostilities, then I could see the potential for the Trump administration to actually ramp up aid to the Ukrainians. In fact, Lieutenant General Kellogg, the special representative for Ukraine, has...
I literally picture one of the frickin' Rice Krispie guys just like decked out in medals.
Made such a statement. So if that does in fact happen, it could actually put more pressure on the Russians to end the war, or at least end their participation at the level that they're currently at. So if that happens, that could potentially end things where they are. I don't think Ukraine will be able to regain the territory that it has lost, about 20% or so of its country, to the Russians. Since
it's kind of scary, because if Putin were to end the war at this point, the Russian economy would completely collapse. Yeah,
since the February 2022 invasion.
Yeah, his own people are starting to come out against it too.
But if that is in fact, the course of events where there is a
aggressive hand gestures,
kind of like what we're seeing on the Korean Peninsula, where there is a de facto peace, but it is in fact still a state of war. That could be one possible outcome of this. There's a type of ceasefire, or at least an armistice, but no real resolution to the issue, and no movement of troops beyond what we see today.
All right, Colonel Cedric Layton, as always, thanks so much. Good to see you.
Oh, man. Is there anything better than just a good matcha tea?
Ukrainian troops occupying parts of Russia's Kursk region have launched surprise counterattacks in response to increased pressure from Russian forces. Russia's defense ministry says those attacks are being repelled, but one Ukrainian military official says, quote, Russia is getting what it deserves. Meantime, Russia's military claims advances have been made in Ukraine's Donetsk region. A Russian military blogger says fighters have raised a flag near a key Ukrainian transit hub. Ukraine's president.
So they lose Kursk and then move to Donetsk?
The way, at least trying to, for a good relationship with the incoming U.S. president. Volodymyr Zelensky praised Donald Trump during a conversation with an American podcaster.
I think that President Trump not only has...
Do you think that Europe will ump the ante after January 20th? Listen, if I was a betting man, I would lean towards yes.
Will. He has all these possibilities, and it's not just talk. I really count on him. And I think that our people really...
I was going to cover this, but I want to... It's a 3-hour interview, and I do want to like kind of listen to it and just pull out the clips.
Count on him.
And Zelensky
unless you guys want to listen to the whole thing.
Ukraine will accept an unjust compromise with the Russian President Vladimir Putin.
The reality is that a compromise is needed in order to reach an agreement.
In your understanding, the fact that he is in jailed after all the murders, he is not in jail assuming all the murders, and no one in the world is able to put him in his place. Send him to prison? Do you think this is a small compromise?
This is not a small compromise. And to forgive him will not be a small compromise.
To forgive, no one will forgive. This is absolutely impossible to forgive him. We cannot get into the head and soul of a person who lost their family. Nobody never will accept this. They simply took away the most...
And the fact that Lex even said that shit, that just shows you how out of touch with this he is.
Precious thing from you, will you ask? Who ruined your life?
Like, it's so insane that they do this with Gaza, too, where it's just like they can't actually put themselves into the shoes of somebody that is being told you have to leave your home. What is because the second that somebody were to do that to them, do you know, like, as an American, again, this, well, I got my Second Amendment rights, I know how to use them.
Life before going to rip their head off? I'm just curious. They took your child away. Are you going to ask who did this? And they will answer that dude did this. You will say, oh, well, then there are no questions. No.
Yeah.
No, you will go hell and bite their head off. And it will be fair.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I bet that's actually the clip now that that's been put in there. I honestly thought Lex was mostly neutral. I don't feel that way anymore. No, he's super, dude. No, he's been touting the Russian propaganda since he started with the election coverage, and just his disingenuous way of covering Kamala and the Democratic Party, and then trying to be like, well, I'm just a neutral guy. I hate people like that. That's why when I first started this, the very first thing that I did was say, no, I am presenting the news, and I'm presenting, all of these clips with no bias. But like I don't know how to articulate this because I just had one of those, I hate to call it a COVID brain fart, but it literally was. God, never mind. I'm giving up. He monetizes being out of touch. Yeah. Banana. Dude, I swear. No, this has not been fun. I've been having some moments like that where my brain just, like, I kind of feel it coming. And that's why I'm like, yeah, maybe I should calm down on this, but this is actually helping me keep my focus, so. Oh my God. Yeah, Lex is just a not neutral douche. Oh, that's what I was saying. I admit my biases, but I try to come at this from at least news reporting from a neutral source, and that's why I did partner with Ground News. Like, that's why they are one of my sponsors, is because I love being able to read all the articles that are reporting on all this shit, which it breaks Republicans' brains when you actually I've had that happen with in my own life personally, where I used Ground News to show somebody because they tried to pull that crap, where they're just like, hey, what's your source? I was just like, oh, well, I have multiple sources. Hey, look at that. Some of these sources are also sources you would read. Would you like to look? And it's like, oh, how does this work? And funny enough, I got them to sub or get a Ground News sub, which, God, I got to get better about that. Where is it? Too much glazing on Lex's side. Yeah. All right, so I got this next news story. Because, yeah, I'll be honest, this one kind of got to me. Because we have all known, like, especially, like, come on, if you know anybody that drinks a lot, you know that drinking's not that healthy. But, well, some news came out about it, and it did kind of raise some alarms in my life, so...
Ukraine is right now launching a...
that's not it. Go away.
Alcohol is the third leading preventable cause of cancer in the United States, following tobacco use and obesity. Alcohol consumption contributes to roughly 100,000 cancer cases and 20,000 deaths each year.
I didn't know it was that low. Wait a minute. This is red flag. Okay, so that's not as bad as I thought. Huh.
A new advisory out today
'Cause I
from
thought
the
this
U.S.
put-
Surgeon
I thought this
General
put
says
them-
alcoholic beverages should have a warning label about those risks.
Yeah, they were talking about
U.S. Surgeon
carcinogens
General
and
Dr.
shit like
Vivek
that, and I
Murthy
got another
joins
hair
us
stuck in
now
my
to
glasses.
discuss. Welcome back to the News Hour. Great to see
Thanks so much, Hamna. Good to be with you again.
There's a few things that really stood out to me from your findings.
Oh,
I just want
man.
to tick through them for our audience here. Number one, alcohol consumption you found increases the risk of at least 7 types of cancer. Over 16% of all breast cancer cases in the U.S. in 2019 were alcohol related, and only 45% of American adults are aware that consuming alcohol increases their risk of developing cancer. How did those numbers strike you when you came across them, and why is awareness of this link so low?
Well, it was very striking for me when I saw this data, and it became very clear to me that we have to tell people what the data is telling us and has been telling us more and more firmly for years, which is that there's a causal link between alcohol consumption and cancer risk. And we put out this advisory.
Yeah, but it's like over drinking, right?
Calling not only
or is this
for more
like one of those
public
situations where it's like,
education,
no,
but for a
just one
change
drink will
to
do
the
it?
Alcohol warning label. There's a Surgeon General's warning on alcohol bottles, which currently warns people about drinking while they're pregnant and about driving or operating heavy machinery after having alcohol. And those two things have actually soaked into the general understanding of what we shouldn't do with alcohol. People should know about the cancer risk as well. But finally, I've also called for a reassessment.
Usually I'd get pissed at something like that, but leftists are developing breast cancer at an alarming rate due to the amount of estrogen and soy milk they're consuming. Come on.
Of the guideline limits around alcohol. Currently, people are told in the guidelines that they can drink 1 drink a day if they're a woman, 2 drinks a day if you're a man.
Right.
But
Those are the federal recommendations, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But what we have found is that even within those limits, the risk of cancer starts to increase. So those need to be reassessed and revised to reflect this important.
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, the reason that I'm even doing, I'm invested in this story is because I wanted to admit to you guys that, yes, I'm not going to quit drinking. I do enjoy, having a beer or two occasionally. But this definitely made me rethink it and how often I go. I don't know, because honestly, I try not to, I quit smoking a long time ago, although this, they're doing this studies on this crap, so I don't know. At this point, I am kind of starting to get a little nihilistic about it, or I'm just like, whatever.
Downward is
it happens if it happens.
And overall, what the guidelines committee needs to do is look at the overall health impact of alcohol.
But I also don't
worth
want
noting that many people
contribute to it.
Were led to believe over the years, including me when I was in medical training years ago, that alcohol is unequivocally good for your heart. And we now know that story is actually a lot more complicated, that while there may be some benefits to some types of heart disease with moderate drinking, and that's still being investigated and adjudicated and debated, we know that there are other types of heart disease, like heart failure, for example, like atrial fibrillation, which is an abnormal heart rhythm, and even high blood pressure.
Pepperidge Farm remembers when 1 glass of wine was good for your health. Yeah, 1 drink, 1 beer. I also read a story about it was like a 102-year-old woman that was asked what she does, how she stayed so healthy. She's like, well, I smoke and I drink, at least a beer a day.
Where the risk increases with drinking. What we do know for certain, though, or at least with a high degree of confidence, is this link between alcohol and cancer risk.
So do you see a need for alcohol to become more aggressively regulated, similar to the way we now regulate tobacco use, for example?
Well, I think there certainly needs to be much more public awareness, and I think that what we need to think about is how
regulations and public awareness are two different things. Because like what you just said here in chatter about how Australia has cancer printed on the cigarettes, what's wrong with that? It's not taking away your freedom to still do it.
Overall,
he looks like AI. He does.
The impact of alcohol in our health should factor into decisions.
A little bit,
about,
just a little bit
about how we encourage, alcohol consumption. And this is, by the way, not just a regulatory matter. I think from a cultural perspective, I think we also have to think about the messages that we send to people through movies, through books, through other media. That alcohol, for example,
I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. I picked the wrong day to stop doing. What was the other one? I picked the wrong day to stop doing hard drugs.
This is just something that I need to cope with a very difficult time. And listen, I get that. We
get your big government away from me. What a libertarian thing for you to say.
Times, and there's a lot of difficult things happening in people's lives. And when you hear data like we put out today that alcohol causes cancer, it's an inconvenient, although important truth. But I think that a lot of that has to shift. And what I do want people to know, individuals, is that less alcohol consumption leads to less cancer risk. And so if you're drinking 1 or 2 times a week, that's likely significantly safer from a cancer risk perspective than drinking 1 or 2 times a day.
Well, we know that new warning labels would require congressional action, right? Do you have any indication from, I know the incoming team, your successor you've been in touch with as the transition unfolds, any indication this is something they would like to push through?
Well, I'm certainly very open to talking to the new administration, to anyone, who's interested in working on this issue. Here's what encourages me, though. Typically, cancer prevention has been a bipartisan issue that has received broad support. Here, and look, there are a lot of times people get cancer and we don't know why it happened. We don't know how it could have been prevented. I've, as a doctor, taken care of many patients over the years with cancer. I've seen the devastation.
I always wondered why the attorneys general
in their lives and in their families' lives as well.
Why do they have military
and
stuff?
Here we
Wait a
have
minute,
an
I'm confused.
opportunity to take steps that would reduce the risk of
Yeah,
cancer,
he lost me
and
at
that's by
less
helping people
alcohol
reduce,
consumption.
their
Or
alcohol
consumption.
So this is something that I believe we can come together around.
Well.
And in 1964, when the Surgeon General issued the first Surgeon General's report on tobacco, the very next year Congress followed up by passing legislation to put a warning
As I
label
open
on
another
cigarette
beer.
boxes. They have the power
I'm drinking
to do
green
that here
tea,
as
so.
well.
This is the U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy. Always good to have you here. Thank you so much for making the time.
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to cover that because honestly, it was surprising to me that it was like, yeah, surprise. We are shocked that alcohol is actually even worse for you than we thought. It was just like, again. The numbers weren't that bad, actually. When you think about like how many people are in America, 120,000? That's it? I was like, okay. I mean, now those are not, no, again, I'm not a gambling man, but those are odds I'll play. It's funny because there's going to be so many clips of me just going, I'm not a gambling man, but it's just like, dude, come on. Actually, speaking of gambling, I want to give Emma from the Majority Report a shout out and give her a lot of credit because she changed her positions on the DraftKings thing, and it was a really cool way to do it where Matt, I guess, had convinced her that she was just like, wrong on it, and she was just like, this is entirely predatory, and I don't know how I didn't see this before, and how just the leagues are able to run this stuff, and that this is going to come crashing down at some point, and they're going to blame the libs because they already kind of did that. Now libertarians can go kick rocks. I know, that's why I was doing like a little tongue-in-cheek, like, get it, because I know you're not, ha 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 ha. I'm allergic to alcohol. I break it out into handcuffs if I drink. Oh, you're one of those drinkers, eh? I unfortunately know like a few people that just shouldn't drink. So I get it. Actually, more and more people that I know are going NA, like just no alcohol. And it's not like they had a problem or anything. They just decided, nah, done. It's like, oh, okay, cool. If we were a reflection of God, he is both cruel and stupid. Yes. I can't even add anything to that. Yes, that's a very, dead on. A wild doggo appears. Yes, he does, and he got his bone. He is happy. He's gonna go nuts on that thing. I have to be careful. Like, I have to actually kind of watch, like, as he's breaking those chunks off, because unfortunately that bone, it gets like the shards, and when he breaks them, like, he's so quick. He's a good boy though, man. I'm not sure if I told you guys about this, but it was the actually second day I had him, because I technically got him home at night. So the first time I let him out during the day, I opened the door, and he's a tiny little pup. Like, he could like, his paws were so big, he barely fed in them, and he did the cute cloppy thing that like puppies do. But all of a sudden, he went from being like a deer on ice, just like not knowing how to work his legs, to just springing off the deck and just like taking off. He like, I just saw like a flash where he just went zoom, and he just grabbed something. It was literally like here and boom. I'm like, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? And I just see feathers sticking out of his mouth. I'm like, oh, crap. Yeah, he literally picked a bird right out of the air. I was like, oh, man. Okay, well, this is going to be a thing. Also, just this, like, last fall here, we had a possum that, for some reason, was making a home in our yard. And he would have a standoff with the possum, and then he would just go boom, like, he'd pick it up, shake it, and then the thing would play possum. I would think it was dead, so like, but I had that moment too where I was like, I'll take care of this in the morning because there's a 99% chance that thing is still alive. Yeah, so you had your dog for 18 years? Wow, no kidding. Yeah, he's 6.5. I actually have a 13.5-year-old lab upstairs. Unfortunately, she does not come downstairs, so I don't think you guys really will see her much. I'll be posting videos of her soon. But yeah, she's an old gal. She's an old gal who she's got Cushing's disease. And I'll just say this, every day I have with her is a gift. So, I look at it that way. So 18 years, man. Wow. He was a long-haired Chihuahua. Smaller dogs tend to live longer. I do know that because my one dog that I had who lived he was almost 15. I think, oh no, I'm sorry. I take that back. He was 13. But yeah, still 13. I mean, I don't know, man. I live in a neighborhood where like dogs, like my neighbor's dog died at like 9. I was like, did you not love your dog? What's up with that? Like, that weirded me out. My Chihuahua lived between 12 and 14. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's one thing with him I have to watch out for, because he's got an 11 to 14 year lifespan, specifically because, actually, you see the way that he's licking? That's part of the problem, is those joints, specifically because of the way he's made. Like, he's got kind of like the Greyhound build, where he's got these awesome shoulders, but at the same time, like, they scared me the first time I saw him lay down, because you see him collapse almost on top of each other, and he folds really weird. So, for a Labrador, for a yellow lab, she is, 13's amazing. No, 13's actually incredible for a Labrador, because every lab that I've ever known didn't make it past like 11. So, but your doggos are cute as fuck. Just kind of like a small beagle, but your doggo is a giant LOL. Yeah, he's a big boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, speaking of. Yeah, he takes Kazaquin. I give him Kazaquin every day. And then I also, I apply some of that. It's kind of like icy hot for dogs for him. Occasionally, if he has a flare-up. Actually, that's the weird part about the 13-year-old. For labs, like, most of them have, hip dysplasia. I swear, every lab that I've known up until her, they had this weird, like, the thing where their ACLs, torn ACLs on yellow labs was, like, so common. But not her. Like, it's insane. But I got her. She was actually my family's dog. And they were moving out of state, and she's just so used to being around here, and she actually got, like, I always brought my dog over. So, they were 2 peas in a pod, so my pops was just like, hey, you just want her? I'm like, yes. Yes, I do. He's like a beagle and a deer had a baby. Yeah, exactly. He is like a beagle and a deer had a baby. He is. I mean, look at him. He is a spoiled brat. I mean, that's a money bed right there. Actually, I can say that was a contribution. So I appreciate that. I know he appreciates it. He is a spoiled brat. Yeah. Actually, we saw this TikTok where somebody did a test with their cats where they put like 3 blankets down, and they were just like, let's see how bougie they like a blanket. They went for the most expensive blanket, of course. That's him. That's totally him. Like he will totally go up to like a blanket that's just kind of meh, or it hasn't been washed or something, and he'll just be like, no. But a fresh, washed, soft blanket, he's immediately like, mine. I love him. He's got a good life. But that's why I love you guys. You all seem like you genuinely love animals. And that's another thing. Like, I immediately get on board with that. I support that mission. Hell yeah. Mine are not mean. Oh, good. Well, even mean dogs, like, sometimes, I mean, I always immediately, like, if the dog is mean, wonder about the owner. Even if it's a friend. I've had that moment a few times where I'm like, please don't cut your hair. Don't plan on it. Don't plan on it. Oh, Skylar. That was the name. Aw. Well, I'm glad that we can talk about pets today, because I love talking about my dog. Honestly, I could talk about him all day. Yeah, he was a special one. He was legit one of those ones I saw on a Facebook ad from one of the local shelters, and I fell in love with this picture that they took of him. His name was Dewey in the picture too, because he was part of a trio, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, which I love the DuckTales. So immediately I was like, oh, cool. And then my mom, she happened to live right by the shelter at the time, so it was one of those situations where they would not save him, and I couldn't get there. I was out of town, so I was just like, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you just go can you do me the biggest favor? Can you go put a deposit down on this dog? And she did, and it was like, yeah, that worked out. So you can tell a lot from what pets folks have, plus how those pets act. Yeah, like, okay, hold on. I want to be careful with that, because I'm not sure if you, like, mean snakes and shit like that, because honestly, I hate snakes. Hate snakes. I got almost like an Indiana Jones thing about snakes. I do not like snakes. Like, I saw something outside that looked like a snake. It turned out to be a tree branch, but I was like, I'm not fucking with that. Because, yeah, we get snakes up here. Believe it or not. But yeah, I try to also be like, I don't judge. Like, I've seen people that love their snakes like that. Oh my god, you had my pupperdo is a labradoodle. We got a mutt. Oh my god, Kirk. It's weird. Your dog probably looks a lot like my dog that passed away. His name was Miles. He was a good boy. He was a very good boy. Albus Dumbledore, that's amazing. He died during COVID, so I had to put him in the fridge until I could get him. Oh, yeah, that's rough. I couldn't do that. I'm very lucky that I have a vet that stayed open during then. And yeah, they actually, my dog passed during COVID as well. This one's hard to talk about. I don't like... Okay, sorry. I'm sorry that happened. And also, that comment got me. Like, that's rough. That's rough. I had, It's rough. We're talking about dogs. Was not lost on me. So... No, unfortunately, my last animal that kicked the bucket, was one of my cats. And he was 15, and he died from leukemia. Yeah. Actually, randomly, Vosh's cat Artemy died. I was watching his stream a little bit earlier, and I just happened to turn it on, and he's like, yeah, we lost Artemy to a kidney stone. I was like, no. But sure bet that dog had love that will never leave. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that, Jamie Bottle and Undead Banana. That's literally, dude, yeah, that's how, like, dude, there's not a day that goes by that I do not think about my dog, so 2028, what do you think Democrats will do? Do you think 2026 will be a factor in that? Yes, absolutely. I think that if they don't, okay, so in 2026, if this really will be a referendum on Trump, but here's the thing. That's if Trump fucks up. You know, like, I'm going to, I hate to say this, I'm going to wait and see what happens, because I don't want to be the guy that is constantly just, he's going to fail, he's going to fail, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to do that, he's going to do this. Just let it happen and then go, he did this. Yeah. It's so much easier to drop, like, to put, you know, to go at people that way. Wow. I am so sorry, guys. Thank you for bearing with me today. This has been a hard stream for me to get through as far as getting my brain on fucking track here. Dropped all of us on Discord. Aww. Oh, look at him. Actually, weirdly enough, looks a lot like my lab. At least in that picture. They have the same color snoot. It's cute. But yeah, and in 2028, I just sure hope they don't go with Kamala Harris, because if they do, then we're just, oh God. Because there's too many people, there's too many boomers convinced that Kamala was like it, and like, I mean, do you know how many people still, like, to this day, they're just like, oh, do it like with 7 days to go, make Kamala Harris the 47th president and really screw this up. It's like, guys, what are we doing here? Do you think any of the big names we see today will be part of 2026? What about 2028? 2028, I think AOC is definitely going to at least try. It's enough time with her in politics, and she'll be well past that 35 mark. Which, you know what? That could really work for her, because a lot of people, like, that's something that people legit are sick of from the last one, is how old these motherfuckers are. Like, even Trump, a lot of people still, like, even if they love him, they have to admit, it's like, yeah, the guy's getting old, and, you know, living on McDonald's, that's not exactly, like, showing anything. And on top of that, the fact that he lies about his health, you know? Like, but he's out there playing golf. He's out there playing golf all the time. Yeah, do you know how many people have dropped dead in the middle of their backswing? A lot. A lot. You know how many times my pops has called... Okay, that's actually one of the most morbid things. I want to share that with you guys. So, my dad's retired, right? And every time I say the word retired, and I'm going to say the other R word just because it was in a movie right here, when Blade walks in and he's just, Deadpool looks at him and Deadpool Wolverine is just like, I thought you were retired. And he's like, retarded. It's one of the fucking funniest. Just the way he looks. I don't like you. You never really did. Which, if you guys don't get that joke, there's a story behind Ryan Reynolds and Wesley Snipes on the set of Blade Trinity. It is definitely worth looking up. Actually, I know I can't play it because it's on Patton Oswalt's channel, but Patton Oswalt tells the story. Just look up Patton Oswalt talks about Blade Trinity. It's really funny. I'll vote for AOC for president, even though she sucks too. She doesn't suck too. She's fine. Honestly, no, she's as good as we're going to get in this. See, we got to stop doing that. We have to stop doing that, because even if you get a straight up communist, like, that's my problem, is you have to understand that if we cannot sell our own families on this, if we cannot sell even our moderate friends, then how are we going to sell like a politician with our most extreme positions to the middle populace? Like, it's not nice to call AOC loose. What? Sorry. Sorry, I like AOC, but she will lose. I know it sounds dumb, but I think her toddler voice is a weakness. No, it's not. No, that's not fair, because people even entertain RFK. You want to talk about listening to somebody for the next 4 years? I don't know if I could do that. Kind of weird and kind of a wild question, but did you see Steve Bannon's hints about Trump 2028? Yeah, I did. I know it's a long shot and don't want to doom, but no, but that's the thing. That's not dooming, Ivy. Like, that's just being real, because that's taking him at his word and just being like, hey, because like guys like Bill Maher they're already making their predictions, and he wants to do it just like that. He wants to make his predictions, so he could smugly say how right he was. Ugh. She's the best we have so far as Prez. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as an established candidate, somebody that has grassroots support, somebody who can unite the Trump faction, because like, look at the way that her ballot split in her district. That spoke to me. That really did speak to me, because that tells me that it's not about the Democrats and Republicans. It's about establishment, anti-establishment. And the fact that they see Donald Trump as anti-establishment, because realistically, that's how a lot of normies see Donald Trump. They don't hear what he says. They don't read the news. They just see that somebody's pissed at him, and that's it. And they're like, well, if the politicians are pissed at him, that's a good thing. And they're not necessarily fucking wrong about that. That's what sucks about this, is the fact that we have to kind of just go, yeah, he is. Even though he's a billionaire, and even though he's going to give him everything he wants, he does piss off people. And it is kind of fun to see guys like Mitch McConnell pissed off. But then, when you come to your senses, you do realize it's like, yeah, but they're pissed off because like we're about to like lose a lot of shit. Katie Porter would be amazeball. Yeah, she would be. But I don't see her. You want to talk about somebody that'd be able to like whip the populace into shape? That's not her. She's got too much Elizabeth Warren energy, and you want to talk about teacher energy that you just want to tune out and not listen to? That's Elizabeth Warren. Every time that woman took the podium, I could not listen to her. Maybe it's just something in my own personal life, because she sounded like almost identical to my English teacher that I did not like. So, yeah. Totally anecdotal on that end, because what she has to say, I mean, for the most part. Oh, Penta El Cero Mioro. Okay, so we just got a drop coming on Raw here. Sorry. Not actually watching it either. Is populist the right angle in your view as opposition to Trump's populist rhetoric? Well, if you're talking about like leftist populism, such as decommodifying healthcare and putting the insurance companies on blast, yeah. Like, dude, if the election could happen this year, you do know that that's what the referendum would be on, and like you'd have Republicans then saying, "Oh no, we'll get in there and we'll change the thing for the insurance companies, and we'll totally make it fair for them." I'd vote for you instead of what we're getting for. Don't say that. I mean, okay, so when somebody called me the leftist Joe Rogan, okay, that was number one, funny, and a little bit like I did kind of take that where I was like, oh, but when somebody was like slow Rogan, that resonated with me. I was just like, okay. Yeah, no, I'd rather do that. Dude, trust me, I've had this conversation, especially in like my real life with my friends, where, when I'm talking about politics with them, especially passionately, it is kind of rough because they do start bringing up the points of like, why don't I just run for a local office, And then I'm thinking about it. I'm like, because I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to be the one that's being under the microscope like that. I don't like, again, I get that enough here. But then again, I don't know. It's kind of like they say, it's the ones who don't want to run. A leftist Joe Rogan, but someone with damn sense. Hey, I appreciate that. Which, again, I'm not feeling that way right now. Like, God, I am not feeling that way right now. I am having just yeah. My brain hurts. Not in a good way. Not in the I've smoked too much way. It hurts in the, I don't want to, if I have to go to the doctor, I'm going to be mad. Because I'll be honest, like right now, that's why I got this fan on and I got my hoodie on. Like, I'm hot, cold, I'm hot and cold. It sucks. Kirk, I hope you're doing all right, man, because when I say I feel it, I feel it. Oh my God, Michael Che! That means Dan Soder's right around the corner. Sorry. Okay. I've seen a lot about Kamala not going on Rogan's show being a mistake. I don't agree with that, with any of that. Ignore this if you already covered it. I generally don't agree that her appearance would have helped. No, I actually agree with that. And no, we haven't covered it. So I appreciate the comment. The reluctant general. Oh, God. Don't let... Oh, no. Guys, I could barely captain a hockey team. Trust me. My hockey team would tell you I could barely captain a hockey team. I was good at the administrative shit, but the second that they were just like, what do we do, Pep? I'm like, I don't know. It's so much easier to go from that to goalie, where I was just like, okay. Because I played left wing for a long time, and our team was about to be disqualified, so they were just like, you guys need a goaltender. And yeah, we talked through it, and I was the one that was able to technically afford the pads at that point. So, which wouldn't be able to do now. Jesus. My local hockey team sucks. Who's your local hockey team? If you don't... Wait a minute. I think that you've mentioned where you're from before. If you don't want to, it's fine. Yeah, mine does too. God, they suck. I got to watch them suck on a national stage in front of everybody on New Year's Eve. That was wonderful. That was wonderful. Blackhawks fucking... They are awful. They're just such a bad team. John Cena! Damn it, I just saw John Cena. I'm literally just hearing... Well, I don't know. I mean... 30% in my country voted far right, enough for winning. Well, yeah, and that's also where I'm trying to be realistic here, man. Like... That's where I think that's honestly why I'm getting so mad at Cenk, is because we need to be working on building coalitions, not like squashing every dissenter or every person that disagrees with us. And that's why it's totally insane to me that not only is he doing it, but he's making a fucking media tour of it. Somehow coming, like, in his own mind, coming out like the better person, where he's just like, I'm not wrong about this. Every single person that disagrees with me is wrong about this, including my nephew, who has much more of an audience. Yeah. The Fayetteville marksman. I'm guessing... Fayetteville marksman? What league is that? North Carolina? Well, technically you got the, excuse me. Oh, they actually have their own, like, arena? Huh. Well, that's weird. What league are they in? Hold on. Men's League Hockey. This is a men's league team? No. Get the fuck out of here. No. Ice Bears, Ice Flower. Oh my god, I think it is. That's insane. Wait, who's the partner? Championship partners, season partners. Damn, you guys got... Oh, here we go. Sorry, give me 1 second. I... What? No. It was team. Standings. There we go. SPHL. Okay. I know who they are. Or I know what league they're in. Southern Professional Hockey League. My buddy Scotty used to play there. Actually, I'm gonna shut up now. Don't even look. They suck. Stop typing. Stop typing. It's okay. You know what? I just wanted to know. But you actually have like a pro hockey team though in North Carolina. Well, is it North Carolina or South Carolina? I know it's one of the Carolinas, but you got one. Carolina Hurricanes. Or Raleigh, North Carolina. Yeah. In Raleigh, you also... Well, you had the Checkers. I'm not sure about them anymore. All right, enough hockey talk. Sorry. Go from wrestling to hockey to pretty much anything in this freaking community. My problem with Cenk's recent push is that the U.S. is a two-party system. There is no coalition when you either win or lose. No, but that's the No, IVOA. Like, because as much as like the two-party system thing, it annoys me, and that we could theoretically have a better party, like a better third party. Look at the way that UK politics, Brazilian politics, so many different Canadian politics. A lot of these places end up, even with third parties, going with a liberal conservative candidate because that's just how people inherently work. Like, it is kind of just, you go back through history and you kind of see it that way too, where it's like you've always had the more liberal, philosophical people, and then you've had the more warmongery, dumb people that are just like, no, we're conservative about this. We want to conserve. We want tribal. We want, it's always so. Again, this is where I'm like, I would like to just make some strides as far as like building on already existing social programs. This is getting boring for me to say it. That's how I know it's probably getting boring for you guys to hear it, but that's just what it is. Like, I would love to focus on, building a new healthcare system, or not a new healthcare system, but, building on the one that already exists, and then going from there, kind of like the ACA, but just going even deeper, and then also regulating the crap out of insurance companies where they cannot make these arbitrary denials. They cannot just make, you can't commodify life anymore, and that would be great. Oh, don't worry about it. You didn't really derail my thoughts. Not boring. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I mean, no, the hockey stuff is boring. I know that. But also, I just really, oh my god, I saw it happen in 2016. I saw it happen in 2020. We split, and Bernie was trying, at the end when he made his concession. Oh my god. when Bernie came out and said, we need to support Biden, we need to get behind this is for the broader movement, and how many people just immediately push back saying no, and then saying that he abandoned us and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, that was the kind of stuff that got me really bothered, because I was just like, we're never going to be able to make any strides. Because, like, again, it's all about making small victories. Like, the right and the left are equally shitty on this one, where they're both unrealistic as fuck, especially during an election season. This is why, like, being told something works, and that's all you need during an election, where you're just like, yeah, and then you're like, no practical thought about how it's actually, like, instituted. That's the problem. A house divided cannot stand. Thank you, local dadman. Oh, nice name. Also, welcome to the stream, and I appreciate that take, man. That was dead on. Like, that's kind of my point. And that's kind of where I'm, like, that's why we as a populace, that's why they are so... I'm doing the Alex Jones conspiracy. I'm hearing the... getting the voice single. Trying to divide us, globalish. This is why Luigi was such a problem. Sorry. But for real, I do actually mean that. Like, that's why, like, they do not want us talking about anything that's not, something to separate us. Something to even, like, look at the way that they're not even trying with, like, separating right from left right now. They're trying to separate just left from left, because they understand that right now we're licking our wounds. The Democrats are licking their wounds, and they sure as shit do not want us, the people that, like you're saying, the sensible people that actually have truly populist ideas. And I'm not just pulling a Cenk here. Like, this is like, nah, guys, when I talk to anybody about this shit, it's like, Like, this is why they do not want us coming together. Pep talks, you would look cute in a tinfoil hat screaming gay frogs. Well, you do know that the gays are the gay. Wait, I can't take that line because somebody used it on stream, but it was funny because I know they're gay frogs because I fucked one. Oh shit! Uh-oh, I think I'm getting dinner. Ooh, dinner. Oh hell yeah! Okay, well, that means that we're watching something, because I got to eat. Ooh, actually, hey! You got a piece of chicken, knock it off. Knock it off, you schmoo. Look at you. You just knew, too. Oh my god, he looked at me just like, I got what I wanted out of that. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta pack this up, and then we got 3 minutes to go. Okay, I'm gonna be serious. Oh wait, sorry. Ivy, you can be populist and still refuse to talk to Charlie Kirk. I have that to believe in. Oh, absolutely. Oh, it wasn't the talking to Charlie Kirk that bothered me. It was the capitulation and the way that he literally was doing the thing. Like, yeah, the left can be annoying, can't they? Like, that's what's fucked up. It's one thing to do it with a fellow leftist or somebody like Destiny. I'll even give that, credit. But, nah, man. Although, oh, shit. I just realized that I need to watch the Destiny one, too. Crap. I'll do that one maybe on my own time. As much as I don't want to do politics on my own time anymore. God, did they really bring Logan Paul back? Okay. Got 2 minutes. Yeah, Logan Paul, he's there. Try this. My wife made a rich chicken casserole today. I'm interested to see how this tastes. Logan Paul sucks and is gross. Yes. He is gross. Oh, yeah. All right. So, you guys know the deal. Or maybe you don't know the deal. I'm sorry. I'm about to take a minor break here. It's not even a break. It's more so just I have to put something up so you guys cannot see what I am doing. Keep it TOS, you know what I mean? Okay. But chat will stay up, so that'll be cool. Rookie mistakes. Happy January 6th. The fact that you're just like, it's a holiday. No, it's not. I heard Mr. Beast has more subscribers than the population of US. Ugh. 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 What I don't like about Mr. Beast is the way that he gets away with claiming his stuff is not made for children on YouTube. When I saw that, I was like, what? Get out of here. All right, cheers, guys. Whoa. Okay. Man. And now that we are in the post 420 fun half, if you guys want to participate in the fun and make me get really, really ripped, you guys can always donate a $5, and that will bring out the big guy. I figured that's fair. If I could, Also, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not gonna get too high on that. Watch, I'm wrong, and then everybody's just like, here's $5. It's like, okay, that's not cool. Trust me, I realize how dangerous that might be. Just thought it would be funny. Something a little fun to do. Okay. Man. And in about 5 seconds, I'm about to get just... Oh, yes. Hit that like button. Oh, man. You guys have hit that like button. I really appreciate that. Thank you. How much to improvise a gravity bong? Bitch about that is I would have to... I could do it without a joint. Because I really don't want to light a joint down here. There actually might be a price on that one. Hold on, I'm thinking. Well, $5. For a gravity bong? Burn? Oh, crap. This no problem. Now it's a problem. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Damn it. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'll be honest. What just happened there scared the crap out of me way more. So. What? Hold on, guys. I gotta reset my latency. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, I'm going to set this down to... Crap. Come on, Twitch. Sorry, I'm experiencing a technical difficulty on Twitch and YouTube, actually, it looks like. Give me 1 second. Great. I know what it is. I know what it is. There we go. Okay, that should do it. No, hold on. I have to set something on my router. I'll be right back. Not leaving that. All right. What you doing? You entertaining everybody? No. That's not for you. Okay. Receiving enough video. Hold on, guys. I'm having internet issues. Here. Yeah, I know. Hold on, guys. Okay, can you guys hear me on YouTube? Is that side of things okay? And Twitch, this should be popping back up now. Oh no, guys. No, shit. Come on. Keyframe. What? I reset that. Hold on. Here we go. I'll set the... That should do it. Then reset. Mic check, test, 1, 2. Am I good? Am I good? What the fuck? Oh. It got muted. I think I muted it. Yeah. Is it good? You good? You're good. Cool. All right. Shit. Yeah, I was about to say, how come that's not... All right. All right, so yeah, cool, I appreciate that. Yeah, because this is mostly on Twitch side right now, which sucks. Because I'm actually... Damn it. I'm having a really good night on Twitch. Fuck. That is not something that I wanted to have happen. This is awful. Here. Let me link the YouTube. All right, this should, shit. Okay. Still no audio. Fuck. That's so weird. I don't understand why. Because I unmuted it. It was muted, for sure. Ah, crap. Let me take a look at this real quick. Maybe if I reset this. Okay. Yeah, no idea on Twitch. I'm just not sure. Can I reset my stream on Twitch? Yeah, I don't want to reset it. I don't understand what I did, though. Like, did I accidentally fucking... Oh! How about that? Give me one sec. Alright, I turned up the audio on Streamlabs. That should work. If it doesn't, then I might have to call it for Twitch, which sucks. I broke it being me. Shut up. You don't know how I'm going to take that comment because, yeah, you know what? I kind of have that luck, all right? One of my dad, like, again, very loving father that he is. I was like 10 or 11, and I'll never forget the day where he just looked at me and was just like, yeah, you know, you really do have that. If it can go wrong, it's going to go wrong. It's like, great. All right, so it looks like Twitch is resetting, but I just don't understand why it doesn't have audio. Settings, here we go. Get it. I don't need to. Okay. I mean, yeah, it could be the platform, but dude, that still sucks. Fuck, man. Damn it. I hope everybody stays on YouTube at least, because this is gonna suck. Still not getting sound. Fuck. Here. No, it's not you. Okay. Hit that. Is that working? I mean, I'm seeing that I'm getting audio on the Twitch side of Streamlabs. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, whatever. It looks like my Twitch is gonna just be fucking there for a little bit. Alright, well, this sucks. I don't know, Twitch. I'm a boomer in a millennial body. Actually, that's a really good way to explain how I am with things. Yeah, I'm very just like, I don't know what's going on. By turning it on and off again. Okay. I just don't understand where the fuck this is. And why it's happening. Audio. There we go. That's good. All right, sent a report. Yeah, just hold on. I'm working on it. Just bear with me. I'm almost done. Very worst case, we just move on with the YouTube stream. I keep the Twitch on in the background just as whatever it is. Because it sucks. I have 8 viewers right now that... Here. On Twitch or YouTube? What? Okay, now that's weird, because I know that YouTube is saying I'm fine. But, like, yeah, my wife checked Twitch too, and she's like, yeah, you have no Twitch on, or no audio on Twitch either. Oh, shit, I hope this doesn't make me have to end stream. I mean, dude, I still got 4 videos I wanted to frickin' do with you guys. Like, granted, I'll probably only get to 2 of them tonight, so we might have, well, I mean, yeah, not the worst thing to have some stuff to do tomorrow. But I done broke the goddamn internet. Okay, so how do I do this then? Setting, not live, damn it. Stop it. Bezos is gonna be mad I broke his platform. Yeah, I mean, here, manage stream. Twitch is the problem. Okay. Yeah, I could end stream and restart it, but what sucks about that is it has to set a new, like, it has to, I literally have to have everybody return, so. I don't know. Because right now, we got, what? It says 11 on YouTube, 8 on Twitch, 6 on Twitch. Yeah, because people are just now figuring out, I think they don't have audio. And on top of it, it keeps buffering, so. Ah, shit. My food's getting cold, and I wanted to do this, damn it. Okay. I do not know ASL. Yeah. Okay. Relax, it's not my fault. I know it's not my fault. I'm just trying to figure this out, because there's something going on with it, at least. What the fuck? It was muted again. It's muted again. Every time. Restart OBS. All right. We will come back, I promise. I don't want to do that. Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Come back. Where'd you go? There we go. All right. Tech loves to hate us. Almost banned. PH. Trying to think what I can do. Yeah, I can't just drop the Twitch one, which sucks, because that's the one that I'm like, ugh. Because yeah, if I start my, OBS, I'm not using OBS, I'm using Streamlabs. So if I would just have to end my stream on both platforms. Oh my god, here, what can I do? Latency. There we go. Did that do it? Yes? No? Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'll restart stream. Give me a second. This sucks. Because this is what sucks about it. Now it's going to be 2 streams. And I don't want my report to be fucked up. Because it actually says, it's like, oh, you only streamed for like an hour. And then it's just, it's annoying. Followers on this one too. Fuck. Wait. I got an idea. Hold on. I think I figured it out. Chat, rewards, removes. Yep. Says I gotta restart it. Damn it. All right. Wait. You can hear me now? Wait. Oh my god. Give me a second, guys. I'm not gonna restart the thing if you can actually... Yeah, Twitch... Yeah, it's Twitch. Yeah, it's just Twitch. Yeah, because I'm on Twitch now. It's definitely having some issues. So... Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Don't leave. Okay. We're just gonna go with this. I'm sorry that anybody on my Twitch side cannot hear me. Okay. And then where's the link to my YouTube stream? All right, I'm gonna just link this real quick. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly, do not worry about it. Now I know why I YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna be tribal about it. There. That should take care of that. Also, god damn it, I'm so hungry. I need to go reheat this. Because I had to figure that out. That fucking sucked. Although nobody else is chiming in to say no audio, so I don't... Okay. I mean, go ahead. He's a big boy. He can come on over when he wants to. All right, guys. I'm sorry over on Twitch. Why am I shouting? I just announced it. All right, here. We are, do I like hard-boiled eggs? Not really. I mean, kinda. It depends. I gotta be in the mood. Did you ask that? Wait, yeah, here. All right. No, not that. All right. Egg farts. Ew. Yeah, gross. Okay, I wanted to cover this, so I'm gonna do it. I love how I just recorded all of that too. Fuck me. Maybe that's why. Because, nah, I don't know. Whatever. I do not care anymore. All I know is YouTube is fine. We're rocking YouTube for now. The chat is still active. You can hear me. You can hear me! You can hear me! You can hear me! Yes. Okay, good. All right. Look at that! I just waited. All right. Well, let's go. Let's, oh my god, let's watch this video so I can eat.
Elon Musk was losing his mind in the middle of the night after spending all week sticking his nose in other countries' elections. And I want to break that down. But first, look at how easily these people kiss Elon Musk's ass. Ian Miles Chong is a really popular Twitter user.
All right, give me a second. I gotta reheat this.
But always has an opinion about American politics. And he said a few weeks back, Nigel Farage is England's last hope. Support this man. He then said a week later, Nigel Farage should be in charge of the UK right now, TBH. Then Elon Musk comes out yesterday and says the Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. And then look here, Ian Miles Chong immediately says, spineless and self-serving. Nigel Farage isn't the leader Britain needs. Ian Miles Chong has a little bit of brown stuff on his nose because he is constantly following Elon Musk like a little dog. And we'll get to that later. But remember a few weeks ago when Elon Musk tweeted out, please post a bit more positive, beautiful, or informative content on this platform. I mean, on the surface level, it seems like a sweet thing, but you have to keep in mind, this was after him calling Trump supporters the R word all week. This is after over a year of him spreading disinformation about immigrants, disinformation about minorities in the USA, boosting anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ propaganda on Twitter. And now he wants more positive, beautiful, or informative content. But less than a week later, Elon Musk is now saying, again, F you, retard. F you, retard. On Twitter. Look at this. And what he said this in response to is just so mind-blowing. Because I want to prove that Elon Musk is being reactionary and he is just wrong here. So make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe, drop some blue hearts to help boost this video. Because what the person was saying was, Elon Musk,
man, he even goes for the blue hearts. Damn.
Is rapidly becoming the largest spreader of disinformation in human
It's
history.
actually like the best way to like get people to comment if they don't want to comment. It's just like, yeah, just comment a blue heart.
Hijacking political debates in the process. The EU must take action. And that is when Elon Musk called him
oh my god, this is the richest man alive.
Really mature response.
And I think to ever exist at this point. Oh god.
I want to show you. We decided to ask Grok, which is Elon Musk's AI, the AI that Elon Musk is proudly touting. Did Elon Musk spread misinformation to billions of people? And I get that AI is controversial, not everyone trusts it, but we just thought it would be funny to ask his own AI. And the answer is yes. There is substantial evidence and analysis suggesting that Elon Musk has spread misinformation on various topics, including elections, to a very large audience through his social media platform. Here are some key points based on the referenced information. Election misinformation. Musk's posts related to elections, which have contained misleading or false claims, have amassed billions of views. For example, an analysis by the Center for Countering Digital Hate found that Musk's election-related misinformation had been viewed more than 2 billion times on X in the run-up to the 2024 election. That's a real study. And do you guys remember, like a few months before the election, Elon Musk posted an AI video of Kamala Harris, completely AI, of her saying, I'm a communist, I'm far left, vote for me. If that's not election interference to the highest degree, I don't know what is. This example is a little bit too heavy-handed. I use it all the time. But imagine George Soros making a Twitter account, and George Soros is openly posting AI videos of.
It's not heavy-handed if it's literally like we're just asking the question at that point. Like, what if George Soros, you know,
and the most followed user, Musk's posts receive significant visibility, often seen by millions or even billions of users. Specific instances, and we can talk about more specific instances later after we talk about Elon Musk trying to stick his nose in global affairs, but Musk has shared manipulated videos and debunked claims about voting processes, including allegations about non-citizen voting, which are common themes in misinformation narrative. His posts have sometimes led to real-world consequences, like affecting voter trust or complicating disaster relief efforts with false claims about government responses. One more time, this is coming from Grok, the AI that Elon Musk is so incredibly proud of. And I want to point out some more examples of.
Oh, is that what Grok is?
Like regarding Paul Pelosi and others.
I was wondering what the fuck that was.
And I want to dig into more specific examples of him spreading disinformation about Paul Pelosi and immigrants. But first, a lot of world leaders have been coming out and shooting him. And I want to point to more specific examples of him spreading disinformation about Paul Pelosi or about immigrants. But a lot of world leaders have been coming out and denouncing Musk's attempted influence of their elections.
That was weird.
For example,
he left that in?
Said 7 hours ago, had this election not been won by real Donald Trump, civilization would be lost. Would it be lost? That's an incredible.
I always respect when you make a mistake and you
Someone said,
just leave it in.
Germany
it's like, screw it.
is next, and he said definitive. with the German
I'm
flag.
the king of low
Now,
editing.
He's been trying to stick his nose in the German elections, in the UK elections, in elections all across the EU.
Stop
It's
it.
honestly sickening. This dude thought, you know, it's not enough that I change the outcome of the US election. Let's see if I can push this to a global scale. And it's like George Soros on steroids. So a member of the UK Parliament said, people have had enough of Elon Musk interfering with our country's democracy when he clearly knows nothing about Britain. It's time to summon the US ambassador to ask why an incoming US official is suggesting the UK government should be overthrown. He then says, this dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric is further proof that the UK can't rely on the Trump administration. It's in our national interest to rebuild trade and security ties with our allies in Europe. Wow. Great negotiation there, Trump. You're not even in office and you're already isolating our allies because you can't help but keep people like Elon Musk around you. And you can't reel Elon Musk in when he's trying to influence these elections. Macron also said Musk is, quote, directly intervening in elections, including Germany. French President Emmanuel Macron on Monday, so today, accused Elon Musk, the billionaire owner of the social media platform X, of intervening in elections.
The fact that nobody's doing anything about it is what's insane. Because he's literally buying these elections so he gets the world he wants, which he's buying the world, guys. Like, we let it happen. We let this child have so much money and so much influence that we're all just like, yeah. And then he actually has fans for it. Cool.
Including Germany's snap legislative polls next month. You don't even have to accuse Elon Musk. He is openly putting down certain candidates and boosting only far-right candidates. And he'll say, they're not far-right. They're actually just the same as Obama. And then you go and check their platform and they're anti-LGBTQ. They are completely anti-immigration. They have nothing in common with Obama. But Macron said, quote, 10 years ago, the media landscape is changing quickly, and as we enter a second Trump term, independent media is more important now than ever. The mainstream media is failing you in two critical ways. Number one,
what was that hard cut?
Over truth.
Why is he doing? Why is he using multiple cameras? Stop it.
Who could have imagined it if we had been told that the owner of one of the
that was
largest
a little
social
odd.
networks in the world would support a new international reactionary movement and intervene directly in elections, including in Germany.
I try not to judge, but that was a little odd.
French ambassadors, while also saying the U.S. President-elect Trump, quote, knows he has a strong ally in France. And that's something that he'll have to say. I mean, you have to play the game. Zelensky, for example, has been relentlessly complimenting Trump in person in the Lex Friedman interview on Twitter. And it's not because Zelensky actually admires Trump, it's because he wants to protect his people. Zelensky will not lose a second of sleep knowing that he complimented Trump to help secure safety for his people. It's a really obvious trade-off. But let's talk about some other specific lies that Elon Musk has spread. The one that I found uniquely disgusting, I remember this is the one where I was like, wow, Elon Musk has gone off the deep end for sure, is when he was boosting disinformation about Paul Pelosi the week after Paul Pelosi was attacked. So within hours of the attack on Paul Pelosi, conspiracy theories deflecting blame for the assault on the husband of U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi are already swirling online. It didn't matter that authorities said Paul Pelosi was alone when the suspect broke in. It didn't matter that they said they didn't believe the two men knew one another. It didn't even matter that the suspect confessed to the investigators that he broke into the Pelosi home to target the speaker. Misleading claims about the assault spread rapidly anyway, and not just thanks to trolls and obscure internet chat rooms. The claims received a major boost from some prominent Republicans.
It's so weird that he just wants to be a 4chan lord too. Like, he wants to hang out with the weirdest people.
Elon Musk, now the owner of Twitter. When you have the owner of Twitter setting the narrative, boosting certain stuff in the algorithm and suppressing certain stuff in the algorithm, yes, absolutely, we can go back to this tweet where Elon Musk called this guy the R word, and he says, Elon Musk is rapidly becoming the largest spreader of disinformation in human history, hijacking political debates in the process.
That response
must
still
take action.
just...
I'm making sure to substantiate everything this dude said about Elon Musk spreading disinformation because it's true and it's easy to demonstrate. But let's go back to this article, Musk boosts disinformation in the search. So on Monday, posts falsely suggesting a personal relationship between Pelosi and the male assailant, saying that they were gay lovers or whatever, began to soar online. Musk then linked an article that says, on Monday, posts falsely suggesting a personal relationship between Pelosi and the alleged assailant soared on Twitter a day after.
There were so many ways that this could have been prevented, but no one wanted to see past the money to question the power to question and power, people in power, Jesus, still aren't saying anything as it continues to happen. We are fucked.
After Musk tweeted, then deleted a link to the article suggesting it. Musk hasn't said why he linked to the article or why he deleted the post, which came.
Well, I mean, they were all bought and paid for at that point. Like, dude, seriously, this has been a long game. Like, this has been the long con. It's just the fact that I don't think they saw an Elon coming, and then all of a sudden they're just like, well, we did kind of plan for like billionaires. We might as well just let this happen.
In a response to a tweet from Hillary Clinton that condemned the attack, Hillary Clinton just said, hey, maybe you shouldn't attack elderly.
I mean, the one thing that I have to say is, like, one of the craziest things that's been underreported is how Trump even said to his own supporters, maybe don't go investing into the stock market right now. It's a little volatile. Give it time to correct.
Elderly men and give them permanent brain damage for the rest of their lives. And Elon Musk in a response was like, did you know that they were gay lovers? And then he deleted that tweet because it was disinformation. But
he's doing did you know they're gay?
It's just so incredibly
Dude, he's such a kid. Oh my God, this is shit that you did in like fucking early high school if you were a real piece of shit.
Quote, it's like he forgot for a second he was now the owner of the platform and not just another crazy user who can say whatever he wants. And that's been a common theme with Elon Musk. This says how Elon Musk and X became the biggest purveyors of online misinformation. Elon Musk has trouble
happens
telling
when you
the
just
truth,
are
whether
able
he's
to buy
overpromising
things
on what his companies can accomplish or twisting the facts about his own children. It's clear he doesn't feel constrained by reality. This dude has no respect for the truth whatsoever. Which is why him and Trump are perfect butt buddies. Almost 2 years after Musk bought X, he and the platform, where he reigns not just as the owner but the most followed user, have become essential to the life cycle of incendiary falsehoods and conspiracy theories. Mainstream social media companies have tried to prevent such content from gaining traction, but Elon Musk lets neo-Nazis, lets Alex Jones, lets people like Nick Fuentes freely get hundreds of thousands of likes. And yes, I appreciate free speech too, but free speech does need its limitations when people are gaming the system on some town square that you're trying to. And yes, I do love free speech.
That was a weird, that was a shit lib take right there.
Insane voices. People like Nick Fuentes.
No, a platform like that needs it, but free speech, what?
So many less.
Dude, you misspoke pretty hard there.
Liberals. That's not a town square. You're basically putting your finger on the scale to make sure conspiracy theories are spread, and it makes sense why. Elon Musk only benefited from these conspiracy theories leading into the election because it undermined trust in our institutions. It made people think that Donald Trump was going to come in and shake things up. But after the election, you saw an immediate switch in Elon Musk's tone. When the H-1B visa debacle popped up, he immediately realized that he had created sort of a monster. So what can be done? I showed you some leaders that are calling for action. The EU is already tightening regulations on certain social media platforms, but it's not just a government problem, it's a societal one. People need to recognize Musk's role in spreading disinformation and hold him accountable. Accountability is something that I think the Democrats...
Well, that's almost something that our government should do.
How do we keep and hold Trump accountable when he lies, when he tries to overthrow a damn election? And this extends to Elon Musk as well. How do we hold these people accountable when they shamelessly lie on a daily basis? Well, we're doing our part. I mean, me making these videos on a daily basis, making sure that we're pushing back...
pretty much all we can do right now.
Is a way to hold these people accountable. It's a way to make sure that their lies are...
I hate to say, on Midas Touch, I mean, dude, Midas Touch, that fucking place blew up, dude. They're almost at 4 mil. Like, I remember when they were like 500,000.
YouTube channel and point it out concisely. I'll leave it at that. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next video.
It's kind of cool. I mean, I can see when... other creators are genuine about, like, they really appreciate the support that they get. He definitely does. So I appreciate Mockler. He's a little shit libby sometimes, but he's okay. I like him. He's a good kid. I can say that. He's like, what, 20? Here, we got one more that I really wanted to watch with you guys today, because this is hilarious. Because it's about one of our favorite people. And did you know that he's on Ozempic? Uh-oh.
So Alex Jones, or as we now call him, Ozempic Jones.
Ozempic Jones.
You'll see why in a minute. He is crashing out hard, dog.
Yeah.
Because he started going to the mat for Elon Musk, just as Elon Musk unmasked himself, even to MAGA, as a total hack, fraud, robber baron bitch, right? Now, look, let's be clear. Some of us were ahead of everybody else about Elon Musk, right? Some of us were saying deport him before it was cool. Some of us were calling him an oligarch, billionaire, robber baron, welfare queen immigrant before anybody else was. But listen, if you finally get to the right place, good. God bless you. Appreciate that, right? But this is who he is, right? And this is always who he's been. He cares about profit. He cares about Elon Musk's power and control.
The dog still hasn't come back.
That's the end of the conversation. So what woke MAGA up to this reality recently, the base, is that, oh, would you look at that? Elon is taking a pro H-1B visa position when it comes to immigration. Namely, hey, I actually want immigrants when they're high-skilled immigrants. But in reality, it has nothing.
By the way, this is literally they took our jobs, because I've talked to a few people about this that are Trump supporters, and they really are pissed about it.
Do with skill level.
They don't blame Trump at all, though. Somehow,
can Elon Musk exploit these immigrants? That's the point. So we covered this the other day. There were, I think it was about 2,800 Tesla workers at a factory in Texas, American workers. They all got laid off, and Elon brought in about 2,600, so fewer number, H-1B visa immigrants to work at the Tesla factory. So literally an example of like, these American workers are too expensive to Elon because all he cares about is profit. So fuck them, fuck their families, fuck them having a good job and a good future. Fire all of them, bring in cheaper immigrants who, by the way, are here in basically an indentured servant system that is the H-1B visa system, right? So again, this woke a lot of people in MAGA on the base up to Elon Musk. Now, again, you should have known there's evidence as tall as Mount Everest that this guy only cares about himself and his profit. He's a capitalist oligarch pig, right? But at least because this issue has to do with immigration, all of a sudden, many in the MAGA base were like, oh,
there he is.
Oh, maybe it's not such a great idea to have this guy basically be the shadow president. Well, Alex Jones is a little sycophantic bitch. So he sees all of the power and all of the influence among both Trump and Elon, and he's trying to snuggle up to them to maintain his relevance, right? And so he is meat riding Elon with the worst of the meat riders at this point. So he comes out and says the following: Elon is getting a lot more done. Elon is getting more done in the fight against the neoliberal globalist tyranny than anyone except for Donald Trump in the last 100 years. Elon.
All right, that just proved that I do a far superior Alex Jones.
Musk is the game changer.
Gay frogs.
I am proud to back the 90.
He doesn't get the guidance right.
Back the 95% of Musk
Elon
agenda that I know is dead on. Now remember, guys, he comes out and he says this at the exact time that we learned how all he cares about is profit. He's literally replacing American workers because he thinks they're too expensive with foreign indentured servants. This is when he chooses to go to the mat for Elon Musk at this point in time, right? And so, guess what?
Kyle equals good Kyle.
not too happy with him, right? Not too happy with him. So he starts crashing out. Now, by the way, we said,
oh my God, he is Ozempic Jones. Look at him.
Yeah, you're going to see here. Man, he's lost a lot of weight in a very, very short time span.
What the hell? And he's exposing Jeffrey Epstein and the CIA. Hell, last week he put out tweets about the CIA at war with America. God almighty. Jones sold out retweeting that. God, I apologize to all of you. I'm sorry.
I still can't believe this guy is not even 50.
I sold out.
Like, what the hell do you have to do to look that bad?
And I tried to stop the pedophile rings, the giant Muslim kidnapping rings. I'm sorry. I kissed Elon Musk's ass. We're so close to getting the globalists. I want their throat. I want victory. And now you can see it.
Does he not see the thing? Like, was he so up his own ass with all this shit, like all these years, that he like doesn't revert to like what he used to say and like the beliefs he held, like he definitely held? Like, you know, calling out the globalists and the cabal, the global cabal. It definitely has nothing to do with like this global cabal of, I shouldn't be using that word. I'm sorry, because I mean, what else is it when it's just a few billionaires that own everything?
and you guys think you're going to harass Elon Musk and push him off of supporting Trump.
Of course he's not stable. Why do you think made him fucking famous? This is, dude, you have to be unstable to go to, like, the woods to be like, I'm going to go expose the globalists. I'm going to go to Camp David. I'm going to show the video where they're dancing around the pole, you know.
Trump and divide Trump.
They were doing the dance. They sacrificed dogs. I'm pretty sure that they sacrificed dogs.
Elon,
I had to eat a gay frog while I was in the bush.
You're not. We have already
tastes like chicken.
Beaten your ass. Oh, let's continue.
I mean, so this is just humiliating.
Speaking of chicken, I threw some up. I mean, I'm not anorexic or anything, but
that goes without
I stress eat and then I just kind of purge.
saying, right? Let me ask Alex this question. How is Elon Musk...
Wait, is that how his epic works? I actually don't know how his epic works. Sorry, that was me just assuming that's how the drug works.
Not a globalist. How is he not a globalist? He just got a continuing resolution bill killed in Congress because it would have cracked down on his investments in China. So here's a guy, Elon loves free trade deals because Elon's a billionaire oligarch robber baron. He profits from free trade. He profits
Bohemian Grove
from cheap labor that he can exploit overseas. How is he not a globalist? By any definition of neoliberal globalism, Elon Musk is a neoliberal globalist. Right? So this, I mean, again, this is just humiliating here. And then also, we're opposing tyranny. Me and Elon and Trump are opposing tyranny. How is Elon opposing tyranny?
Yeah, the fact that he just doesn't see it is kind of funny, but it's also kind of scary because you're like, oh.
Well, number one, he basically bought the U.S. government as a robber baron, bought the Republican Party, bought Donald Trump, bought the U.S. government as a robber baron, right? He would be the tyrant in that scenario. Number two, he's trying to do this in other countries too. Look at what he's doing now in Germany. He's like latching onto a political party and trying to get them across the finish line. Now he's interjecting himself in UK politics and saying the king should dissolve parliament and trying to control their political system as well. But also, let's look how he functions where he does have total control. Like, for example, Twitter.
So he's going to rule the world. Because if he makes that decision, then like, how can Trump look at that and not go, this guy's a bit of a problem. I think he might be working me.
Well, what just happened on Twitter, Alex? Oh, that's right. He got ban happy. He started censoring.
I'm pretty sure he does get money from the Kremlin at this point. It just would make sense.
Violating the terms of service that are fair and reasonable. No. He started banning people for criticizing him. You got all these Groyper accounts, and the Groypers are Nazis. Don't get it twisted. Everybody knows that. But when they were just saying Nazi shit, he was like, okay, fine, cool with it. It was when they started saying Nazi shit and disagreeing with him that he was like, oh, this has got to go. So he took away a whole bunch of MAGA check marks, banned a lot of accounts, and literally all personal petty grievance bullshit, like going after like Laura Loomer because Laura Loomer calls him out.
Actually, you just brought it up. They're all Nepo babies too. Like not a single one of these fuckers have earned a dime of their own money. Like, dude, this is what drives me nuts about it. And that's why I get really sick of the fact that there are still people out there that buy into the bullshit from these guys where they're like, you could be like us. You could be like us. You could be like us.
Right. And here's out.
No, man. And that's why, like, I also hate these .com assholes, the fucking Bitcoin assholes. Anybody who made that quick buck off, like, the quick trend. Oh my God, I hate those people. Those people are the worst too.
Somehow playing how are you a victim? You're coddling the ballsack of the richest man in the world and the most powerful man in the world. How are you a victim? How are you an outsider? How are you anything but serving neoliberal globalism? You are an elite, Alex Jones. Spare me, but we're not done. So he keeps crashing out because he knows that his audience is not too happy with him. Here we go. Let's continue.
Feed you to wind you up so that you need to work harder lying about me. More.
So, in other words, look at his face here. Look at his face.
Great pause.
In other words, if you're one of the people that's criticizing Alex Jones, you're lying about it.
I love it.
Nobody has ever had a reasonable criticism from a place of good faith on Alex Jones. Everybody, you're just a liar.
Even Alex Jones is a Nepo baby? Really?
Calling him out.
I mean,
for sucking.
If his parents were like upper middle class, that's not Nepo baby shit, dude. Like, I get so sick of people where they're like, oh, your dad owned a business? Nepo baby.
Off Elon Musk on a daily basis.
What the fuck?
You're not doing a good enough job. Get your asses up and tell bigger lies right now.
If it's a small ass business, then I don't know about that shit, man.
I love the idea that
like, fine, yes, technically it's a one up, but that when I'm talking nepo babies, I'm talking about millionaires, billionaires. I'm talking about people like actual trust fund babies.
Alex Jones is attacking others for lying. Alex Jones, the guy who is literally defined as being one of the most prolific liars in American political history. What happened, Alex? What's with the Sandy Hook thing? What happened? You said it was a false flag. You said it was fake. You said nobody died. You said they were crisis actors. And you said it happened because Obama was coming to confiscate everybody's guns.
Old money is bad, but new money is worse. Both are not good.
They weren't acting. It wasn't fake. People did die.
Again, man, because when you say money, like I when I hear that, because like again, upper middle class family, my family owned a business, so I got that shit a lot. But then when you find out how much our business like made and how much like they actually took home and just like the nuances of all that stuff, it's like, no, dude, what are you talking about? And it's just a lot of misconception, especially when people hear that. They're like, business owner.
And would you look at that? They didn't come into...
What sucks is the fact that these, like I'll admit, yeah, my dad gets sold on the idea of like, well, I'm like them. Like, to this day, I actually, one of the last arguments I had with him was over, oh my God, capital gains taxes. Because I was trying to break it to him, like the numbers, and I had the numbers right in front of me, and he just didn't. He either didn't want to hear him or he just blatantly ignored me. But at the end of the conversation, he did just say, like, "No, I have more in common with those people. Like, I trust me, I have capital gains that I'll lose." I'm like, "Yeah, Dad." I'm like, "I'm sure you do. I'm sure that you have offshore accounts that you really have to be worried about. And if you do, then that just means like, holy shit, there's something I didn't know."
Take everybody's
like, I didn't know that you had that kind of money.
Every step of the way, you are a lying, charlatan, fraud, con man, bitch. And you have the nerve to look at others and say, you're lying. Jeez, your job is to lie. That's your job. That's the show on a daily basis, you fucking lie.
I can explain to you the Hegelian dialectic because you're too stupid.
That's kind of cool to see WWE was trending.
Oh yeah,
it's trending before.
Whereas Alex Jones,
way before it was even on. Jones is the perfect victim. He really is, like, because he all the time, dude. Like, think about. Well, actually, no, that's all Republicans because he's just following. Like at this point, they're following a playbook. And then his followers also do the same thing. Like, look at the way QAnoners are. Like, you have to be in a special victim mentality to think that the world is in a conspiracy against you. And you are, I'm just going to be real. You're not special. Like these people that are, like these QAnoners that live in their frickin', their RV. Yeah. The government's spying on me. Your government's spying on me and my husband and my cat in our RV.
Yeah.
They totally watch us.
Tell me about the Hegelian dialect.
Meanwhile, Alexa, play me my favorite awesome country song.
Dick, Alex. I'm sure you really have well thought out takes on everything as it relates to philosophy.
Keep it up.
I mean, the super wealthy royalty and robber barons who exploited others took recourses and from nature, got rich, leaving devastated. Dude, the fact that like we are still dealing with dynasties that go back to the Pinkertons, and the fact that the Pinkertons are still around was something that scared the crap out of me. Did you guys hear about that? About how I think it was GameStop, where GameStop hired the Pinkertons, or no, it was Nintendo.
All I'm saying is you're doing the Lord's work. Oh, this is a real photo right here.
He's showing pictures of his own audience dunking on him. Look at this. Look, his audience they're not wrong in this instance. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. Alex, in Trump's first term, you sold out to Trump. You weren't calling out any of Trump's corruption. If it's a Democrat, Alex Jones would never stop calling out their corruption. If it's Donald Trump, he wouldn't dare call out Trump's. Has Alex Jones ever told you, ever, that Trump took tens of millions of dollars?
My great uncle was a Pinkerton? No way. Oh, it's freaking crazy.
From Saudi Arabia for the Live Golf events?
I was really, like, when Deadwood first came out, like, I was huge into that because I had gone to Deadwood when I was a little kid. And that was one of the most interesting places I had been, like, out in the West, and as far as, like, Western towns. That one was cool.
Get in return for that money, by the way. Trump allowed them to commit a genocide in Yemen. He gave them U.S. weapons and U.S. money.
Which, by the way, just skip the whole, what is it, the monument? Oh, my God. Mount Rushmore. That thing was so boring, and it was tiny.
And sat back and let them commit a genocide. He didn't give a fuck
God,
about
so
innocent Yemeni babies being killed and starved to death because him and Saudi Arabia had a business deal.
Oh, he works for the railroad? That makes sense.
Did he ever tell his audience that? Never. He never told them that. Did he ever?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that we see it like a resurgence of the Pinkertons where they actually like they're used as a debt collector for this. Like, look at this shit. Come on. You don't think that's where this is leading is private debt collectors are all of a sudden going to become a thing. Then they're going to start, using our cops against us. Like, dude, again, we're watching a video of Alex Jones. It's not lost on me that I'm like in this specific instance, I'm kind of starting to sound a little bit like him. But
tell his audience that Trump took $100 million from Miriam Adelson and $200 million from Sheldon Adelson.
Yeah, that's right. On Dead Banana, I forgot Austria.
The Syrian Golan Heights to Israel, let them just steal it for that money. The most brazen corruption I've ever seen in my life. Did Alex ever tell you that Trump didn't divest from his businesses his first term in office, which is something he's legally required to do?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever tell you that Trump made $160 million from foreign countries as president? Has Alex Jones ever called out Trump being a two-bit shady con man salesman, hawking NFTs while he's running for president and a crypto exchange and trading cards and watches for $100,000, which are just
the fact that he had trading cards. It's kind of hilarious
to fund him money and foreign governments to fund him money.
You can get this very special trumpet chew. He's got the best attack. It's the fired. You're fired.
Did he ever call out Jared Kushner for
it only costs one energy.
Taking $2 billion from Saudi Arabia and giving them classified information in return?
Yeah, not the best.
And MBS locking up his political opponents because of that deal with Jared Kushner? Did Alex Jones ever call out Trump's $500 million project with the government of Oman? Did Alex Jones ever call out that Trump's charity was a complete and utter fraud and his university was a fraud and that Trump stiffed his own workers for his casinos and his hotels? Did he ever tell you that Trump did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and he's a greedy megalomaniac? He's never told you these things because he's a liar. And he's just a standard hack Republican who pretends to be, oh, I'm an outsider, I'm a truth teller. Elon, let me give you another hand job.
You know what I did after that, right? He was just getting ready right there. Like I told you yesterday, I'm the one driving the bus. Ain't nobody telling Alex Jones what to do.
Well, then you're just a moron. And you can't think for yourself.
Alex Jones doesn't parrot mindless stuff somebody else told him all day. And that goes for all the political spectrums, all the groups that are in a mental, societal, cultural cul-de-sac. Now, since we got a photo of me getting on my knees to Elon, let me get on my knees right now. There, that's more of that. Good. Let's create a whole section, a comedy section on this. Let me get on my knees to Elon right now. Oh, that's not actually what I'm doing.
Humiliating.
Wait, what was he doing?
So now we're at a moment where even MAGA realizes.
Is he not going to play that? Hold on. Because no, hold on. What was the broader point on that?
He cares about profit. He cares about money.
I do want to know.
Power. He cares about control. He doesn't give a fuck about American workers. He doesn't give a fuck about the health and
police in the
well-being
UK were used to break up strikes. If you didn't know what happened in New York with the Amazon strikes during Christmas here, that's exactly what they did. God, I never actually got like the final what happened on that.
Right? So the MAGA base caught on to it, and now they realize, oh, look at that. Look at that. Alex Jones is just a propagandist for the Republican Party and Donald Trump and Elon Musk. That's all he is. That's all he's ever been. He just tries to sexy it up a little bit by throwing conspiracy theories at you. But at the end of the day, he ends up serving power. He ends up serving capital. He ends up serving the wealthy and the billionaire oligarchs. The policies Alex Jones prefers, that's who they help. That people like Elon Musk. And that's why you see him absolutely humiliating himself over and over here while trying to laugh about it and play it off. Nah, son, you actually did piss off your audience. They're actually annoyed with you. Now,
My dude needs to get himself one of these because his popper is...
Maybe the genesis of it is not, the best possible way. You should have broken up with Alex Jones a long time ago. Should have held many other things against him before we get to this.
Sure.
But as I always say when you look at this right-wing infighting, let him fight. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
I love how, literally... Do they even know that they got that from Godzilla? And they probably didn't even see the movie, so they got it from the trailer. Let them fight. It was an awesome scene, but let's be real. Step back. Billionaires are stripping the economy for parts.
This video is sponsored by Give Directly. Go to Give Directly.
Fundraiser, step back, 120K. Donate now, step back. I just have to make sure that I can actually watch this. Give me a second. I think I can play this. This is this amazing atheist. It is. Okay, I can do Amazing Atheist. Give me a second here. You can do The Fray. Oh, wait, you're not. No, I can do that. Okay. Give me one sec. Shit. So, here we go.
Hey, it's Dan Zimmer.
I know that I can play this. Here, I have to piss. I know you guys know what Marxism is, but here, this is a great video.
Welcome to Illustrate to Educate. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support more simple and objective videos on topics that matter.
I was subbed. What the hell?
In this video, we'll take a look at the basics of what you should know about Marxism. First, what is Marxism? Marxism is a social, political, and economic philosophy. It is mostly about the battle between the working class and the ownership class, and favors communism and socialism over capitalism.
I know, to this audience it's like,
Marxism was
duh?
first publicly formulated
Be right back.
in 1848 in the pamphlet The Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, which lays out the theory of class struggle and revolution. It inspects the effects of capitalism on labor, productivity, and economic development, and argues for a worker revolution to overturn capitalism in favor of communism. Marxism hypothesizes that the struggle between social classes, specifically between the bourgeoisie, or capitalists, and the proletariat, or workers, defines economic relations in a capitalist economy and will inevitably lead to revolutionary communism. Marx's class theory portrays capitalism as one step in the historical progression of economic systems that follow one another in a natural sequence by vast impersonal forces of history that happen due to the behavior and conflict among social classes. According to Marx, every society is divided into social classes, whose members have more in common with one another than with members of other social classes. The following is the basis of Marx's theories of how class conflict would play out in a capitalist system. First, in a capitalist society, there are two classes, the bourgeoisie or business owners, who control the means of production, and the proletariat or workers whose labor transforms raw commodities into valuable economic goods. Second, ordinary laborers who do not own the means of production, such as factories, buildings, and materials, have little power in the capitalist economic system. Workers are also readily replaceable in periods of high unemployment, further devaluing their perceived worth. Third, to maximize profits, business owners have an incentive to get the most work out of their laborers while paying them the lowest possible wages. This creates an unfair imbalance between owners and laborers, whose work the owners exploit for their own gain. Fourth, because workers have little personal stake in the process of production, Marx believed that they would become alienated from it, as well as from their own humanity, and turn resentful toward business owners. Fifth, the bourgeoisie also employs social institutions, including government, media, academia, organized religion, and banking and financial systems, as tools and weapons against the proletariat with the goal of maintaining their position of power and privilege. Lastly, the inherent inequalities and exploitative economic relations between these two classes will lead to a revolution in which the working class rebels against the bourgeoisie, takes control of the means of production, and abolishes capitalism. Marx thought that the capitalist system inherently contained the seeds of its own destruction, the separation and exploitation of the proletariat that are fundamental to capitalist relations would inevitably drive the working class to rebel against the bourgeoisie and seize control of the means of production. This revolution would be led by enlightened leaders known as the vanguard of the proletariat, who understood the class structure of society and who would unite the working class by raising awareness and class consciousness. As a result of the revolution, Marx predicted that private ownership of the means of production would be replaced by collective ownership, first under socialism and then under communism. In the final stage of human development, social classes and class struggle would no longer exist. Although Marx inspired multitudes of followers, there are three criticisms of Marxism. First, Marx believed that increasing competition would not produce better goods for consumers. Instead, it would lead to bankruptcy among capitalists and the rise of monopolies as fewer and fewer were left to control production. Yet, experts argue that capitalism has not collapsed as a result of fierce competition. And although markets have changed over time, they haven't led to the prevalence of monopolies. Second, he believed the market economy, which by its nature is unplanned, would experience huge supply and demand problems and cause severe depressions. Although there have been recessions and depressions, experts believe that they are not thought to be an inherent feature of free markets. Lastly, a society without competition, money, and private property has never materialized, and the history of the 20th century suggests it is unlikely an unworkable concept. What are your thoughts about Marxism? If you enjoyed this video, please like and comment on the video. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Illustrate to Educate to support more simple and objective videos on topics that matter.
Sorry about that, guys. My dog pissed all over the fucking place, and that was a whole thing. So, that was awesome. That was awesome. Great. And of course, my fucking video ended. I made music up. That was great. Seriously. What's boring about... Oh, sorry. Just realized. Ooh, we doing... yeah, we're doing a little theory. Why not? Sorry, I'm still like all just messed up. I mean, dude, she pissed all over my house. Like, all over my house. It was like puddles of piss. So, that was awesome. Okay. That's quite a funny face there. All right. Where did I put this video? Oh, do we want to do it? No, I said no more jank. I'm not doing more jank today. Here we go.
If given to you, all of that wealth, if distributed across the laboring class, that would be devastating. Completely devastating. Because you would just squander it. Whereas the wealthy, they know how to use it.
Okay.
Okay, here, let's just watch Why Socialism Always Fails by North Star Radio.
Said that some of you are communists. That is a very unpopular term today. The Soviet Union is a matter of practical fact. The practical fact known to you and known to all the world is run by a dictatorship.
It shall be the policy of this nation to regard any nuclear missile.
Isn't it crazy that all of America's enemies always happen to be totalitarian dictatorships? It's just crazy how America, regardless of how many actual totalitarian authoritarian dictatorships that they've aligned with, planted, armed, trained, defended, it's always the enemies that are secretly much worse. Much worse totalitarian dictatorship. It's so cool. It's convenient. And it's
Jesus
so cool
Christ,
that they're
what is
always on the
with this
right
shit?
side. America's always on the right side of history. And our enemies are always on the wrong side of history.
Launch from Cuba against any nation in the Western Hemisphere as an
Hold on,
attack
guys. I
by
might
the
be having a
Soviet
technical
Union on the United
difficulty
States,
here. Just give me a sec.
requiring a full retaliatory response upon
The
Soviet
stream,
Union.
if the stream skips, just
in a relentless
bear with me.
buildup, overtaking and surpassing the
I
United
don't know what the hell is
States
going
in
on with
major
this shit
categories
today.
of military power, acquiring what can only be considered an offensive military capability.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
During these last few months, you and I have witnessed one of the greatest dramas of the 20th century, the historic and revolutionary transformation of a totalitarian dictatorship, the Soviet Union, and the liberation of its peoples.
Sadly, because Mr. Milosevic
There, guys, I'm gonna hide chat for this one.
agreements which he has then ignored, I have supported the NATO bombings of military targets.
China is going to eat our
Clean it up a
lunch.
little.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. All right, that's one of my favorite Bidenisms. I mean, I say it myself, so it's just funny. Come on, man.
How they're going to deal with the corruption that exists within the system. I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not. I spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader had by the time we left office. This is a guy who doesn't have a democratic with a small d bone in his body. This is a guy who is a thug who, in fact, has 1 million Uyghurs in reconstruction camps, meaning concentration camps. This is a guy
He's reconstructing them. He's constructing them and reconstructing them. It's crazy. He just keeps he rebuilds them. It's wild.
See what's happening right now
Delaware.
You know, it's really cool
Every
that
time I think-
Biden obviously is.
Every time I think of Delaware, I just think of Wayne's World. It's just like, Ed, we're in Delaware. Hi, I'm in Delaware.
the number one
fucking
defender
funniest
of Muslims,
scenes.
as we all know. Famously, he loves Muslims and wants to protect them. And he has stopped Xi Jinping from the Muslim reconstruction.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go clean up the rest of my dog's
continue to
mess.
undermine the rules-based order and threaten the sovereignty of nations.
Yeah.
In 1970, in the mountainous South American country of Chile, a presidential election was underway, where 83% of the country turned out to vote. Representing the popular Unity Party, Salvador Allende.
Yeah, I'm the Breaking Bad meme in the car going, no, don't vote. Don't vote for democratic socialism. Don't do it. No, they'll kill you. The OG 9/11 chat.
A socialist came out on top, beating out his competition by a mere 1% of the vote. Interesting. And after only 3 years, on September 11th, 1973, communist dictator Salvador Allende was kicked out of office by the people he brutally ruled over. Why? Because socialism never works.
It's true. He's right.
In 1983, in the former West African country of Upper Volta, A violent coup d'etat led by communist Pan-African terrorist Thomas Sankara ousted the democratically elected government. After gaining control and naming himself prime minister, Thomas Sankara changed the country's name to Burkina Faso, land of the proud people.
Totally unacceptable. What are they proud of? Socialism? You shouldn't be proud of that. Okay? You should have been the country of the shameful people because of socialism.
Proud of what? I ask. But after only 5 years of violently ruling over his own people and doing absolutely nothing else, he was killed by the same people he claimed to represent. Why? Because socialism never works.
Yeah.
In 1953, in the Southeast Asian country of Korea, after 3 years of the US military trying to emancipate its people from communist rule, the USSR-backed northern half of Korea split from South Korea due to Soviet pressure. And to this day, they continue to live under communist rule under the brutal Kim regime. And we all know how that's going, because socialism never works.
True, thank God. Thank God someone is brave enough to say these truths. Thank God.
17. In the beautiful monarchical...
Is this guy serious? No, chat. Why would I watch a video like this? Like, please, 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 please. It's not... No, it's
Okay,
North
guys.
Star Radio. He's...
Quick update. She is all good, all cleaned up, and yeah, it definitely was just a oopsie.
making a point, a broader point. He's being sarcastic, okay?
I don't think
Russia,
I heard her.
A violent mob of left-wing terrorists known as the Bolsheviks.
Ooh, Dogfish Head. I like that
overthrew
brewery.
the Russian
He's serious, dumbass.
monarchy, ousting Tsar Nicholas II and brutally ending his entire lineage. Nearly 80 years.
That was so unacceptable, honestly. Can you imagine?
I'm gonna speed this
the
one up.
Peaceful czar.
I have to.
Ruling over this vast land in the kindest ways possible. Famously, okay? Famously, a much gentler monarchy. And all of a sudden, these peasants...
Man, this is how I'm used to actually watching Hassan.
These people, they just rise up in
Sorry.
arms and take up arms against the peaceful, benevolent monarch.
All right.
Like, what has he done? Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong at all. And then they just have this revolution. Gross. Grow up, okay? Things would have been so much better.
Passed of Russian communist rule, while at the same time invading and implementing communism throughout Europe, Asia.
Better an enslaved peasant in desperate squalor than a worker with pretty decent living conditions? That's what I'm saying, dude. What? Like, oh, what's next? You're going to talk about how the Tsar was consistently implementing pogroms? Like, ugh, whatever, dude. Some people have bad vibes, okay? Many of them happen to be Jewish. But the Tsar, he knew what was right from wrong. Duh. Some people are traitors. Like, what are you supposed to do? You can't go against the mandate of heaven. A person who is appointed by God, anointed by God. What? Oh my God, what's next, dude? You're gonna tell me that men can't have hobbies like building 150 pipe bombs like the guy in Virginia? Thank God they let him go.
America, ever encroaching on the last bit of democracy in the West. But after 80 years of brutal communist oppression, the Russian people finally had enough, rising up against their brutal dictatorship in the name of democracy, liberty, and justice for all.
Yeah, and everybody knows the liberalization of the Soviet bloc was fantastic. I'll explain. When they were doing, when suicide rates went up by like 7 million%.
I gotta say, this is when I can definitely listen to Hassan. Like, he's surprisingly one of the better people on this stuff. He's a very good communicator.
Squalor, okay, and
at least
tried to, I guess, self-medicate by killing themselves. By drinking way too much alcohol, and there was child trafficking and sex slavery around. This was actually good. I'll explain. It's sometimes good to go through, the hard times because it creates strong men, right? I've seen that meme online somewhere. Hard times create strong men create good times, and then good times create weak men, and weak men create bad times. It's just growing pains, right? That's just how it works.
Their decades of suffering were truly brought to conclusion by the destruction of the Berlin Wall and the liberation of West Berlin. How did the fiercest communist regime in the history of the world eventually collapse by the mere power of its oppressed people?
Sans mustache, ew.
Because socialism never works.
True. Facts. True facts
Yeah,
stated.
fuck it up. Chat's going back up. It's pretty funny.
But after the fall of the Soviet Union, one communist dictatorship remained in Europe. That being Yugoslavia, a land made up of several ethnic and cultural groups. But only a few months after the fall of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia collapsed from within. Why? Say it with me now.
Socialism never works.
Socialism never works.
Yeah, it's true.
This guy.
Gentleman from Vermont's recognized.
Rest in power, Tito.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. It is the United States Congress which has the power to determine issues of war and peace and to decide whether our young men and women are put in harm's way. It is the President who is the commander-in-chief of the military. It is the Congress which determines whether we use that military. I have heard today that some people think that the U.S. participation in Kosovo now is unconstitutional. They're right. But the U.S. participation in Vietnam, Grenada, Panama, and many other conflicts which took place without
Bernie's always been so fucking base.
congressional authorization were also
Oh,
unconstitutional. Sadly, because Mr. Milosevic has negotiated agreements which he has then ignored, I have supported
Closest politician I am like. You can say that. No, do you stand him? It's like.
Sorry, I'm stupid as hell. I'm still a normie, truly, but Tito
Ish.
was a dictator, right?
At least it's
I feel
consistent.
like saying that about under American education, under Western education, saying that about like virtually every other leader that oversaw any sort of like socialist governance is understandable given how much education is out there talking about how devastating these guys were. But Tito is like famously one of those dudes that is supposed to be an in-betweener, cooperation with the West and also cooperation with, to a certain degree, Soviet-aligned countries as well. It's interesting to say this about him ultimately because it's like he was, he was definitely someone who worked with the West a lot.
At one point in time, Earth had no socialism. Then we were taken over, engulfed by socialism. Until today,
That might
almost
get so much of
socialism
me
exists on
inside
Earth.
of it.
Why is that? This is the history of
Sans
socialism.
mustache. Okay.
Vladimir Lenin is viewed as the father of socialism, the man who orchestrated the October Revolution. When a group of anti-capitalist Bolshevik terrorists stormed the Winter Palace and brutally ended the Romanov lineage, and after doing so, implemented communism all throughout Russia. For the next 60 or so years, Russia was catastrophic for the underdeveloped world. Invasion after invasion, Russia was spreading communism all throughout the globe, like it was an infectious disease searching through every alley and stairwell for its next victim, steadily building what we now know as the Soviet Union. Spanning all the way from Soviet-backed North Korea to the Soviet Republic of East Germany, the USSR had a chokehold on freedom and independence, even going as far as to invade Afghanistan, an inhumane act for the sole purpose of spreading communism. This was truly a dark time in Earth's history. However, for whatever reason, one by one these communist dictatorships began to collapse, turning away from the dark side overnight. The USSR, done. East Germany, collapsed. Vietnam, cooked. Chile, dunzo. Yugoslavia, bye-bye. And just like that, good was returned to this earth. But that's easy. That's understood. That's just history. The reason I'm here today is to answer the one question that is on everyone's mind. Why did these countries collapse? How did these countries collapse? Did society just become lazy? Maybe no one wanted to work because everything was handed to them. Were these dictators hoarding all the wealth for themselves and their friends? A phenomenon all too common in the history of these socialist countries?
And never. And something that does not exist in capitalism, famously. Okay? I just want to reiterate the point. The accumulation of wealth at the top in the hands of the few. Okay? This famously is not a product of the dictatorship of the bourgeois. They know better. They are producers. They are wealth producers. They know what to do with the money. You and other peasants like you do not understand. You will never understand how difficult of a journey it is, how difficult of a process it is to actually make capital accumulate. You can't, if given to you, all of that wealth, if distributed evenly, if distributed across the laboring class, by virtue of how much they're actually contributing to the output, how much they're actually contributing to the value, that would be devastating, completely devastating, because you would just squander it. You would buy, I don't know, silly things like Warhammer 40K figurines or something. That's what you would do. Whereas the wealthy, they know how to use it.
This
how do you know?
is why socialism always fails.
Oh, that's a little on the nose. actually know exactly what I'd buy. I got a few. I got my eye on a few sweaters from the Roots of Fight.
Today's broadcast
maybe I
is
should
brought
actually
to
know
you by
the
viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive
place.
content at Patreon.
Because I love this fucking sweater.
Yeah, like think about it. This is a good point. Can you imagine how hard it is to buy Twitter for $46 billion, way above market rate, as for a joke, as a meme, and then only trying to back out of it, and then having the Delaware, Chamber of
Balkans
Commerce
are
Board or
politically
whatever
cursed.
force your hand into actually
So many
fulfilling the
places that
conditions of
seem
the
like that.
agreement and purchasing Twitter at this incredibly high price point, and then immediately gutting the entirety of the workforce, destroying any revenue opportunities you might have had, utilizing this massive social media platform as your own personal cum sock, while simultaneously tweeting 1,000 times a day. Do you know how difficult that is? You think you could be able to do such a thing? No, of course not. It takes a master of the craft to be able to put together such a fantastic opportunity. A mere peasant like you does not know what it's like to tweet 1,000 times a day. Elon, on the other hand, is a genius.
Take a closer look at the history of communist Chile to hopefully find a source, a reason, a catalyst, as they say, for its collapse. In 1973, Chile elected communist
They really just
dictator
get,
Salvador
like,
Allende, but only a
he
week
must have gone
after
on
Allende
stun lock.
Why are you being so condescending? I will buy your house when my Funko Pop investments, not a toy collection, take off. Stop. I'm fearful. I'm fearful of the market value of your Funko Pop collection growing every single day.
office, communist Chile's entire economy collapsed, and so did Salvador
They're gonna make a comeback, guys. They're gonna make a comeback.
Allende's reign. But why? Why did communism work so poorly for Chile that the entire economy and
I got a few of them.
society collapsed in only a week of Allende taking?
Thank God the United States of America was there to save the beautiful people of Chile from making a mistake. They democratically elected this guy, not realizing how scary and bad it is, and how they would be in a brutal authoritarian dictatorship. So I think America wanted to show the people of Chile a lesson. They wanted them to understand that it would be really bad if you had a democratically elected socialist leader. So what's really better is to liberate you from that and then plant a puppet dictator who will do brutal military dictatorship stuff. But that's only as a lesson, to show you how bad it could have been if Salvador Allende did those things.
Office.
Yeah.
Well, communist Chile was quick to implement government handouts. Left and right, they threw money at every poor, sick, hungry, desperate individual they could find on the street.
Unacceptable.
And overnight, yeah, I lied. The true reason socialism always fails is because socialism never gets the opportunity
He lied?
to not fail.
Wait, what?
Sure, the Bolsheviks were definitionally terrorists. But the idea that all resistance is unjust is a silly concept. Life in the Russian Empire, ruled by the Romanov family, was not a fun time, and especially leading up to the revolution. World War I was ongoing, and however you choose to
I'm confused. This plot twist. What? I'm scared. Why is this guy lying? I don't like this. I'm scared.
Name it, this was an imperial war, a war between monarchies, fighting over who can control which parts of the globe. And these brutal self-interested monarchs did everything they could to win over their disputed territories, including, but not limited to, sending millions of their own peasantry to die in the war. Russia alone saw 2 million soldiers die in World War I, and due to the mass amounts of money being spent on the war, along with the gross amounts of wealth the Romanovs were hoarding in their winter palace, another 1 million Russians indirectly died from the war due to food shortages and disease. An event like the October...
No, but that was good. That was for good reasons, as opposed to the bad reasons that these guys were doing terrorism.
Revolution doesn't happen in a vacuum. This was a deeply brutal monarchy, hoarding wealth and leaving their supposed people in ruin and famine for the sole purpose of their imperial pleasure. And once the working class of Russia seized power from their brutal monarchy, the United States immediately did everything they could to squash the Bolshevik government and any sort of spread of communist values, as it was a threat to their colonial profits. During the Russian Civil War, fought between Bolshevik revolutionaries and the remaining factions of pro-monarchy Russians known as the White Army, the United States supported the White Army with money, weapons.
Wait, what? I don't understand. Why would the United States do that? What's next? You're going to tell me that the United States also supported logistically the Batista regime in Cuba? And the Cubans also were having...
All right, these interjections are getting great.
Decades
So
later,
why would
there's
the
no
United
way.
States do that?
What's next? Are you going to say that America planted a puppet dictatorship, a military dictatorship in Chile,
All right.
the one that you just talked about beforehand? There is no way. America is never on the wrong side of these things. I don't understand. I don't understand why people are saying that. What is going on?
And anything else they needed to destroy the Bolshevik movement. The United States also imposed economic blockades immediately following the October Revolution as an attempt to starve out the new Bolshevik government. And although the United...
Wait a minute. Once the side that America ends up funding and supporting fails, they try to implement brutal blockades in an effort to starve out the population for the crimes of going against our wishes. I mean, back then, America also was not like a massive power player either, by the way. But it's interesting that it's very one note.
The United States had to ally with the Soviet Union during World War II to defeat Nazi Germany. The Second World War II came to an end. The Soviet Union became enemy number one until its unfortunate demise in 1991. Alright, let's go through these as fast as possible. In 1948, the United States enacted the Marshall Plan, giving loads of funding to Western European countries after the war to rebuild. But nothing went to the Eastern European countries or victims of Imperial Japan, who faced the brunt of the death toll, including 20 million Chinese people, which no one seems to ever mention. In March of the same year, the United States and its Western European allies enacted a trade embargo of advanced technology like computers to the Soviet Union.
Okay, to be fair though, had they considered not being being led by the nationalists rather than pushing them out all the way into the island of Formosa, rather than be controlled by a communist government, which would of course potentially align itself with the Soviet Republic. I'm just saying the Soviet Union and its sphere of influence was growing, and that's genuinely devastating for America's interests. So I don't think that's an appropriate thing. So yeah, no, even if you have 20 million that die, okay, under brutal Imperial Japan's horrifying war crimes, okay, ultimately you don't need that money. You know, you can deal with it on your own.
Union, drastically limiting their ability to rebuild post-war. The next year, in 1949, NATO was established, which today seems to be understood as some sort of world police, but was originally designed with the sole purpose of intimidating and combating the USSR in their humanitarian efforts across the globe, stopping any potential expansion into Western Europe.
Yeah.
The next year, in 1950, Radio Free Europe, an anti-communist radio broadcast, was founded, designed to expose Soviet citizens to Western ideas and spread lies.
Okay, I read my last message. I tried to
created
sleep.
the
Bye.
sun
Thanks
within
for your
USSR.
patience. Hey, man. No worries.
And in June of the same year, the famous proxy wars began. First,
It's getting a little late,
Korea.
but I appreciate you coming
The free nations have
hanging
learned
with us,
the
man.
fateful lesson of the 1930s.
I'm sorry about your
That
pub.
lesson is that aggression must be met firmly. Appeasement leads only to further aggression and ultimately to war.
Our worst gay president. Abraham Lincoln, our best gay president. Truman, our worst gay president.
Following World War II, Korea was split between the US and the USSR. But when talks of reunification were widespread throughout the country, the United States installed a far-right authoritarian anti-communist president, famous for his suppression of left-wing movements and the Jeju Uprising, where 14,000 civilians were killed by the US-backed South Korean government. This obviously caused the USSR-backed DPRK, or North Korea, to invade South Korea, as its people were being suppressed by the United States. Even
They were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the US-backed leadership.
though left-wing ideas and talks of reunification were widespread throughout the country.
Also, speaking of Jeju, something that's really interesting about Jeju Island, aside from the fact that it was one of the areas that even the Republic of Korea at the time basically allowed to have people's committees and whatnot. Blowback, shouts out to Blowback Season 3. Until they decided that it was actually too problematic and there was guerrilla warfare and they brutally suppressed it by mass executions and all that good stuff. Jeju Island also happens to have, considering how, from what I understand, we've talked extensively about the misogyny in Korea. Jeju Island has a unique history where what do you call it? There is a matriarchal family structure. It's one of the places in Korea that, in South Korea, that has a matriarchal family structure on Jeju Island. Even though it's basically like its old remnants are almost entirely destroyed at this point. But the female divers, the diving ladies, the sea women, Hanyo. Did I say it right? It's the matriarchal structure that they have where women go dive and the men stay at home. Oh, my brother in Christ never thought What? How about James Buchanan? I'd say Buchanan is the most iconic gay president, but also the worst Lamau. My brother in Christ never thought I'd see the day I disagree with you. Wait, about what?
Just in the north. And after 3 years of brutal warfare, where the US carpet-bombed the entirety of North Korea, targeting infrastructure, farms, government buildings, entire villages of innocent civilians, the war came to a temporary end with an armistice agreement. I don't have as much time as I would have hoped to go into the full.
And in the process, they thought about, using multiple nukes both on North Korean soil. Instead, they just napalmed it, used biological chemical warfare, some of which they learned from the Japanese collaborators that they allowed to roam free without any sort of additional legal scrutiny for their war crimes that they committed in Manchuria. They also fantasized about using multiple nukes, both in North Korea, but then also in China as well. Yeah.
Full depth of Korean history, so I advise you to please look into it if you don't believe me. We then moved to Vietnam, where its people were attempting to achieve liberation and independence from France and other Western powers.
Also unacceptable.
But the United States had other ideas. However, the USSR supported them in their independence movement. Are you noticing a theme here? After 20 years of that brutal war, a war so unnecessary and resource depleting that it caused mass social change in the United States and across the world, we decided to venture into the Middle East, into the beautiful socialist country of Afghanistan. The United States funded and assisted insurgent movements like the Mujahideen as an attempt to overthrow the already existing Marxist government of Afghanistan. This led the USSR to send 100,000 troops into Afghanistan to assist the socialist government in their fight against these rebel groups. You're noticing a theme, right? The United States couldn't care less about Afghani rebel groups, or French collaborating Vietnamese people, or even Ukrainians today. The United States' entire goal in these proxy wars was to fight against the liberation of people under colonial rule, as once achieving emancipation they would side with the USSR, a nation who is actually supporting them in their emancipatory efforts. Socialism didn't work in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in Korea, not because socialism never works, but because socialism never works when you have the United States empire actively fighting against it by any means necessary. And don't even get me started on South America, a continent where between 1950 and 2019, the US supported 56 right-wing military interventions, all of which were to oust a left-wing government who sought to expel parasitic and destructive American companies. And yes, it happened in 2019, when the country of Bolivia tried to nationalize their lithium reserves. Elon Musk, someone who relies on cheap lithium reserves, pressured the United States to orchestrate a coup to oust
That's kind of poignant.
the new Bolivia.
I mean, I don't know how much Elon Musk individually had a say in this process, to be fair. Like, I think he was just flexing and being
Come on, man. Now you're being too charitable.
a douchebag. But I don't think he was like individually, he was like, yeah, we have to coup Bolivia because of lithium extraction.
Bolivian president. And the same
No, knowing how Elon thinks, no, he totally no. I actually hold to that statement. I think he was being too charitable.
More of a say now in the upcoming administration. I mean, he certainly will have more of a say now, but
just survived another assassination attempt. They can't get rid of the.
But ultimately, the thing is, it doesn't necessarily matter because it's in line with the interest. It's in line with capital interest. That's it. That's what matters the most. That's what matters the most. And by the way, as always, Bolivia was presented as a people revolting against the brutal dictatorship of Evo Morales. Every single time there's any sort of minor mobilization against any kind of government that America considers to be a threat or a foreign adversary, our media immediately runs to say, oh, look, the people are finally rising up. And then even if it fails, and in some instances it does fail, okay, and the people actually do engage in popular mobilization against a coup, okay, that America is backing, there's rarely ever any coverage over the matter. It's like it's already resolved, you know? We already figured it out. We already know what happened.
This man. But there is a silver lining in all of this. The United States can put its grubby little hands wherever it chooses to put them, squash whatever sort of movement that has any chance of limiting their global control. But what they can't do is beat resiliency, determination.
What's going on here? Wait. Is the audio just gone? Music.
How dare I do that? Innocent people.
When Cuban revolutionary.
I guess not. I guess it just went. Oh, it must have had a song.
Cuban revolutionaries violently took back their country from U.S. economic control, chasing out the U.S.-backed fascist leader. The United States
what the hell just happened there?
all ties with Cuba, not allowing them to do any business with American companies.
My mom trying to romanticize Fidel Castro and Che, you are a moron. They killed so many innocent people. Yeah, it's really messed up. It's really messed up, dude. You're so right. How dare I do that? I'm a Batista enjoyer myself. They were also extremely racist. Yo, just
I mean,
like
I like
that,
Batista too.
First of all,
He's
First
great
of
as
all,
Drax, and
imagine being an American and
definitely one of
saying
my favorite
Cuban
members of
leadership was extremely racist. Like the Cuban revolutionary leaders were extremely racist. Literally, what are you saying? We're talking about the 50s in America. Hello. Okay.
Hello?
Number one, you're wrong.
the
You're
fuck?
just genuinely wrong.
Hello?
Many people just simply point to not Fidel Castro, Che Guevara's writings early on when he was legitimately, he had like racist opinions. He spent the rest of his life liberating African nations from colonialism.
Yes.
You have done nothing to help black people. You are currently defending the American government, who
It's
was
just-
infinitely more
when you
racist
when you read
than
his early stuff, I was like, oh.
the anti-feudalist revolutionary actions that these guys engaged in Cuba.
He also did
okay,
not like
while
Jewish
simultaneously
people
talking
very
about a guy
much,
who
apparently.
directly took up arms to engage, to help African nations against being victims of colonialism for the rest of his life. Ridiculous making this statement. There is not anything, there's nothing that is further away from reality than this.
Luckily, they had the USSR and were able to succeed as a socialist state all the way up until 1991 when the USSR fell. This period of time became very difficult for Cuba. They didn't have a greater power looking out for them from across the world, but they were resilient. At this point, Cuba was nearly 100% literate.
So everybody knows, we actually got a new Kirk drop. He has an acoustic song that he just sent me, so I want to play that after this.
Now that they had to be even more self-reliant than they already were, Cuba began educating its people in mass, with only 10% of the population attending college at the time of the USSR's collapse, to now when nearly 40% of all Cubans are enrolled at a university. This Cuban resilience and their dedication to education has been a monumental success. Cuba now has the most doctors per capita of any country, with 9 doctors for every 1,000 people, which, unsurprisingly, has allowed Cuba to invent
That's really unacceptable. I mean, honestly, what they've done to the profit motive is truly heinous.
Vaccinations even the United States has yet to figure out. The COVID pandemic was uniquely difficult for Cuba, since people like Bill Gates refused
Can
to
we go
make
get
public
that?
their
Like, does anybody actually... Hey, in chat, does anybody know if that is something that we can do, or is that embargo thing with that Obama opened up? Did I never do anything with that?
Vaccine blueprints.
God damn
And
it,
Cuba
I actually
couldn't
gotta
buy
look
the
at that.
vaccines from the United
Oh, sorry. I gotta go pee.
States either, so they were forced to create their own COVID vaccine, and ultimately experienced a significantly lower death toll than the United States.
Hey, his dog
This
goes with him.
country
That's
gets
not cool.
terrible press, but North Korea has
My dog
also been
stays.
resilient. It's a similar story to Cuba's. North Korea was able to find success after the Korean War thanks to help from the USSR, but they too understood they couldn't be reliant on the USSR, so they went through 2 decades of rapid industrialization, focusing on self-reliance. However, when the USSR inevitably dissolved, North Korea hit a plateau and struggled to develop further, and due to American sanctions, they experienced severe famine throughout the entire country in the 1990s and 2000s. But nowadays, North Korea has a new power looking out for them. Actually, they've been doing a lot of business overseas this country. Not the sort of business the United States engages in, almost the opposite. And that power is China.
We do have some breaking news. There are satellite images, and what they appear to show is rapid construction at several suspected silo fields in China that could eventually launch nuclear weapons. Tensions are rising in one of the most hotly contested regions on the planet, the South China Sea. From militarized artificial islands to fighter jets and warplanes, China's heavy presence in the disputed region is putting the U.S. and its allies on notice.
China and the United States both have been getting involved in other countries. But instead of the United States strategy of war, oppression, and total military takeover,
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq.
I think, like, for a lot of people, whenever there's any sort of whenever there's any sort of promotion of like countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence, outside of the sphere of direct capitalist influence, it's oftentimes talked about with like, oh, they have to be perfect. Like, they're not. Even within revolutionary actions, there's always going to be a lot of issues. There's going to be violence. There's going to be innocent people that are also killed, right? For sure. I mean, there's also going to be issues of governance in the aftermath as well, partially as a consequence of the brutal sanctions regime implemented in an effort to punish, or even when people go, oh, the intimidation China does to the Philippine government is uncalled for, though. Like, that's another example, right? Like, there are definitely things that other governments outside of the sphere of American influence engage in. I think that the threatening of the Philippines by the Chinese government is minor in comparison to other things that you can talk about with respect to, like, Myanmar, how China operates in Myanmar. totally self-serving, arming both sides depending on what their immediate needs are, right? Having said that, however, I think that it's not the expectation that we place upon, the expectation we place upon countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence is that they have to be perfect. They're not. Of course they're not. No government is perfect, right? And I've never made that argument that they are. But what I find really funny is that people always just immediately hyper focus on all of the issues within the way that these governments operate, within the way that they've historically operated, especially throughout tumultuous times when they're rebuilding, right? While completely being negligent to America's global dominance for the past century almost. And it's ridiculous. If you are, I mean, the example is this. China engaged in mass surveillance and re-education in the Xinjiang region against Uyghur Muslims. They consider them to be separatists, extremists. Were there separatist extremists amongst the Uyghur Muslims? Certainly, of course. Having said that, the Chinese government's attitude was completely unacceptable. Okay? I've never defended that at all. But when you hyper focus on that without recognizing what American leadership has done historically to Muslims all around the world, okay, it is it sounds laughable. It sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, just here, bear with it. My Twitch and my YouTube are having minor issues. It should fix itself in a second.
Ridiculous. If you think that is completely unacceptable, which I do, then holy shit, you should be losing your mind every day with what America does that you don't even think about. You don't even consider. Do you understand? We never have that same standard applied that we do to our foreign adversaries. We never apply those similar standards to ourselves. And many people turn around and act like I am the one who's not applying any standards whatsoever to America's foreign adversaries when I clearly do apply standards to America's foreign adversaries.
To free its people and to defend the world from grave danger.
China has been going about it a different way, known as the Belt and Road Initiative. In order to expand global trade, China realized that investing in underdeveloped countries would allow said countries to spend...
But never in its own country, thus creating an illusion of justice. That's also wrong. America never dominates in its own country is so laughable. The problem is American dominance on U.S. soil is invisible, and it's backed by a massively successful press apparatus that is also seen as invisible, both historically with American dominance against Native Americans or chattel slavery, but even in contemporary American society where we are so brutal, so ruthless to the poor.
Mm-hmm. Jesus, dude.
I'm not even talking about the indigenous people when I talk about American dominance against entire, not explicitly like Japan concentration camp in the U.S. I mean, state violence via evictions through capital prisons. Exactly. I feel like the American government does untold amounts of structural violence, but that is completely invisible. Is my point. It's not seen as direct violence. Whenever there is some sort of direct violence, whenever there's any sort of direct violence, it's always done in the hands of the police, for example. So it is normalized. It's considered to be totally valid, totally appropriate. We talk about camps, for example. We talk about gulags and whatnot. America has the highest prisoner per capita on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
We have, behind bars, a quarter of the entire planet's prisoner population. A quarter. 1 out of every 4 person that is currently jailed behind bars is jailed behind bars in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm. It's an insane stat to think about, but also
slavery in the United States of America. It's legal as a mechanism of
it's something that it's totally underreported on
punishment.
They don't want you knowing about this shit.
As a matter of fact, the state I'm in right now, the state of California, voted to reaffirm that right to continue utilizing slavery in the state of California as a form of punishment in this last election cycle. California is supposed to be so woke and so progressive. This is the problem. American violence is always invisible, is brushed aside, or the people that we enact this violence against, our own neighbors, deserve it. That's what we're taught to think. When our foreign adversaries do it, it's unimaginable cruelty. That's why I always joke around and say I love those memes about, talking about American society like I'm Yeonmi Parks, but for America.
Money on China, investing in ports, highways, airports, railways. These investments help both the country receiving the investment as well as China. Some people criticize China for the Belt and Road Initiative, claiming that it ties down poor countries to China, forcing them to pay back loans.
They emptied the mental hospitals in the 1980s, then started a war on drugs. The prison population more than doubled in 10 years.
That their unstable economy
Go
is
figure.
difficult to pay back. But what would you rather have? A global power invading your country and changing the government leadership overnight to crack down on left-wing liberation movements? Or a global power investing in your infrastructure with the purpose of your country being able to better participate in global trade, ultimately growing your economy and creating opportunities that had not previously existed? Socialism
loans, by the way, that even American capitalists have come to recognize are infinitely more favorable in their conditions than the Chinese loans. Something that you know, we're trying to fix here in the West is by trying to offer better loan conditions.
Has worked. It worked for every country that's tried it.
Yeah, 17 different loans were forgiven by China.
The inevitable
Throughout COVID.
reaction by the United States. But when people try to argue that socialism never works, they're really admitting that as long as there is a global network of American-backed leaders, allowing for the continuation of America's pillaging of the Third World, as well as a vast collection of American military bases all across the world, socialism can never work. It is always in the best interest of imperialists to squash anti-imperialist movements, especially when that movement is taking place on the largest deposit of crude oil in the entire world. Thank you for watching North Star Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other
All
countries'
right.
elections?
Oh, probably.
Oh, man.
Probably.
It was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from...
Did you mean wage slavery or prison complex slavery?
Jesus Christ. And she's just like, cool. Awesome.
No, prison complex slavery, not wage slavery. Wage slavery is a separate one that we also try to talk about and try to abolish. How the U.S. destroyed more than socialism in Chile. Project Cybersyn by cool former right now.
Clients
socialism
crash
too
out
overzealous.
explained.
No, I don't want to do that.
Wouldn't mind watching that one. We're good on videos today. All right. Let's hang out for a little bit and discuss what we just watched. Weasel Lord, what's up? Glad to see ya. Oh, man. So I just have to, like, I know this is probably TMI, but that monster piss that my dog left upstairs was no joke. Holy crap, man. I think she unfortunately started from like this like front door of my house, and she just kind of cycled all the way through. And yeah. Oh, that was a nightmare. So, unfortunately, yeah, it's a 13-year-old bladder. Although, you know what? I'm glad that she just, like, let it go. Because she actually has dealt with UTIs before. So, that is something that, yeah, I don't like dealing with, because it's about a $300, $400 bill, give or take. Depending on if they have to run an extra test on the urine. Oh, I hope none of you also have to ever deal with Cushing's disease. Cushing's disease it's wild. So, but what is up, Weasel Lord? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, you've been here before. And also, give me one sec. I meant to put this up earlier. There we go. All right. So, oh my God. Does anybody else have a headache? I gotta have a headache. How long have I been on? Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, this was one that felt like 4 hours. It happens more and more lately. Any new news while we were out? Wait, Trump denies report of scaling back universal tariff plan. President-elect Trump firmly denies the Washington Post report suggesting his team would narrow tariff plans to specific critical imports, maintaining his commitment to universal tariffs of 10 to 20% on global imports and 60% on Chinese goods. Oh my god, dude. Like, this is gonna hurt. Like, and I know his own base right now, they don't care because they don't think that this is a problem for them, which is, that's gonna be shocking for them when all of a sudden it's gonna be on him. Like, it's literally gonna be on him. Oh my god, everybody's kind of like fairly reporting on this too. Cool. Marketplace impact concerns. Sources across the spectrum highlight widespread concerns that Trump's tariff policies could significantly impact global trade patterns, inflation rates, and market stability. Supply chain disruption. Multiple outlets report that the businesses are already taking preemptive action by front-loading orders and seeking new suppliers, indicating widespread market uncertainty. Great. Because that's the other thing that he wasn't like taking into consideration, is just like, oh, so you're telling me that they're not even just gonna they're not gonna ship here? Yeah, crap. Oh man, how fun is that? You know what? There's been a disturbing lack of Duke in this chat. Oh man, I feel bad whenever he's working his factory job, but I hope that he's out with a lady tonight, because it's like, God, he's got like a movie life where he worked a hard shift in the factory, time to go get laid, also smoke some good ganj. Oh man, I don't know, you guys think that he's gonna do it? I don't know if he's gonna do it. Ooh, cheers. Because it's the same with the deportation. I mean, realistically, what? We got 14 days? Yeah, 14 days until we actually know. Because I know a few people in my life that are kind of like, they're taking precautions on the 19th. I do know that. Just in case. No, they ain't going nowhere. And the weird part is, they really don't have much of a reason to, outside of the fact that they're just like, I'm brown. It's like, oh. Well, seems like a good enough reason if they're threatening you, I guess. That's what I'm scared of, is they're not even going to care about citizenship. They're just going to round up people and then they're going to deal with it later. Because, like, think about this. Think about the manpower that this is going to take and just, like, the shitstorm that's going to come from this shit. Like, how many lawsuits? Oh my god, so many lawsuits. This could bankrupt... Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Realistically, but that's a new angle. This could bankrupt the government just in lawsuits alone. Holy shit. Because imagine it. They're gonna definitely... let's not even say accidentally. They're definitely going to... accidentally round up American citizens. You know, the freaking border czar said it. And this callous motherfucker who has absolutely no soul was just like, yeah, we'll round up the families. At least we got a heart. We're going to keep the families together this time. We're not going to separate them. It's like, but what if the families have legal people? Like, what if the children are illegal? Meh, they can go too. You do realize, like, how just blatantly racist this is? Like, I know we do. Like, this is what I hate about speaking to a bubble. Like, and I understand that the algorithm, like, keeps us in the bubble. Hassan brought that up. I was like, okay, and that's why I've kind of been playing, games with, like, my titling on my, my videos. Because I'm like, no, I would like to bring in other people, but... Nah, YouTube and Twitch, realistically, man, they're pretty, I think they're pretty invested in us not talking to the other side. I don't know. I kind of feel like yeah. I'm trying not to get too conspiratorial with it. Like, I really am. Like, I don't want to go down those stupid rabbit holes, because those are stupid. Like, I'm been trying to keep with the consistency of just not doomering until it's time to doomer. So, all right. So here we got a song from Kirk. It's Bando acoustic version. And this is for anybody that thought that this dude couldn't, like, just do this with just a guitar. I was trying to explain to somebody that that's his voice.
Like I was playing a Nintendo, using up for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. I know it's wrong, but I need this to work, cause I'm cashing out dirt, she gon' put in the work. I got plenty of baddies who fucking with Kirk, got them passing out perks, never trying to be Kurt. I took away all her pride, I said she was mine and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me cry. I thought making money was all of my life. I changed what I did if I wasn't this rich. I made all this cash off it thanks to this bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the signs. She ain't going anywhere, one of us
right, I do like this better.
Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot so I open the window. Giving me Arthur Penn, Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti, a Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister, making a whole lot of dough, senoritas. Business as always, she walking sideways. She wanted different, but it's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, though. Playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even
Yeah, I kind of hope
special,
Brian's
got
here
20
so
in the
he can just,
bando.
you know, feel kind of embarrassed that he keeps like accusing our guy here of using a voice modulator or a uh-oh, she's walking around. Uh-oh. Like, anytime I'm hearing, like, her little clip-clops, I'm just like, oh, boy. Yeah, I think I'm, we're gonna play one more song, and then I think I'm gonna call stream so I can go and be with the dog. Make sure she's all good, because, yes. That kind of scares me that she, just kind of, you know, peed all over the place. Now scares me that I didn't hear her, so I'm wondering if she didn't even, like, bark, if she just started going. Which, that would not be good. Not in the slightest. I'm sorry that everybody has had to essentially deal with that. I also want to thank everybody that's just been hanging and dealing with me and my my COVID, or my, what I perceive as that. Because so far, yeah, nothing as far as positive tests, so. Oh my god. My brain. Which one do I want? The Void Or no, we just did Bando. No, Quaaludes. We'll do Quaaludes. I like Quaaludes. Clip it. Here. I always have to do this. Nice. No, dude, I really liked that acoustic set. So if you got more of that, send it my way. I like that. I mean, I've always dug acoustic, so. But it makes me appreciate your beats a little bit more too. Like, dude, I hope you understand you're very good at this. Again, just as somebody who, listens to music a lot of music. I also hate when people don't give people chances just because they're new artists. Like, God, that's such a thing, by the way. Like, or they think, oh, I'll hear this guy in a bar or some shit. Like, they're so reductive about it. Like, that's like the whole reason that people are obsessed with the Chappell Roan story is because she was like a girl in a park that was like getting ignored. Same with the fucking Taylor Swift. This is why everybody's obsessed with that shit. You know? But, I sent acoustic version of Maverick as well. Barely any mix on it. Oh, shit. Really? Here. Oh, is that my privates? Private DMs. Okay. I've been here too long. Oh yeah. Okay, there it is. I really hope this fever breaks. I hope this is legit, like, the last of this, because, God, I hate it. Quaaludes on my mind, bezos got me feeling fine. Agua mezclada con ketamina, nuke it on the high. Vodka got me losing sight, popping Addies every night. Spidey I am a fiend, it got me headed to the light. Quaaludes on my mind, bezos got me feeling fine. Agua mezclada sleepy time. All right. Well, you forward that. I'm also going to get some sleepy time. I'm going to do your one more song here. You're making me go overtime. Yeah. Little bit of macho madness before we go to bed. Yeah. Amp everybody up for sleepy time. Uh-huh. I'm talking elbow drops. Yeah. Go night-night. Uh-huh. Feels incredible to have people appreciate my music. Thank you. Both forever and always. Oh, dude, hell yeah, man. We appreciate you appreciating us. So, sorry, I was in the middle of having just some goofy fun. All right, well, this one's only a minute long. That's perfect. Perfect. All right, guys. So, I want to give my shout-outs here to everybody. Carla's Wild Ride, thank you for following. Unvaccinated subhuman. What? Jesus. Ivy Oi, also, thank you for participating so much over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Dave Mru, also appreciate you following. Dankley, appreciate you. Alrighty. And also, Squishmallow Dragon, thank you so much for all the gifted subs today. You are the VIP. I mean, you're always Twitch VIP, essentially, so that's just like... I thought CM Punk was more about sleepy time. Yeah, dude, for real. I was just like, it's time to go to bed. Here, let's get this track going. Test your limit, test your... Oh my god, oh my god. Your limit, test your limit, test... That was me. I just realized that is not what he said. All right, hold on. Where's the Maverick? Oh, there it is. There we go. It's 2:30. No wonder that was only a minute long. I'm a top-notch boy with top-notch bitches. Gonna rock that boy. Raw was kind of a letdown. Ah, damn it. Well, I'm mostly interested in seeing the main event because CM Punk.
skin, I'm ballin'. I'm a blackout boy. Tell me what you wanna do. I'm an S-class goon. Fuck your mama, what it do?
Well, I mean, Logan Paul is Logan Paul. Feel like I'm kind of doing my best Logan Paul impression with this.
I gotta chill with the evidence, losing my mind when I'm not on my medicine. One at a time, I'm losing. You don't got a taste of my chroming. You already know that you lost in the smoke. Got a whole lot of girlies, they rocking with me cause they know I'm a threat to their other homies making money. I'm hungry for everything, yeah, my candle's still lit, so I'm still in the scene. If you need it, I got it, I'm always around. If I front and you duck, you gon' be in the ground. Playing funny with money and make you a clown. And funny with money and make you a clown. Realist in the business, I'm a savage, not the one that cap your homies, but the one that kill your daddy. Yeah, I'm all up in your crib, I'm straight up fuck.
Do you know what he just said? I heard savage, yeah. Oh yeah, macho madness coming out. Yeah, cream of the crop. Sorry, I had to. Oh my god, I just realized something. Oh my god, his fucking song is totally not copyrighted.
Top-notch bitches, come and rock that boy. If he coming for my profits, got to walk that poise. Nothing gonna be a problem. I'm a psycho boy, lampshade from your skin, I'm ballin'. I'm a blackout boy. Tell me what you wanna do. I'm a S-class goon. Fuck your mama, what it do? Roger, test 1, 2. Blackout sneaking
no, dude, I kind of am mad. Like, I don't see Brian in here. Dude, he deserves, like, the next time I see him in chat, I'm gonna just be like, no, I got something to show you. Hold on.
Realist in the business, I'm a savage, not the one that cap your homies, but the one that kill your daddy. Yeah, I'm all up in your crib, I'm straight up fucking on your baddie. Eat the food up out your fridge,
I just got that.
They calling me the Maverick.
Uh-huh. Well, I got something to say about that, yeah. Wait. Damn it. It's not gonna work. Fuck. I was looking for Poppin' Circumstance. Wait, is that copywritten or not? Harmonic. Damn it. I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, I told him it's not auto-tune. He doesn't care. No, dude, like, the thing is, he was adamant about fighting me on that shit, too. Like, it was really weird. He's like, no, this is definitely auto-tune. Which, I know the difference, man. Like, that was the thing. Like, I know, like, the difference between doing a digital, like, cleanup and straight up using auto-tune. Yeah, man. Like, come on. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to turn Raw off like halfway through my stream because it was actually kind of screwing with my stream. I think that I need to call my internet cable company tomorrow. I use what's called transient shaping for that makes notes switch lightly faster. It's only for modern effect. Like, dude, the thing is, I don't get where people, like, get mad at mixing. Like, there's this beatboxer, I think that I mentioned him to you here. I'll just... Beatbox. There. Cool. Yeah, sorry that I posted twice. I just realized that. But yeah, for anybody that wants to look him up, that's him. But But yeah, like he took a lot of shit for people just being like, "Oh, he's not a pure beatboxer. Look, he uses a mixer." But the only reason he used a mixer was just because he was layering his stuff, because it's just him. It's almost like you need that to like, because like he was doing sophisticated shit, or is I'm not sure if he's still doing it. Like I noticed his YouTube was kind of dead. So, but either way, doesn't make it any less interesting, and his song's less awesome. But yeah, it's always pissed me off when, but I also feel like that's gatekeeping music a little bit. Like he's sitting there jamming to your stuff, really enjoying it, but he has to find something wrong with it. Like, what's with that? Like, I understand, like, if you're asking for criticism, that's a different story, but what he's doing is just being a dick. I don't see how that helps you. Especially, like, I don't know. It's almost like saying that I have a writer that's, anytime that I have a zinger or a good idea, that, oh, your writer said that. This is all me. And plan to be. Although, thank you to my fine editors. I know that she's probably not here, but Rectangles, I do appreciate you. Also, Unimoogle, appreciate you. Bloodstone by Stars, you are awesome. Also, oh, see, I didn't see it. Okay, so I have my stream chat turned on where I don't get all of the things. So it said turquoise and purple ring. I didn't know what that was, but that's cool. Okay, so everybody really liked your stuff. Well, that also proves that you can totally do like live sets. Like, damn, you actually require a lot less than I thought. Damn. Hell yeah. Mild take. I wanted to call that one cool, but we cool. Yeah. Damn it. I wish I could see with these. I can't see shit. Like, I'm so blind. I have to literally get like, I gotta be like this. Yeah, macho madness. Took a few too many hits to the head. Yeah. Took a trip to the eye doctor. Told me I can't see for shit. This is why elbow dress. Oh my god, I actually just thought of a moment where he totally missed a move. It's just like, this is why me and Bruno Sammartino had a little bit of a fight backstage. Yeah. Couldn't see my mark. He told him to move left, he went right. Doesn't know L from L. Yeah. Fuck. That's the best you're getting right now. Fuck. You are lost in the sauce, my friend. Yeah. I really am. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, the thing about my impressions is I just legitimately don't give a shit if you guys like them or not. I enjoy doing them. They're fun to me. Now, as I said, if there's certain ones that start oh my god, you clipped all of that. Get the fuck out of here. I gotta remember that this is live. Ugh. Live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. No shit. Yeah, man. Damn. You are lost in the sauce. Oh, man. Yeah. No, I'm dead serious, though. I actually do enjoy doing these impressions and just having fun. It's when guys like Brian are... sorry, I did have a broader point to that. It was when Brian's just like, come on. He wants Rainbow Connection because he knows that's a damn good impression, and that makes me happy because I know it's a damn good impression. But it's like, no, if you want Rainbow Connection, I will actually sing the whole damn song. If he actually, like, if he does donate the $100 that I said, oh my god, I will do it. You have unlimited song material with this one, Kirk. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh, I got a request. You do one with... You just can mix up, like, do a cartoon version of the 100 Acre Wood. You can rap as Christopher Robin, and I can fucking freestyle as Winnie the Pooh. Christopher Robin, when he grew up, I think that he's kind of a putz. Do you know what I really like? Honey, that's what I like. Jesus. Oh, man. Fuck. I'll match his 100 if you record it and I mix it. Alright, fine. Alright. No, all right. Alright, if he does that. Can I do Tigger and be the hype man? Fuck yeah. I mean, if you can actually do a bomb-at, like, if you can do a convincing Tigger, like, trust me, I have tried. And, like, I have studied the art of Jim Cummings, the man behind the voices, and I can do a little dark-winged duck, yeah. It's a little... It's almost like Macho Man, but you gotta get a little lisp on it. Actually, no, right there was Dusty Rhodes. If you guys know, you know. Dusty Rhodes, yeah. he didn't do the... Dusty Rhodes, daddy. Oh, God. But no, yeah, Tigger. T-I-double-G-R. Yeah. I can do Eeyore, though. I guess I'll just go and stay in my little shack. I can do Piglet, too. Oh, dear. Pooh, I don't think that he wants you to do that. Oh, Piglet. Piglet. Damn it. Now it's transitioning from voice to voice. That actually sucks. Oh, why do you have to be such an annoying little pig? Fuck. Sorry. Now I'm just having fun. And I hope you guys are too. Watching this. Watching a random dude on YouTube just be like, hey, I can do impressions. Here they all are. God. I remember the first time that I made one of my, I made a tape. And I mean like a literal physical tape that I sent to a radio station, and half of it was me, like, doing impressions. God. Who did I do? I think I did Arnold Schwarzenegger, which he wasn't even that good. Still isn't. He's not one of my best. Yay! It's just... it's doing a lot of this. Yay! You know what you need to do. I love this idea, guys. Oh my god, the 100 Acre Rap. Dude, actually, this could actually... this is... Hey, we have it on video. I at least had the idea for the 100 Acre Rap. Okay? Can we do it like the Super Bowl Shuffle? Oh my god. Now I need to get some honey on the double. That's why this is the 100 Acre Wood Shuffle. Now go, drop it, rabbit. Wait, what was that part? Drop it, rabbit. There we go. Oh, wasn't he, like, annoyed by everything? My BF does a great Arnie, and I come in with mumbling. What? I do it. All right, yeah. Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Adrian. Hey, I can do a lot better. Hold on. I gotta just get a, like, I am the law. I gotta get the little lip thing going. Hey. Although, if you ever thought about the movie Rocky, yeah, he's a little bit fucked in the head, yeah, but he also he kind of stalks that poor girl, huh? Canadian Conservative candidate Poilievre promises to deport any refugees and suspend the construction of refugee settlements and cancel gender diversity education on campus. Jesus Christ. Number one, welcome, Raven lady. Jesus. Way to drop the politics hard when we were in the middle of a fun segment. But it's all right. I appreciate that. Yeah, to be expected, I guess. Holy crap. Listen, you had to pay me $1 million. That's why I'm here. My name's Donald Trump. Pay me. Oh, wait, and then you don't pay them? It's just like, what do you mean you're not paying me? I would love to do that to, like that right there. That wasn't even just like an impression or like anything. I would love to just do that. Just be like, here, Mr. Trump. Yeah. What do you mean? You owe me money. It's just like, no, I do not. See how that works? Doesn't feel good, does it? Fucker. You know how many small contractors that guy's ripped off? Yeah, I think you guys do. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I have to like be careful. Number one, I have to like, I gotta be like clear-headed because like that is when I can do all these pretty well. Alright, off to bed, little homies. Yeah, dude. I appreciate you. I'm gonna stick around for 10 more minutes, go to the 7, and just, yeah, take on off from there. But I appreciate you, buddy. I will, catch you tomorrow. I'm on at 4 tomorrow, so you know the deal. Come and have some fun. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna probably start the, stream with your, the Philharmonic. Actually, yeah. I need to layer that and just put it with the pep talks. I have an idea for that. So... you're cool with that, I'll just do that. Because I still think that one's hilarious. I do understand that not a lot of people understand it, like, out of context, but whatever. It's once I get to just be like, hey, that's me. That's funny. So, but like I said, I appreciate it. God damn it. That's my, if you can't tell, he's been my favorite. Like, dude, I've been doing a Macho Man since I was like 6 years old. Walking it. I'll never forget when I, my grandma, she had Pomp and Circumstance on a vinyl. So, I fucking put that shit on. I just remember doing it, like putting her giant, like she had giant aviators that she rocked. She actually looked pretty cool with those. But I remember putting those on. I made a makeshift bandana and just was doing Macho Man impressions, making her crack up in the in the living room. It was so funny, man. I miss those. Rest in peace, Grandma. She was cool. Anything related to the show is yours once I send it 100%. Oh, cool, bud. I appreciate that. Cool. Well done. That makes that easy for me. I appreciate everything you do for this show, man. You've definitely been more than a contributor, so. But I appreciate every single one of you that is, like, just even hung out, man. Like, not to wax, like, you know, get mushy on you guys, but for real, I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I appreciate everything that you guys do, and the fact that you guys are interested in the things you're interested in. Because also, come on, like, what other spaces have that? Like, dude, I'll be honest, one of the most dejecting things I ever, like, had happen to me with a streamer, and this is stupid. I know how stupid this is, but I'm just gonna let it go. Vosh. I was listening to Vosh, and he was talking about pot smoking, and he was talking about specifically how he doesn't really do it anymore. And then he was talking about, like, how, like, it kills all, you know, your intuition, or not intuition. That's not the word I'm looking for. Oh my God. I can't even think of the fucking word. Oh my God. I'm literally having a mental break right now, but whatever. He was just saying how ambition, intuition, it was one of the issues. But yeah, he was just talking about that, and then he was like, yeah, you know, I used to smoke to go to bed, and but I think those people are sad, and I feel bad for them, and I think that like they're smoking to run away from things, and like, dude, he was really kind of, it wasn't just tearing us down, it was doing it in a way where he was just like, you guys are running from things and you need to stop. And I was like, no, you need to let me continue to run. Listen, every time that I go and buy something from the dispo, it's like buying a new pair of shoes. And if any of you have ever seen the Boondocks, then you know the new shoe dance, the new shoes, new shoes. I got them new shoes. This is the new shoe dance. Now I'm just looking at Raven Lady Mo. Yeah, Mao. Yeah, that kind of bummed me up. I'm just like, damn it. So Canada's not even... Although, you know what? I would like to see what Lance from the Surfs has to say about this. Because now he actually has to pay attention to Canadian politics. Weird. Yeah, I'm a little shitty about that. I've always wondered about that, where it's just like, how you gonna make all this money when you have nothing at stake? And you're just sitting in your little liberal utopia with your legal weed and just pretty based-ass fucking politics from our fucking... Like, that's the other thing. I wish these guys could just come to America for a little bit and just see how good they have it. It's like, okay. Just like every American should go to Canada and see how good they have it with socialized medicine. I guess the moral of the story is of today's stream. Wow. That little trap right there gave me like the deepest voice. That was awesome. Is travel more. Let's see, can I still do my radio voice? You're listening to Pep Talks on WKQRX, the X. Nah, I can't do it. I used to be able to get the X. God. WQKR. Wait, WQRX? No. That's a real station. Sorry. We used to have to like make up like fake stations, and I remember the one time that they wanted me to do a just like a lead into a song. I kept fucking with them. I kept doing it at like I was having a conversation with somebody and leading into the song with that conversation. I'm like, and everybody, did you know that my sister, she actually wants to Kalamazoo, she went to Kalamazoo once, got a snowmobile accident real bad, had a bit of a headache afterwards. Anyway, here's corn. I did, dude. We called them program directors in school, but dude, I had one guy that was he hated me. He hated me so much. Oh my god. He also hated the idea of like talk, like not just talk radio, but like shock jocks. He hated shock jocks. He thought that everything that I was into and like that got me into radio, he thought I was just like such a douchebag. Like, he was just like, you're in this for the wrong reasons. He told me I was never going to be successful in this business. Well, wait a minute, I just had that moment. I'm huge on music trivia, so I throw a tidbit fact between songs. Nice! Oh my god, we got our own little pop-up video here. Pop-up radio. Sorry. Dude, you don't understand, like, I'm such a child of the 90s that, like, pop-up video, like, VH1, like, yes, my family had cable. Just have to stipulate that, because, you know, sometimes you run into somebody, they're like, I didn't have cable, I'm like, too bad. You missed out on the Rugrats, you missed out on Toonami. I feel for you. Like, I truly feel for you. Because, God, if you were of that age and you missed out on Toonami, you truly did miss out. Like, that was, Do you know what it was like to have Dragon Ball on TV, like, as the first generation that got to watch it? Because I was one, and I'm not even kidding, I was the first one to get to see that, because they were playing it on Fox Kids before they played it on Cartoon Network. So, and then they abruptly stopped playing it on Fox Kids because Toonami had bought it. So they started it over, and I remember when me and my buddy, we got together. God, I had to be like 10 years old, maybe 11. But we got together and we watched the episode where we left off, and it was I'll never forget. Like, it was the one where Krillin is just sitting there, he's like, Goku, where are you? And then Nab was just like, hey, like, it was like the stare off. Oh my God. You gotta love those filler episodes too, where legit nothing happened for at least 6 episodes. It was just a lot of dialogue and a lot of like, and 5 minutes ago, it's like, but it's been a 30-minute episode. Like, my wife, I watched Super with her and my friends, and the entire time she's just like, this timing sequence doesn't make any sense. It's like, I know, trust me, I get it. It's happening in hyperspeed. I don't know. They're talking at hyperspeed. You do realize that that's like the logic behind Dragon Ball speak, right? Like, when they're fighting, like, they're talking at super speed. Like, oh my God, I just realized Goku sounds like Destiny while he's fucking threats. I mean, they've already done Dragon Ball Abridged, but can we do Dragon Ball BreadTube? Oh, it could be fun. Oh, see, now I'm in bit mode. Liquid television. Oh, shit. Yeah, Rome, I forget. You're the age of what my babysitters were. Sorry. I tried to make you feel old, but yeah, like my babysitter, who eventually became a friend of mine. Like, years down the line, I just like looked him up and was like, hey man, how you doing? He's just like, holy shit. But why is one episode 2 weeks and the next one is like 10 minutes of their time? Because they need to... I don't know. Damn it, that's the first time we actually asked that question so articulately. I don't know. I'm sorry. I got no answer beyond Dragon Ball. Because Dragon Ball. Right? Am I right, guys? Dragon Ball is pretty hard, too. I mean, if you know, you know. I do know that. But if you don't know, then you apparently just really don't know. God, I just realized I gotta catch up on Daima. Never did that. Oh, by the way, just a random aside. If you have the chance, watch Superman, My Adventures with Superman. If you're into Superman at all, it's a really good show. Even if you're not into Superman, it's actually just a really good show. It's on Max. I highly recommend it. All right. Got 2 new members. We got anything else we want to cover? Because we are past the 7-hour mark, and I'm about ready to go to bed. So, go upstairs, lay down, and probably go to bed. Well, I'm glad that we got to fix that Twitch debacle. God, that sucked. I also feel that feel bad because Ivy was dealing with that really well. And then all of a sudden it was just like, I can't figure this out now and have YouTube. Bye. I was like, no. That sucked. Bloodstone. Wait, Bloodstone, do you have the flying spaghetti monster as your avatar? I just realized that. Okay, that's pretty cool. And if you guys haven't checked out Unimoogles. Rome Dog, I feel like you need a Sublime logo or something for yours. Because every time I see your name, I do think of Sublime. And I know it's not Rome Dog, I know it's Lou Dog, trust me. But Rome being the singer for the band for so long after, Brad died. Which, if you guys have not heard his kid, man, like, he's good. He's really good. Like, the new new Sublime. It's essentially Sublime with Bradley Knowles' kid. And it's like, oh, so this feels right. Like, it's so good. Yes, LOL, ramen. Rumdog is my pup's name, actually. Oh, no shit! Oh, oh my god! Gonna get weird noises now, because for real, man. It's awesome. Why wasn't I smart enough to make just make everything like my dog? Well, actually, I got to give one of my friends some credit. He was very cool, man. Like, we were just brainstorming one day, having one of like our couch sessions, just like fucking, passing a binger around, and we're like, I was talking about doing this, and he's like, "You'd be dumb if you didn't name it Pep Talks." I was just like, "That's good." I'm like, "That's a good one." Like, hell yeah, man. He's like, "Yeah, that's what I'm here for." I was like, "All right," and like, thus Pep Talks was born. His full name is Dr. Roman Augustus Puppers. Oh, we love him, Rome Dog. Oh, yeah. We got Stan. He's just Stan. Actually, he's Stan! Come here, Stan! 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 Look at him! Stan! He tilts! Stan! Stan! I love you! You saw all the head tilts, right? Every time I called him. Oh, all right, I'm totally like, I'm gonna make sure that I get that clipped. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna clip that myself actually. Here, where are we at? 7:05. All right, I'll timestamp that. I love people that give their dogs like one of my favorite dogs' names ever was a French bulldog, but he had like the really like, hugged in nose. Like, he looked mean, but he also looked adorable because of just the way he stood, where he was just like and my buddy's just like, say hello. He's just like, oh yeah, it's Mr. Knish. I was like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, it's Mr. Knish. I'm like, I love this dog. I'm like, come here, Mr. Knish. Oh, oh, man. Still, yeah, dude, that's one of the best dog names I've ever heard. I think it's because, like, it was so random and, like, I was not expecting it at all. Like, I was expecting maybe Rufus or something like that. But yeah, if you said Dr. Romus Augustus Puppers, I'd be like, actually, I guess that's his name, is, Stan Pepper. Hey, look at that. Oh my god. I think it worked. Cool. Alright, guys. What do I got? I got one more thing I wanted to do here. Give me 1 second. I still can't remember if Weasel Lord is technically part of our chat or not. Like, I'm starting to have those moments. I'm gonna need your guys' help with that one. If you guys remember, like, a chatter that we haven't seen in a while, and, like, I kind of treat them like they're new, just do that thing, because, like, believe me, I'm like this in real life. You know how many times I've embarrassingly had that situation where I'm just like, oh, it's very nice to meet you. They're like, we've met twice. I'm like, His vet loves it. She is always calling him Dr. Rome. Aw. Aw. Yeah, me and my wife, we actually watch this vet You know what? I'll get his I'll get the info for that channel because I think that he's on YouTube. I think he's I can see why he has an audience. It's like, oh, he's like the heartthrob vet. It's like, okay. But he also like does the funny thing where he makes these videos where he's like the funniest names I've ever encountered. Yeah. God, that's got to be wild. Like, have such good days as a vet, but then have such bad ones. Because, like, I mean, shit. I've had plenty of animals, I can tell you. I've had some good experiences, bad experiences. I'm not even talking about, like, putting an animal down. I'm just talking about bad experiences at the vet where you're like, that wasn't right. Like, I had one where this vet straight up broke one of my cat's ribs. Where they were doing the tests. And, like, yeah. Faux pas, Faux pas. Three-legged cat. Alright, that one's good. Actually, one of my friends, he had a cross-eyed cat who was legit stupid. Like, he had like a little bit of like, he was dumb. And his name was Alexander the So-So. Cat was awesome, but oh my god, legit, like you would I'm not sure if it was the cross eyes or what, but apparently, like, dude, he would run into doors, he would just constantly fall downstairs. I just remember the first time it's just like, yeah, it's Alexander the So-So. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Oh, man. Faux pas, the three-legged cat. Alright, that is pretty good. Alright. I think I'm done with a few more shout-outs. Who else we got? Undead Banana, I'm just gonna... I know he's not here, but I'm really sad for your dog. That sucks. Also, you know what? Randomly, shout out to Vosh's cat and Vosh. He had to put Artemis down. I feel bad, so I know I'll never see it, but still very What's new? What's up, dude? I was actually just about to hop on off. Been here for 7 hours. 7 hours. Ugh. Next cat, Mew Mew. The hammer Thor brought, but Darcy, because they always come for treats. Yeah, rest in peace, Vosh's cat, Artemis, man. Yeah, I watched his stream today, and like I turned it on, and he was talking. He was just like, "Yeah, we were at the vet, got this vet bill, blah blah blah," and I was like, "Yeah, I actually did." Stole Stephen Colbert cheese. We covered the resignation of. Oh my God, I'm at the end of stream, so just bear with me. Because I'm thinking of Pierre Palevou, because I've been talking about him. But, oh my God, resignation of Justin Trudeau. And yes, actually, our chatter right here, Canadian conservative candidate Palevou promised to deport any refugees and suspend the construction of refugee settlements and cancel gender diversity education on campus. Thank you. And yes, thank you for doing the Justin Trudeau. I was like, whatever. I hate that I get like this at the very back end of stream where I'm just like, No, also Stephen Colbert cheese. I gotta be honest with you. I've been dealing with like a little, it's not like post-COVID, but it's like it's the COVID fog, man. Like it sucks. I got it. Like I just have to admit it. It sucks. Pierre's both Trudeau's foe and his dad. Go figure. Wait, he's his dad? Like, he's his daddy kind of thing, or he's like his actual dad? Wait, really? No. I guess his name would be, well, not necessarily. Got it since when? Thanks. Here, give me 1 second. Hey, it's Pierre Trudeau. That's what it says. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't know he was the previous PM. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't really care about Justin Trudeau's kids. Okay. I'll be honest. I think that I had it. Like, I think I caught it during New Year's. And, yeah, I started feeling it on, Friday. Or it might have been the week before even. Christmas. But, yeah, man. I was feeling, like, fine, but, like, a little off for a little bit. But then just, yeah, Friday, Saturday, I really just started feeling like shit. So, and then, yeah, Sunday, yesterday, was like, oh my god. My body just hurt, and I've been trying to explain this to everybody. Like, I haven't been sick. Like, I haven't been coughing. I haven't been doing any of that. I barely even had a runny nose, but dude, I feel so run down. My body hurts. And the fevers I've been having are insane. And they're so sporadic. That's what sucks. Like, dude, I've had my fan on, like, just going all stream, but there's been a few times where, like, I've just had pull my, sleeves down, and then I'm like, nope, too hot. Like, I'm dealing with that right now. I just cannot get comfortable. I can already tell that sleeping's going to be very fun tonight. But Stephen Colbert Cheese, actually, was accused of being communist since he chummed up with Castro. Oh my god. Man, I really wish you were here for like the last 2 hours, because we did just cover a video dealing with the history behind that and why communism doesn't work. And then you find out that it's like, oh yeah, because you always have the imperialist fucking, America or Britain behind it going, nope. Wow, I wish you improved health. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. Fucking head hurts so bad. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I was gonna try. Yeah, nah. I was about to say, like, I made it to 7:15. I was gonna try and go to 7:20, but I gotta go. I have to. I do. And yeah, Bloodstone by Stars. The body always knows when something's up, and I think that's what's going on. It's like my body just telling me, like, dude, just calm down. Like, I know that, like, that 10-hour stream on Friday did not help. So, yeah, with that being said, screw it. All right, guys. I appreciate you all being here for stream. I will catch you tomorrow. I will be there. I will be here around 4 o'clock. Hope you guys like the chat over on the screen here. It's been fun. So, but yeah, catch me tomorrow. Keep your alerts on. You know the deal. Also, thank you, Tree. I appreciate it. I do appreciate the well wishes, guys. I'm gonna get some fucking rest. All right, guys. Everybody over on Twitch, I really appreciate it. I will see you guys